SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NLC. It is week 5, day 10. This is the second day of week 5. And yesterday it was a lovely day. It was an exciting day. Can we pull it off again? Well, let's ask the desk. Introducing for today, Middlecott and Duckbeard.
Yeah, we're about to have the best day of an analyst desk in the NLC. I am ecstatic.
That's biased.
I'm joined by Middlecott. I'm joined by you, Ashram. You're decent, but Middlecott, I can't remember the last time we've been on desk together. Probably for a good reason that we haven't been on desk together. But today, it's going to be pure carnage, and I'm ready for it.
Yeah, it's crazy how after making a specific request to the NLC at the start of the split, we still end up on the desk together. It's fine. It's fine, Duckling. I'm sure the games will be good enough that I could tolerate you.
Good enough that I will tolerate you, man. We need a break. We need a Kit Kat. We need the casters as well. Let's toss it to the casters desk. Who's going to be casting today? Tell me. I actually know them, but I don't want to ruin the surprise. Oh, it's the duo again. Hip Brain and Foxdrop.
I have a little observation. Middlecott looks like Duckling's disappointed father. Like he looks so he just has that energy right now with the mustache, the shaved head, and he just looks so disappointed with Duckling. I love it.
It's a cool look. We haven't seen him
good look.
without his bandana on. I like it. I think it suits him. Yeah.
Yes, I can see where you're coming from. I'm good. Just recovering, you know, a lot of information for today. So, looking into today, any big expectations from both of you?
I'm gonna go 2-0 on perfect days this week. That's my prediction.
Yeah, I bombed out yesterday really hard, so I give up. That's it. That's my thing. That's my prediction. Just fade me. I'm done.
Hey, I see a lot of disappointment in your face. Let's bring more disappointment. Duckling, let's toss it to the desk.
We're 2 minutes in.
Oh, God. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those.
Just started. By the way, I love the upgrade Middlecott. It's so interesting to actually have a background and not get blinded by the lights.
Oh, true, actually, fair.
Yeah, this was a lovely start. And also, if you want to start participating in the Fantasy League, this is the opportunity. Join in on the social medias and head on to the link that will guide you into this Fantasy League. Why is that? Because you will have fun, and fun is the most important part of life. And if you want more than that, well, be the best of the league. The top 3 will get a SteelSeries Apex Pro Tiki Ale, SteelSeries Nova 7, and then the second place will get the SteelSeries Nova 7. It's wireless, it has Bluetooth. In the third one, we'll get Middlecott's mouse, SteelSeries Aerox 5, probably melted already, but these are the prizes. And if you want to know the players that are buzzing in, like the top, the creme, is that the mouse?
It's the mouse.
It's the mouse.
To the winner.
It's the mouse. It's the mouse.
Actually cute.
Yeah, I'll sign it and send it to the winner. I won't do that.
It
I'll
is
throw the
clipped.
other one out. I need
It's
this.
clipped. It's now promised. You know you can get Middlecott's mouse signed
got
and
it on
delivered
camera.
by him. He will deliver it personally. If
by
you're from
hand.
part of the northern region, you can go there. So if you want to know who are the players that are popping up, let's show you the top 5 players of the previous week. Built, Kituruken, Alex, Nata, and Elric. Interesting.
I have
You know,
2 of them,
like-
by the way, on my team. I just want to add. I have both
Who do you
Alex and
have
Nata. Nata's my captain, by the way. He's got 150 points on me. He's absolutely smurfing. I'm number 28, by the way, on the leaderboard. I'm doing a good job here. I am beating. I think Initialize is the only other caster playing, and he's like 120 or something. I am smashing him. Go on.
You happy?
Yeah, I'm
No,
very
I'm just-
happy. I just wanted to get it out there that I'm
You're
absolutely
just sort of
smurfing.
like glazing yourself. That's
Yeah,
a bit
I am,
weird,
of
you know?
course. Of course, no one else is glazing me. You're all roasting me.
I'm
so I have to do
so
this for myself.
surprised that it's not X drop after his KDA previous week. He had a 19-0 KDA with Ezreal. I'm just stating like that man. I'm a big fan. Coming from
I'm
coach
pretty sure, like,
to player.
Yeah.
Dude.
I'm pretty sure this is like intentional by Rdy though. They make their games bloody. Like they have these like super high kill games so that they can end up like top of the fantasy league. I think this is the second week maybe that it's just been Rdy players on on the fantasy league. So I don't know, maybe there's some collusion there going on.
Don Jake is playing the fantasy league. I see. He needs a new setup.
He's
I
ordering
see
the
where
players
this
to
is
just
going.
play in bloody games, all for the middle cut mouse being personally delivered.
Well, if you're not playing the fantasy league, might as well show you the predictions for today. At least this is what the cast think is going to happen at the end of the day. Bring in the predictions to let you know who are we actually aiming for. The veteran sees something that nobody else sees. Venom Crest taking down Rdy. Natives in light side. Hey, actually, damn, that is an interesting one. And Foxdrop, I'm not taking you seriously anymore.
Damn.
Someone's got to believe in Blue Whites, right?
Yeah.
They're only going up against like probably the best team in the league. You know, if they were going to start winning, it would be this week.
Yeah. I mean,
That's an interesting one. While you're talking, Duckling, let's show the schedule so everybody understands who's playing versus who. But tell me, Duckling.
I just want to add though, I've already heard from Middlecut's video that Blue Whites have lost their Finnish residency, so at least they have someone still believing in them, and that one person is Foxdrop. I do believe he'll be there until the very end when they finally get that victory. And maybe, a win against DMG today, that would be a massive upset in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah.
And, would really throw a wrench into DMG's playoff hopes.
I believe Blue Whites will get a win when everybody is not expecting it. Like, they're slowly upgrading, they're slowly getting there. I just hope they don't lose that focus that they're getting. Like, it can get really hard, like playing an entire league and not getting a victory, even though you're playing so well. I believe there's something. I believe there's hope. At least for one victory or even two victories. I don't know.
There's hope.
Man, I believed you would be an interesting individual. Look where you are right now. This could be like, I believe in you, I don't believe in you. Who knows? Like, it's up to you.
That's
We don't
such
have
a
any
crazy
idea.
comeback.
That is an interesting
crazy.
one. You know what's interesting? Talking about comebacks, let's look into the leaderboard is right now so we can understand how the teams are landing on the standings. Well, this is our leaderboard. Rudu did first place. How? Initialized, Hipbrain, veteran, guests. Love it.
Wait, initialized,
Duckling
that's
with
3 perfect
32.
days. Damn,
Something
that's
is happening. He's beginning to believe.
Yeah, I'm on my way up, by the way. 32 points. I think that is more than I had at any other point during the last split. At this point, last split, I was in minus points, last place. Now, keep believing, keep grinding, and maybe one day you'll achieve your goal. My goal at the moment is getting on the left side of the bracket, and I'm 6 points away, and today is the day I'll make that difference.
You know what's interesting is that only me and Foxdrop, like, we're the only ones without a perfect day.
Damn, that's crazy.
And no one else has got like an imperfect day either. So I think everyone's trying to play this game in quite a strange setup. Like, if you don't really getting into the NLC unless you fully embrace the chaos and get absolutely everything wrong.
You know what's interesting? I don't know that person. Like, long hair, a bandana. I don't know.
Who is he?
I don't
Who
know.
is
And the
he?
guy on top, that is on top of you on the standings, also, I don't know who he is. Like, long hair as well, not beefed. I don't know. I don't know.
Handsome dude, though. Handsome dude, I might add. That's all I'll say.
I don't know what he's saying. I don't know what he's saying. Let's look into the settings of the teams at NLC. This is the interesting part where Rdy finally got isolated in first place, followed by a lot of teams. The MG, Venom Crest, and Nord all fighting for the second place. Then Verdant and LLS in fifth place. Native slowly getting there, and Blue White still waiting for that first victory. And this is what we need to talk about, because LLS, they were looking for the first part of the standings, like on the left side of the bracket, and actually be like second, third, but they're slowly losing their light.
Yeah, and it's crazy. LLS have lost their last 3 games. They were 4-2. They were tied for first place when we had that whole disgusting melee of 6 teams being on 4-2, but they really seem to have fallen off a little bit in terms of their ability to compete with the rest of the league. It does seem like in some ways the team has been figured out by a lot of their opponents, but also they've kind of abandoned that style that was really strong for them in the early splits. We don't necessarily see Fruity Fresh on too much of these mage picks anymore. He's kind of going into a lot of the more meta AD carries, and for Lightside, I think if you were a bit more secure in your playoffs position, it's absolutely fine to start experimenting with different styles that are going to be more effective once you get into best of series. But as it stands right now, they're 2 wins away from a playoff spot, and if they don't turn things around from this slump, then they could not even make it there.
So do you believe LLS lost the mojo? Because yesterday they were on picking bands and I saw like Rdy Fresh, I'm like, this is an angle for Aurelion Sol. You can get the Aurelion Sol and all of a sudden Zeri is going for the default picks. I'm not saying it's bad,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, where's your personality?
Yeah, exactly. It does feel like Lightside are in the process of potentially losing a little bit of their identity. Obviously, again, pivoting to different styles is something that we see good teams do from time to time, and I think that we do have some strong performers on this team, and it doesn't necessarily just have to be Sumi on weird mid lane picks, Rdy Fresh on these mages. But I think one of the great things about having a style as a League of Legends team is that you force other teams to adapt to you. When teams were looking at Linvis Lightside early on in the split, they were thinking, okay, how do we play around a mage coming through in bot lane? How do we play around these weird mid lane picks? But now you can sort of approach them with a little bit more of a generic mindset. Those mages are all pocket picks that are going to get brought out potentially in weird scenarios, and not necessarily something that you have to build your entire draft identity around when you're going up against this team.
Duckling, I thought you wanted to say something. I interrupted you. Tell me.
Yeah, I do very much agree, right, with what Middlecott is saying. I think it's elaboration of the issue with Lightside is that what I want to get back to, though, and kind of focus on a bit of positive about this roster is I really like the roster building theory they have here, right? They take 2 more experienced veterans at the support and jungle position to lead these young, exciting, more wild rookies in the side of Sumi, and Rdy Fresh coming in from Rich Gangsters, who did very well in Division 2, and then a complete wildcard in the top lane, Elijah. And at the moment, it feels like, as you say, they're refining their footing, right? Because they are changing their style in terms of who's the real carry. Yesterday, we saw Elijah being the one keeping the flag high, keeping their game alive on the very, very good Gwen performance, might I add. Just a few mistakes lost in that game in the end. So it's about refining their identity after I feel like they haven't been found out, but obviously you can't just keep picking weird stuff and it will work, because eventually the teams will think ahead of that, prep better for you, make sure that they don't have any pocket picks that slip through the cracks and eventually lose them the game. So I think that's the issue they're facing at the moment. But if they figure that out, I think they have a roster that is good enough at contesting playoffs and making it there. But the thing is, our splits aren't that long anymore. We only have 8 weeks, and time is slowly but surely running out. And they need to start turning it now, because as Middlecott said, crucially, you're 2 wins behind playoffs at the moment. Lose today, potentially 3 wins away from playoffs, and that will be making it not near impossible, but a very, very difficult task to get top 4.
I love the look into it, because we're always talking about a lot of teams climbing for the top of the standings, but we just ignore the other side of the coin, which is there are other teams at the bottom of the standings that are just pulling you down because they want to climb. And one of those teams, it's Natives. There's something happening within the team.
Yeah, I think that we're starting to see a bit of that identity form for Natives, where maybe Lightside are potentially not sticking to that as stringently. I think that coming in at the start of the split, we're sort of looking at this roster and going, okay, probably not going to be making playoffs, but if it all sticks, this is still a decent roster. And I think we're starting to see elements of that. I think that Painful has been relatively solid in the mid lane, but the key value that he brings as a player is his very, very wide champion pool. We're seeing everything from Corki to Zed to Talia. This guy's willing to play whatever the coaches give him in the draft phase, and I think that frees up players like Theoloris, players like Highbridge, who took some time to get going into this split, but I think are really starting to find identities that suit them and the team really well. I think Highbridge has been excellent on some of these more skirmish-based early game junglers, stuff like the Volibear, and he can get a decent job done on the Vi too. But for me, the big standout is Theoloris. When I was looking at this guy early on in the split, I was really not impressed. He had a couple of Rumble games where ults were flying left, right, and center, not really hitting on to anyone, and he wasn't able to abuse the strong laning phase all-ins that Rumble can have. But it feels like there's been a bit of a switch recently where all of a sudden he is able to get a lot of these carry performances out. I think his Rumble was absolutely excellent last time that he played it, and he also had a good performance on the Gwen against Verdant in the last game out. So I think for Natives, you're very much sort of hitting your stride as a team, and well, we say that this is the perfect time to do it. It's almost your last opportunity to do it, because this team is 3-6 at the moment, even further from the playoffs than Lightside. If they're able to get a win against them today, pushes them back into that conversation. But for recovering from a 3-7 point in this, recovering from a 3-7 scoreline in the split at this point is very, very difficult to do.
That's the thing, because you're chasing that light, but if you don't do it, you'll stay in the shadow. There's not a lot of options, and especially when you're looking into those top teams, like for instance DMG, you win from last place in spring, and nowadays, look at them. That was a whole transformation in this team. They just bloomed.
Yeah, DMG are a very interesting case about how an organization over a few years can really redefine themselves. I think this all ties back to when we got our National League system back, and DMG in every single National League, UK, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Finland, built individual rosters to help their own talent develop pipeline here. Throughout the past year, they've started to take those talents up to the pipeline. But it's not just players that I'm highlighting. I want to talk a bit about their COO, who I personally had a chat with before he started the job in the Danish National League, and talk about the development they've gone through there. Wild Devils, the now COO, back then just manager of the DMG Denmark branch of the organization, he built 2 rosters down in the Danish National League. Both of them finishing top 2 in the regular season and qualifying for the NLC RPS, where both times they had respectable showings. Not quite amazing, but very promising players he had on that roster. Then transitioning that into what is now the current DMG roster we have this past split, he got promoted into COO, and things have really changed on DMG, right? Because their previous results, they've never finished above 6th. They finished 8th, as you said, Ashram, just last split, finishing last in the NLC with a very disappointing 3-11 scoreline. But they've changed everything around. New COO, new coach in Kaibet as well, who seems to be very focused on this talent development pipeline that they've built. So they've taken 5, very unproven talents here that maybe had one shot in the NLC but haven't performed that well, and they've made this team that is now sitting near the top of the NLC with a 6-3 scoreline, chasing promotions. And I think regardless of what will happen, this will be the best ever result for DMG as an organization in the NLC, and that's really impressive to say this just 5 weeks into the regular season.
Yeah, I think they've really, really impressed us, but the thing about what they're doing, whilst their approach to the National League system is very, very unique, it's what you can kind of do in the NLC. I'll harken back to sort of last split where I was talking with the owner of Nord, Michel, and he was saying that, look, the NLC is a really great place to take underappreciated ERL players and to build them up and to show just how strong they can be. I mean, you look at Bitzer for DMG as a perfect example. The last split this guy played competitively, he was last place in Prime League Division 3. And now he's come in and he's shown that actually that doesn't define this guy as a player. He is an incredibly strong jungler. He can play multiple different styles, which I think suits a team like DMG phenomenally when we look at how strong a lot of their solo laners are. And so you can look at this as very much a top-down process, building from the bottom up, if that makes sense. You've got this organization that knows what they're doing and knows how to scout young players and knows how to build them up. And we're taking these players that maybe wouldn't have got a look in at another ARL and going, okay, these are guys that deserve to be developed, these are guys who have the talent to be developed, and these are guys that, at the moment for DMG, have got them pretty close to the top of the standings.
Yeah, and I just want to add to this point, right, because I think it's something that we can take away as a region as a whole, watching back on this past year in the NLC, because the thing is, you can have all the talent in the world, but if you don't have the right backroom staff to foster this talent into a cohesive unit that can push for these, great beyond things, it doesn't really work out. We saw it with Rdy last year, right? They came in without a coach. Yes, they were exciting, but they weren't cut together off the same cloth. They weren't reading from the same page. They weren't really working together that well. Then Wolverine came in. They had their miracle run. They made it to EMEA Masters. Brilliant story there. Now we are seeing it with DMG, and I want to say Kaibet seems like a very, very capable coach of taking these young unproven talents and again getting them on the same page and becoming bigger than the sum of their individual parts. And I really, really like this approach that we're also focusing on getting the right backroom staff to get the best out of the talents that we have in our scene. And I think that's one of the things that will help us as a region as a whole to be competitive at EMEA Masters.
It kind of feels like it's the topic nowadays for the NLC, like building a roster out of nowhere and actually believing in the scene and rebuilding NLC itself. Another great example is Rdy, for instance. They are going to be the team starting the day versus Venom Crest. It's going to be an interesting one. Top teams fighting for that first place. Venom Crest did a slip, Rdy didn't. And we heard on the interview with Rdy, we already made up for the last loss. Let's do it yet again. and they want to become unbeatable, because if they believe if they win versus the teams that got their first loss, like the 2 losses, they'll be unbeatable. I don't know how that works, but that's the way they believe, and let's see if they're able to pull it off. We're so close to pick and ban, so what can we expect from this match?
Well, it's Ruddy, so it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. I think that even they've admitted, right, Wolverine has said that they're not really playing at the peak of their powers at the moment. So what I'm hoping to see from Ruddy is a bit cleaner, honestly, in terms of gameplay. I think that Venom Crest are a team with enough quality on their roster where if you get into a high variance situation where you are trading a lot of kills across the bat, where people are getting fed on both sides, then they can take advantage of that and move around the map correctly in order to exploit, and it's kind of how they've beaten Ruddy before. So I think that this is going to be a very important game, not just for the standings, obviously Ruddy wanting to build that distance even further between themselves and the rest of the teams, but also just in terms of what both these teams are going to be looking like. Their sights are set on playoffs, and what we're going to get once we reach there.
Pick and ban taking away. It's going to be the Zac and the Vados. A lot of attention. You can't ban Alex. We've known that before. You're just wasting your bans. You might as well focus on Kiturukan, who has been a menace. But when you look at that team, everybody's been a menace. So be careful.
I very much want to throw Alaric in the ring, right? But I feel like he's been really, really crucial to the chaos that has been happening. That's good for Ruddy, right? He likes to go in, he likes to play aggressive. Banning the Zac is an obvious one, right? But the thing is, I saw his Nautilus yesterday. That looked phenomenal as well. So maybe try and ban a few of these very prominent hook champs out of the way to try and just make him play a bit more defensive, because when he isn't firing on all cylinders, the pace of the game will be slower. So try and stop him from doing that. It will be hard though, especially with the bans having to go towards something like the Cathars and the Rumble.
Yeah, and I think this is an intriguing first pickup here for Venom Crest in the Rel. I think it's a champion that Simpy and Alaric have both looked very good on, but I do want to draw us back to the bans very, very quickly. Very, very targeted at specific members of each organization, right? We've got the Cathars and the Rebel being a Taekun away from Kit Ruken, and then Ruddy have just sort of banned out a lot of these safe blindable picks for Venom Crest in the Skarner, the Tristana, and the Varus that you can kind of just lock in into any situation. I think that Ruddy can be a very, very creative team, so denying your opposition the opportunity to just do whatever they want in the laning phase, I think is very, very smart. And this is a fairly standard opening rotation, right? We pick up the Corki, absolutely broken on this patch. We know that Alex can play it. I think it's absolutely in Nata's wheelhouse as well, if they want to flex that. And like we've already alluded to, Alaric is a demon on the Nautilus.
A lot of other picks are open as well. The Talia's lost some interest in the NLC, but the Zyra has been popping off. Well, it's not the plant. It's going to be the tree, Maokai, and Jace instantly.
Yeah, very, very quick counter punch here from Venom Crest on this rotation. I want to say I think Ruddy've got a very good hand here. They could now obviously look to fill out the rest of that roster. So they've got mid and support locked in. The question is, what do they want to go for next year? Maybe try and complete that bot lane duel and then ban out Lingard if it interests them, or get the jungle.
Makes more sense, the jungle.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of different stuff. It is the brand in the end, so it's kind of in the same vein of the Zyra, the same reason for the strength, with the faded ashes, the black torch really being the driving force behind these burn mages in the jungle, and Katrukin, very, very aggressive jungler. If he gets this brand rolling, it will be hard to stop.
Yeah, one thing that does worry me moving into the second phase is that Lingard isn't really a player that I think you can reliably ban out on the side of Ruddy. He does have a couple of pocket picks in terms of his mages, but the guy's just so safe in laning phase and is so cognizant of when he's in a dangerous situation. He's willing to back away. He's willing to lose a play, a wave and a half or something, if it means that he doesn't die, if it means he stays in the game. So what I'm really intrigued to see is how Ruddy actually end up playing around that. I think that Alaric cannot just be in bot lane the whole time. He needs to continue this playstyle, which he's shown for us, of being incredibly active on the map and getting his other lanes snowballing. But then for Venom Crest, it's a bit more about turtling. It's a bit more about withstanding the onslaught that Ruddy are going to try and throw at you. And I think if you can match that in the early game, or if you can neuter a lot of their aggression, drafting some safe lanes, I think they've got a definite chance coming through based on the first half of draft.
Take away the AD that Alex just likes to thrive. They know it might be Corki bot lane, but it's revealed. Could be not with the Kai'Sa.
But I think this is a very smart move, right? Because now Venom Crest have essentially just wasted their last two bans, so making sure this Corgi went into the mid lane. So now you know, a lot of other things will be open for build up in the top lane. I'm particularly noting the Cassante, for example, is open. Gwen, we saw had a lot of success yesterday, open. So the top lane pool still very, very open for different options. Lingard, though, about the AD carry choice, what will you go for? Very interesting to pick this Eri into the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa genuinely very happy playing the matchup. Me and Veteran discussed it yesterday on the cast when we saw a very similar matchup play out against us. But the Cassante for Lenny, you can't complain about that. I don't care what matchup he goes up against. This guy is insane on the Cassante. That's a very nice, safe last pick. For Rdy now, build could maybe look towards some AP here if he wants to. I think the Gwen is a choice. We saw it 2 times yesterday. It worked out for the Gwen both times, and I'm sure Bill could probably pull it off.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean,
Okay.
I think that Malphite is absolutely
That's
excellent
great
here
as
in
well,
terms
yeah.
of building into the identity. One of the worries that I actually had for Neta's ability to operate on this Kai'Sa as we get later into the game is, yes, it's individually a very strong matchup into this area, but you can't really go diving forward against this Venom Crest team. You're getting outranged by the Jace poker, then trying to dive into a Cassante and a Maokai and a Rel just seems like disaster, but the Malphite is just such a clear go button that you can't really respond to. And I know that Wolverine and even Don Jake himself are really fans of these champions that just have very, very clear conditions under which they operate. It means that Build's going to be relatively safe in top lane. I'm not anticipating too much action to be going down there, though. I think we're going to be a bit more focused around how these lanes interact with the mid. I think that's where this game can get blown open.
And at the end of the day, Venom Crest versus Rdy, I want your predictions. Aside from the ones you already delivered at the beginning of the day, who do you think is going to take it after the pick and bans?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm still gonna go Ruddy here. I like a lot what they've got going. I very much agree with the analysis middle cut put out there. I think that very much just rounds out the comp nicely. I'm a big Corki enjoy. I think he's very, very strong in the meta. I think the Kai'Sa versus Sai matchup, matchup. I think that will lean towards Ruddy's side because Alaric, you know, the Nordis kind of heavily counters the Rel if you play correctly. So I think the 2v2 could lead heavily in their favor if they push their luck a little bit, and that's why I'm leaning towards Ruddy.
I'm gonna be back in Lingard here. I think he's been very, very impressive as an AD carry. The Zeri is going to be at risk. The Malphite is going to be at risk of the Kai'Sa, but I trust this guy is going to be able to position well enough in team fights that those don't present any issues. And if that so happens, if Ruddy end up pulling the trigger and not finding a pick immediately, then I think Venom Crest can win out on a lot of these later fights.
They want to buy it up Ruddy. It's going to be a hard one. They're at the top of the standings. Will they be able to do it yet again at week 5, day 10? Well, let's toss it to the casters to get their opinions about this matchup and much more. Hiprain and Foxtrot, how are you doing?
Doing right. How you doing? Hello and welcome to the caster desk. Getting ready to go into our first game of the day. Starting off on a banger as well. Venom Crest versus Ruddy. That champ select's fairly interesting actually. We were off air chatting, watching the champ selects. I'm curious though, so more because I know what you're thinking about this champ select, but I think the audience should know what you're thinking. So Foxy, let me know.
What's that about?
Do you not even know yourself, is there?
No, I mean, this is it. I think this is a really good draft for Ruddy, to be honest. I think this is a very Ruddy-style draft as well.
Yes.
The style of champions that we've seen slapped down very well match the style of champions that Ruddy like to play. Really, really like to see Alaric on like that tanky engage style champion. So you've got Nautilus coming through there. You know, the AD mid, the AP jungle, very standard stuff there as well for Ruddy. It can be pretty difficult, I would say, for Venom Crest to deal with, honestly. And the thing that is always the hardest thing to deal with against Ruddy is they have so many threats across the board, right? Top, jungle, mid, ADC, they can all carry the game. And they've all been given champions, I'd say perhaps with the exception of the Malphite in top lane, to actually quite hard carry the game, you know, be the one with like 10 kills and actually doing loads of damage and messing everyone up. So a lot of threats coming through for Ruddy, and Venom Crest's gonna have to find a way to answer that.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the major thing for like Ruddy and why I favor this team, or at least this comp they've drafted here, is if you do find yourself in a 5v5 scenario, there is a lot of frontline on Venom Crest. There is no denying that, but they could jump in and pick the brand off as long as brand has just hit every button on their spell and every button's on cooldown. Once they go down, that ult's still going to be bouncing. The passive is still going to be swirling around, and then suddenly Kai'Sa, very high mobility ADC with the Nautilus to kind of provide CC and a bit of a frontline for them. I just feel like the ability for them to be able to tidy up a fight once that the brand has done their work is there. You still have that engage with the Malphite and stuff like that. I do think the major concern is obviously for Venom Crest. You know, they have a big front line. They have 4 tanky champions that are going to be able to... Well, yeah, 3 tanky champions, can count, I promise. That are going to be able to stand right in front of, like, all of the mess and all of the fighting. And I feel that's the one avenue they have, is if Nata or Alex aren't actually strong enough to tidy up for Kit Ruken from the fights, I feel that's where Venom Crest have an opportunity. And at that point, it's on Lingard and how well they can kite around the edges of these fights to take over, because... On the other side for Venom Crest, they got a lot of CC and a lot of setup for them on an overly pretty squishy team. Like, Nautilus and Built are going to be the 2 strongest members to stand in front of everyone. And, like, Alaric on this Nautilus, he's a support, so he's not going to have as access to as much gold as like, Built will be able to. So he won't have as many items, he won't have as many stats to work with.
Yep, that's exactly it. Of course, you're talking about tanky front lines, tanky team comps, what have you. You know, Brand loves that. Brand eats those for dinner. You know, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He's got percentage health damage on his passive. He buys items that give him percentage health damage as well. He is a bona fide anti-tank champion. So, yeah, those pyroclasms and the rest of the fiery things coming through will do tons of damage to Venom Crest and be quite scary. And I am also, I think, you know, if you're Venom Crest here, a lot of focus will be on the Zeri, because it is really your only magic damage in the team. Now, obviously, Zeri is, you know, she's an ADC. She is mostly physical damage, but depending on her itemization, specifically with, like, Static Shiv, she can be close to, like, a 50-50, you know, maybe, like, a 60-40 type thing. It's not...
She has a lot of AP now, yeah.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of magic damage that that Zeri can do, and it's not much to write home about, but it is literally all Venom Crest have, and they're going up against people like Nautilus and Malphite. So yeah, all eyes will be on Lingard in these team fights for sure, as yeah, the rest of the team might not be able to do too much to the front lines of Ruddy.
Yeah, well, on the other side for Ruddy, you know, they've got obviously Corki's now strictly AD, took away all of the AP stuff that Corki used to have.
Ruben's going for an invade here, by the way. Sorry to completely interrupt you, but he went for 3 camp top side. Now he's pinged the bot side.
Yeah, he's been seen on a ward though.
Okay.
Wait, I think this could actually be the end of Kit Ruken. Nope, Alaric's already moved over. So has Nata to make sure they get this. That sucks for Fear Cassis. They are not going to be able to do anything here. Kit Ruken's going to be able to pick this one up. And Venom Crest now collapsing multiple people over. Nata is going to probably have to take the long way around, although they know this is going on. Kit Ruken's going to make sure he guides his bot lane in. In jumps Stimpy. He finds himself in danger. Fear Cassis goes over the wall. They do get the damage down. First blood goes to Nata, as it's going to be Alaric under fire. Nata in some serious danger. Cleanse and Flash available to them. They're going to be able to flash the wall, get themselves out to a little bit of safety. Cleanse still available. A 1-for-1. ADCs get a gold apiece. Nata does get a little bit extra gold because he got first blood. But all in all, Lingard's going to get the time on the wave. Or Ruddy's bot lane, they're going to have to reset off that.
I thought that would be really bad for Venom Crest there when Simpy, who has no flash, jumped in at level 2 because there's a lot of damage there on the side of Ruddy, but actually worked out pretty well, I'd say, overall for Venom Crest. And the biggest thing here as well is that Nata lost his flash, whereas Lingard got to keep his. Wow, that was
hard.
That was really... Yeah, England, not it today. Not it today for me. Kit Ruken, though, he doesn't know this is happening.
Yeah, he's in danger. Alaric may not be able to come over in time. They're going to use all of the CC available. Smite goes down, and that is just going to be the end of days for Kit Ruken. Picked up there by Fear Cassis, and there is a wolf camp for a reward for him.
If he wants it, if they don't set up for the dive here instead, which it looks like they're going to do. Theocast has no flash, still going to go for it.
Cleanse available on Nata. He's going to instantly pop it. Tries to put some distance between him and the enemy team. Gets himself one. He's dodging. No. He's evading. Double kill for Nata. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Alex has found Fierce here in a fight. Looks like Fierce is going to be able to break away from him. Alex just going to call it there.
Woof. So much action already. It's like we're watching a Ruddy game or something. My goodness, 2 kills for Nata in that dive. Definitely not worth it. Lingard didn't even pick up the kill for himself. It was the Maokai. It was Theocax who was able to get that. Yeah, that dive was maybe a little bit too much when you consider that there were no summoners available, no flashes around to really juggle that tower aggro. Bit unfortunate for Venom Crest, and that is the beneficiary of that botched dive. But I like the attempt. I like the fact that we know Ruddy's an aggressive team. We know they're going to bring it to you. We saw that from the level 3 invade. And Venom Crest are not keeling over, and they're not just letting it all happen, and they're just trying to temper the aggression from Ruddy. They're actually bringing their own levels of aggression here. Didn't quite work out in that play, but it's a sign of potentially good things to come here for Venom Crest.
Yeah, that's that hook's going to go a little bit wide. Lingard just able to clear over that wall. Going to be able to break away, but yeah, gold lead, very, very minimal. 200 over to the side of Ruddy. Kitruken still hasn't been able to finish up that Fated Ashes. Got killed a couple of times. Is going to head over to Dragon, though. Got a little bit of time before the next objective spawns up in the grubs. They do now spawn up. Ruddy going to clear through this one nice and quick and probably just bolt towards the top side. Kitruken on the brand is going to be an objective clearing monster here. And right now, his mid's in a pretty good state for him to be able to do that. Does look like he's actually just going to head over and do his camp, so decides not to just bolt over towards the grubs. They've got that Scuttle Crab in the area, so they know that right now, Theocastus is on the bot side because he's clearing a ward. So they know they're okay. They're not going to get grub contested. He can clear out his bot side, probably reset, and just head towards the top.
Oh, that's an unfortunate interrupt. That is... The tempo of that Theocastus reset is quite important because he wants to go top for the grubs, right?
Yeah.
But he's going to be delayed there a little bit. That's probably like a good 15-20 second delay, right? Interrupting the recall and then having to reposition and channel another recall. Good stuff, actually. A little thing, but actually can be quite valuable there for Ruddy. And it gives time for Kitruken to reset and head towards the top side for the grubs as well. We'll see if we get a grub fight. We got level 6s coming through from the likes of Malphite as well, which is pretty impactful. So might just about see it. We have had a lot of mid-prio for Ruddy, right? Hawkeye has been pushing pretty hard. That might just translate to something as well. But so far, it doesn't look like they want to move into the river, get any vision or anything like that. Not just yet.
Yeah, I think Kitruken's trying to race to 6 as quick as possible because that would be a real difference maker if multiple people collapse on him on top of this. Pings are going down. Now that 6 is available to Kitruken, so now he's going to move over. Looks like they're actually looking for a play topside. The Kidnap comes in onto Built. Built, just unstoppable forces over the wall. Theocastus throws down the webs to lock them in place. Is going to be Theocastus now engaging onto Kitruken. The flash comes out. Kitruken has the ultimate burning away, gets the stun, gets a lot of damage off onto Lenny, finds himself in danger, flashes over the wall to break away. Lenny's eating a lot of damage. And it looks like the grubs are just going to get secured here for the side of Venom Crest. I think Venom Crest were maybe just a little bit quicker to the punch, even with the reset.
Yeah, Theocastus got there a little bit earlier. He was actually only level 5 when he started that play, mind you, and then dinged 6 from a minion dying in top lane, which was quite fortunate timing for him. But to be honest, it's just Cassante things, isn't it? Like, you compare Cassante to a Malphite. Malphite's very much about his ultimate being tanky and absorbing things. So hold that thought, because we're going to get a gank in mid lane, though. This is going to get turned around by Ruddy.
Yeah, they're coming in. Kitruken comes in, misses the cube. Theocastus is just taking a lot of corky damage there. That champ does an absolutely abysmal amount of damage. The acceleration gate will get Theocastus out. Looks like they're going to be A-OK off the back of that one.
Kitruken still want to keep this one up, but uh-oh. Simpy's found him.
Yeah, Kitruken continue to put the pressure in. In jumps Natter into the middle of the fray. Theocastus able to break away. Natter gets that last passive stack in. And a whole bunch of damage comes in onto Simpy. Simpy gonna limp away from that one, but Natter securing the kill. Huge play for them.
Yeah, red buff gonna be going down as well for Kitruken. This whole bot side jungle is at the mercy right now of Ruddy. I can't imagine him go for Krugs as well. Because that's probably not on the menu. That's a bit too deep in the jungle. Just instead take that crab and then go into your bot side yourself. But all these little advantages right now really are adding up for Ruddy. You said it was like a 200 gold lead. That was a few minutes ago. That's now grown to about 800. So these little advantages, these little victories here for Ruddy. I do think as the game goes on, and they're able to stack up a little bit of armor, it becomes pretty hard for Venom Crest to contest them here. And I do think, with this having to be the Lingard show in these team fights, it's buying a little bit of time for yourself here if you're Ruddy. It's only a valuable thing.
Well, 10 minutes into the game, and there's already been a whole heap of action. Ruddy always deliver, man. Every time. Always deliver. Interesting to look at just kind of the builds coming in. Got the Static Shiv on Lingard finished up. Nata's gone for the Kraken Slayer. Kaisers do sometimes go the Static Shiv as well. So kind of like a variance on the build on that front. Although Kraken Slayer does get him built by Kaiser as well. So just decided to go for the more dueling item to start off with. And more than the kind of wave control item. Just having a look at... It looks like Kit Ruken might be thinking about going bot side. He was hovering in the area, but I believe he's been seen on some vision because pings are going down. So Kit Ruken just going to move forwards here as Alaric clears out the vision. Makes it possible for Kit Ruken to advance forward and potentially pull this gank off.
And Dragon spawning in 20 seconds as well. So Ruddy either looking for a kill so they can go for Dragon or just want to get control of the bot side of this map. Make it hard for Venom Crest to move up here. It could be Theocast getting caught out here, mind you.
Yep, he gets hit by everything. The lockdown's in. The ult comes out as well, just for a little bit more damage. The depth charge comes down. Nata has the Prey Seeker available, but doesn't fire it. Alex gets a bit of damage off of the Fierce, just sends him packing, but Theocastus is too low. You got a Kraken Slayer. You've got Kit Ruken on the brand. This is going to be very hard for Venom Crest to contest, although Kit Ruken doesn't have the ultimate most crucially. Teleport's coming in, Smite comes down, Dragon secured. Here's going to be the ultimate from Theocastus. It looks like Ruddy have been able to put enough distance out. And that's a big use of the teleport there coming in from Lenny. This gives a lot of free time over to Built. Just a free farm and shove topside.
Exactly. I feel like this is the first big mistake here that Venom Crest has made on the map. They really did dedicate numbers to try and secure that dragon, and they got absolutely nothing out of it. They didn't even take the dragon, didn't get any kills or anything like that. There's no consolation prize, just purely nothing. Investing that teleport, pretty big deal to be honest for Lenny, and the fact that Bill's able to get that shard and all that stuff as well. It's not great here for Venom Crest, who up until this point have really been matching blows with Ruddy, but a great start here for Ruddy. 2 dragons this early. Having control of the game as well. 4 kills on your ADC. Pretty good start here for Ruddy.
Yeah, really, really nice for them. And Kit Ruken closing in on that Leandri's Torment as well, which is another really big pickup for them. Now, Ruddy, they had to give up those grubs in the last fight, just due to them being in a bit of a rough position for it. So this time, Alaric is here to make sure that they can pick it up. You got Built, who's got pressure in his lane. Alex as well, control of mid. So it's going to be very hard for Venom Crest to step forward into this one. I guess the crucial thing is Leandris is finished on Theocastus, where Kit Ruken actually doesn't have his ready, but he is being zoned off. They've even got Nata who's come up. Everybody is on this side of the map, so I expect to see a bit of action here. They're going to be looking to go for this 5th grub immediately. We're going to see the jump in. Magnet Storm has been held. There it is. Used onto multiple people. Ruddy, very low HP. Lingard just kiting around the edge, but over the wall. Nata goes in with the killer instinct. He goes down. The shutdown is picked up by Lingard. Bill's putting the pressure in. Launches in with a double kill. The unstoppable force. Now pierced in place by Fierce. Goes down. Venom Crest will be able to pick up the 4th grub. And Ruddy going to make their way away to safety.
3 for 1 in favor of Venom Crest in that fight. Plus, like you say, getting this grub. Only 1 grub they're going to be able to take, but it is something. A good team fight right there to really stabilize this game, which was sort of running away from them, to be honest. As Fierce is going on Alex.
Oh, Alex in some serious danger, but it looks like Simbi's got himself the lockdown. Alex flashes away, gets himself the phosphorus bomb off as well, just for a bit of bonus damage on the way out. Well, that is going to be all she wrote on that little fight.
Well, Ninja Tabby, dude. This is it. When you're up against a full AD team, and the only semblance of magic damage is still an auto attacker, yeah, you slam that Ninja Tabby, And it does help a lot to keep him alive in that situation. Have to say, it's not very Alex of him to forego his first complete item for Ninja Tabby. So this man might just be the psychoist, craziest player that we have here in NLC, but it is the correct buy, and it's good, and it saves his life in that situation there as well.
Looks like a potential setup for a dive was coming through from Venom Crest, but they decided to hold fire on that one. Riftail gets secured by Kit Ruken, but now they're jumping in, looking to get the pickup onto Nata. Nata jumps away, avoiding some of this CC. The hook comes out. Nata's in danger, though. Lingard's putting the pressure onto him. The supercharge gives him enough distance to break away. Nata gets out.
Close. Just about 120 HP right there. What is Venom Crest able to do on the map because of that? Should be able to get this tower, I would imagine, bot side. And it should be solo as well for Lingard, since he's all by himself. You can just rotate the rest of the team over to the rest of the map. Ruddy, though, while that was all happening, Kitrukin was able to pick up the Herald and will use that to get this mid turret. So yeah, it just feels like playing versus Ruddy, even when you get some good things on the map, you're always behind the pace. Like, it's just inevitable, to be honest, right? Like, if you dedicate like 4 people down for that bot dive, you don't even get a kill. Sure, you can take tower, that's cool, but Kitrukin all by himself is able to do something very similar anyway, right? Take a tower with that Herald. Like, it's difficult, and the fact that you're dedicating so many resources to get, well, sometimes less, but at best just stay even and keep up with Ruddy doesn't bode well.
Well, Dragon number 3 going to be spawning up a Mountain Soul this game. Ruddy already off the reset,
Woof.
heading
That's
over.
huge. If Ruddy gets a Mountain Soul, woof.
Yeah, that's hard. Because it's like you're saying, the damage profile is strictly AD. I mean, realistically, there's a little bit of AP like you were saying, but it is strictly AD coming in from the side of Venom Crest. Kitrukin is actually eating a lot of damage. The Leandry's burn on him. He loses half his health just from the saplings. That might be enough to secure this dragon, to be honest, unless a big fight breaks out. I mean, Built is holding that R. He's got the unstoppable force. An opportunity may present itself. Hook comes in. Look for Built. They're going to go with the Magnet Storm. Immediately some damage comes out, but they have thrown down the Pyroclasm. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Make that a double kill, though, picked up by Fearcastis. And, I mean, Kitrukin just lost too much health trying to step around the river.
The thing is, like, when you're playing Brand, like, even if you die in a team fight, if you've got your combo off, you've kind of done your job, right? So the fact that they're, you know, Venom Crest is still absolutely slaughtering Ruddy in these team fights is troubling news for our #1 team in the league here. The only team that has 7 kills so far. Venom Crest looking to challenge them on that front, and so far doing a really good job. It just feels like they're a little too tanky right now for Ruddy. You know, Venom Crest not falling down. Ruddy not quite having the damage needed to win these team fights. Everyone on their team just sitting on these 1 items. It's not quite enough when you've got someone like Lenny who's just, I don't know, man, just doing crazy things. And I think also, we want to give some shout outs to Theocast as well. Like, at this stage in the game, Maokai with this item build with Leandry's Rush is an actual, like, a pretty strong threat, right? That ultimate, if it hits like 3 or 4 different people, will be doing a lot of damage, and that burn as well on top of it. Yeah, it's, you know, Venom Crest just running away with all these team fights, and Ruddy, who looked like they were just really in the driver's seat this game, have done anything but.
Honestly, I think that was just like really good prep from the side of Venom Crest. They sent everyone in, got the vision control of the area first. Kitrukin just, it's so hard to move second into an objective or into anywhere on the map if there's a Maokai on the other team. And that was like a case in point. Like, Kitrukin lost half his health just to saplings, which then means you're starting that fight with your Brand on half HP. You know, it was honestly Ruddy. I think they should have just accepted that as soon as Kitrukin lost half his health trying to get vision control of the area, but they were not going to be able to pick that up. But they still took a fight, and ultimately there were no summoner spells as well. So I just think Ruddy, a little disrespectful on that last engage in that last fight. The fight was on Venom Crest's terms. They were able to set up for it, and Ruddy paid the price. And I don't think they'll pay that price again, because that was a pretty rough one. Nadagat now going down twice. Starting to get a little bit more exposed, a little bit more picked up. Keep in mind, he was 4-0 at the beginning of this game.
He has been struggling specifically with the Cassante. Like, Lenny's done a great job of focusing him down and really just taking him out of the fights. Like, he's not doing anything to Cassante by the time Cassante's finished with him. And it's great stuff by Lenny here. And Lenny is a fantastic top laner here in the NLC. I think he's definitely in our top 3. I think he's always just so impactful. He's always so scary. Like, it's so difficult to play versus. And Cassante is his most played champion. You know, like, he's very comfortable on piloting this guy. We have quite a few good Cassante players actually in the NLC, although I'm not sure.
I don't know if that's their good players or just Cassante's broken.
Yeah, I guess maybe. As I said that, I was like,
I don't know. There are some
but
players who are genuinely really, really good, though. Like,
yeah,
Cassante is a champion with some kind of really express, like, a more mechanical thing. Because I think when you play top laners, you kind of, a lot of the time, especially in professional metas, kind of fall victim to just playing tank. You know, like Built is doing here. Built, a very capable top laner, we know that, but he's on the Malphite duty this game. you know, Cassante fulfills that role while also just being a damage dealer as well, so, and an assassin, because his ult is ridiculously unreasonable.
Oh man, we need to whip out the old copy paster here, don't we? The showmaker copy paster. That's the only way to describe Cassante. It is, honestly, it's meant to be a joke, but it's not. It's real. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. Absolutely insane champion. And for now, Rdy are really struggling to deal with that as well. So yeah, Lene doing a great job so far, being a massive thorn in the sides of this Rdy squad. And now you can really see Venom Crest taking this game, getting the advantage in this one. Let's see, like Alex just took a Q and an E from Theocast and is, you know, that's a good like 20% of his health there, so definitely adds up against this Maokai. The downside of this Maokai build is you're very squishy.
Yeah.
But if you're already ahead, you skip that part, right? You're not actually having to struggle with the squishiness just yet.
Well, Bill was on the flank there. Was interested to see if he goes to the fight. I think the problem is Alex has lost half his health. Just to a mixture of Theocastus and Pierce. Just the poke those two have. Constantly throwing Qs out through the acceleration gates and just get a lot of poke off onto the Rdy members. And remember, Jace isn't even really online at this point. He's almost there. 3 items is typically when I consider Jace to be like, alright, Jace is at the Jace point where it just feels miserable playing into him. And he's already doing that much work prior to this point. So it's very, very scary for the side of Rdy about the poke, but you do have Nata, who is slowly but surely starting to get some gold in their pocket, slowly starting to get there on the items. Now has the Kraken Slayer and the Guinzu's Rage Blade, assuming we're going to be seeing the Nash's Tooth come through for Nata fairly soon as well, and then at which point you've got enough AP to qualify for the upgrade to your W. You got enough attack speed to qualify for your, well, you should have that already for the invisibility on the supercharge, the E. Looks like though, with the fact Venom Crest have moved multiple members down to the bottom side, I thought for a moment they were going to Nash, but then I noticed Kit Ruken on the bottom, in the base. Teleport's coming in. Lenny's actually moving over to make sure that this tower bot side doesn't get answered out by Alex. So overall, Rdy lose a tier 2 tower and they gain nothing for it.
It's now, it's Ruddy's turn to be pulled around the map in this game. At first, we saw Venom Crest struggling with that fate. This time around, because Venom Crest is just so strong, Rdy are the ones having to respond, and this is it. If you're the one who's behind in a game, if it's your team that's struggling in a game, you can't make proactive plays. You have to be more reactive, or you tend to be more reactive. And when that happens, what you're seeing on your screen now, like, this is the result. This is the symptom of that. The fact that Rdy always have to wait to see what Venom Crest are up to before they decide to make their play. And in the moment, you often, when reacting, don't make the correct response, right? It's difficult to do that because you're not given a lot of time. You can't think about it as much.
I do think some major stuff's coming through, though. Going to see the Magnet Storm get on Simpy, trying to get some damage down. They are going to not get the lockdown on. Kit Ruken hasn't even joined the fight. Simpy able to survive. Theocastus jumps into Nata. Nata uses the cleanse. Built very low HP, but he's got a lot of armor. He's going to keep the pressure up on the build. Flashes over the wall, secures a double kill as Alex will be able to pick him up in response. Nata launches onto Lingard in the backline. The shield's coming in. Alex remains untouched. He's able to zone away. Theocastus and Simpy doing the work, though. Securing one on to the Maokai from Alex, but the triple tank frontline just made Nata's life oh so hard for him.
It will be a 3 for 3 in the end. Alaric is alive, but he did die right at the beginning of that play. And to be honest, Rdy coming out on top of that one a bit unexpectedly from my perspective there. Like, they were the ones that, they started the play, but it got instantly turned around from them. But you can see, I think Rdy really starting to hit some more of their damage spikes here, starting to do a little bit more oomph, delivering a tad more in these fights as well. And it's difficult right now. It's difficult if you're Venom Crest to deal with that, because you were able to just, you were the ones who were blasting, right? You were the ones with the higher damage. And actually, seems to be flipping on its head a little bit here for Rdy.
I mean, I've got to give it to Alaric.
Both ways.
Alaric played that fight very well. Because of him and the positioning, neither Nata or Alex were hit by the Twisted Advance from the Maokai. Therefore, they were free to fire away. Alex didn't get touched at all in that fight. We might have to hold that fort. Built has the ultimate available, and he's going to have to look for an engage. Kit Ruken almost got the Pyroclasm available with the Crystal Scepter and the Leandries. Is going to be able to cut through people. Built's getting jumped onto. He really wants to hold his ultimate and not get picked out. Teleport used, Baron denied. Kitruken going to get himself the Scuttle Crab for the team as well. Ruddy probably feeling a little bit more comfortable with this one. Looking for a potential flank angle coming in from Alaric. Not going to land the W there. I think Ruddy are just going to call it off here, although I say that. Look at Built. He's still playing to be a nuisance. Lenny going to get hit by the W, and I think Ruddy, with the Kaiser and the Corki and the Brand, they're going to melt through this Baron. They've started it. Baron's getting started already. It's already half HP. No one even tanking it at this point. That Baron is going down super fast. Ruddy, hyper-efficient Baron taking team.
Yeah, that team comp is disgusting for taking away Nash. You know, Brand speaks for himself. Kaiser has a percentage health damage as well on top of being an ADC, and you got an ADC in mid lane. That's it. That was ridiculously fast. I don't think Venom Crest were expecting that either. Considering they're the ones who started out that play and were looking to actually take the Nash potentially, that really did get turned around on them super quickly. And credit honestly to Nata in that one as well, because he was pushing down mid, and by doing so was putting a lot of pressure, a lot of threat onto Venom Crest, which then pulled them away from the Nash area. Right, that's the reason why they weren't actually still around Baron, still doing that dance, because they knew, right? They knew, like, okay, if we're both just dancing around here, no one's getting anything, but oh wait, Nata's actually pushing mid, we're in trouble. And from that, they were able to, Ruddy was able to get that Nash rush. So very nicely played, very opportunistic play. What you would expect from the best team here on the NLC.
So one of those games as well where Built right now, I mean, this is scary if you're Lingard. Like, you've got to get through Frozen Heart, Sunfire Cape, Jack Show, Steel Caps. Like, I mean, Built just gets to go full armor. He's got a bit of magic resist, enough magic resist just from the Jack Show to kind of offset the AP damage coming in. He's going to be super hard to deal with.
Yeah, tanky Malphite. He's a tough one. To be honest, his job, he jumps in, he hits a low mobility carry, you know, like the Jace, like the Zeri. Well, Zeri if she's not standing next to a wall. And that's it. That's her job. That's his job done, right? Simple. So, yeah, that tankiness will come in handy as well here. And I really think this is another thing, though. This is the problem, is that Kitruken kind of does want to be playing up, because if he gets a combo off on one of these tanks, he will do like an insane amount of damage, like an illegal amount of damage. And that's actually quite crucial for Ruddy before they start these fights. If they can chunk down one of the tanks, that's great. That's really good. They're going to come out on top of that team fight. But someone will need to body block and protect Kitruken from the return poke coming through, right? Like the zap from Zeri, shock blast from Jace. Didn't happen that time around, and unfortunately for Ruddy, it didn't mean anything. But moving forward here, that is going to be quite critical.
It's one of those games as well where these Zonyas that we're going to start to see coming through are going to be hyper valuable. I'm interested by the fact that Nata's actually gone Terminus into the Vamp Scepter. So looking for a little bit more of a sustain build off the back of that, and a bit of a tank shredder. Terminus I don't disagree with at all. When you look at the side of the side of Venom Crest, they got 3 tanks. They got 3 people you got to be cutting through, and that is going to make his life way easier to be able to do that. But I feel like the Zhonya's build you do see coming out of the Kaisers at the moment, I think that is going to be a hyper valuable item for Nata, and if that is getting built, that's going to be the final item for Nata, so potentially slowing that build down somewhat off the back of that. But we'll have to keep our eyes on what the rest of this game's going to look like and how this is going to go, because right now Built has found Lenny, but I mean, it's just 2 very tanky people hitting each other, so no one's really in any danger.
No, just trying to maybe get like a grasp stack or something like that from each other. But no significant amount of damage coming through whatsoever. Built as well now is actually grouping up. Not pushing bot with his teleport, grouping up here. Wanting to make sure that nothing untoward happens towards his carries here. Ruddy will just be taking away the jungle in the meantime. And see, you know, we could potentially just get a big old 5v5 happening in the top side, because none of these teams want to lose this inner turret here. Really last stand for some reason against this turret. It will last for now.
Yeah, it's not going down yet. Still, Dragon spawning up in 3 minutes time, so Venom Crest have a little bit more time to get some items under their belt. So you got the 3 items on the Jace, the Opportunity, the Muramana, and now the Grudge, and actually looking to build towards the next item with that Warhammer in inventory. Most people are on 3 items at this point. Obviously, supports, it's going to be a different story for them. Supports only ever get 2 items. But everyone else starting to get those 3rd items. Those 4th items are being built up. Built actually opting in for a Negatron cloak. So deciding that they want to go for a little bit more magic resist instead of opting in for a little bit more armor. Interested by that. Maybe they just felt like they've got enough armor, but it's not really a problem. Curious what they're going to build, though.
It's probably just Koenig, I would imagine.
I think Koenig, yeah, it's broken. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah, that's it. that's all it comes down to. The item itself is really strong, so yeah, it's probably just going to be a Koenig for that. That is still, you know, a lot of investment into magic resist here for built, however, but I think he recognizes, okay, there's a lot of physical damage on that team. They've got a lot of armor, they've got some armor pen, maybe stacking more armor isn't going to do it, and instead I'll just take the edge off of someone like the Maokai or Zeri's mixed damage profile a little bit here instead. Nash is up now in a few seconds. This will be the next big one that will be contested against. Obviously Venom Crest lost it last time around because it was rushed by Rdy. They won't make the same mistake, so you can see even before this Nash has spawned, Venom Crest in the area, getting rid of the vision, using the saplings to scout out bushes so they can move forward, get rid of some of this vision. There's still a lot in the river though that they weren't able to take. This is just it, back and forth, the minion waves. Push your minion wave, you walk into the river, you clear the vision. You go back to take care of your minion wave, and the other team does the exact same thing. It's going to be a back and forth like this until we find a pick or any significant poke that forces one of the teams to engage. That could be tough. That's a Jace TP, by the way.
Oh, Bill, he's actually stepping forward here. They do get the hook down. The Magnet Storm comes in. Kit Rukin flashes away immediately. There's the Pyroclasm into the middle of the team. Simpy is being toasted by Kit Rukin. Fearcastis launches into the middle of everyone. That's going to be a double kill picked up for the brand. Natter and Kit Rukin low HP. Venom Crest trading back. It is a 2-4-2.
Just how does Lily not die in these fights? I don't get it. He's just frontlining all this damage, doing so much damage himself. Like, yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how he's able to survive every single one. It looks like these fights, they start off looking so good for Rdy as well. Especially when Kit Rukin's able to just throw out his combo with that Riley's as well, like getting huge amounts of burst, rocking the passive, then slowing everyone down. But it's just not quite enough. Maybe it was Alex who was getting caught in that fight, though, because he did, Simpy was able to get a really good combo off onto him, and that may have been the difference maker. But still, 2 for 2 at the end of the day. This could be soul here for Rdy if Venom Crest don't stop them.
Kit Rukin actually just walks into the zap. That's going to be him in a lot of danger. Doesn't have the Pyroclasm, doesn't have the Zhonya's. Goes in for the Zhonya's now. Simpy going low, but Kit Rukin's very low. Gets so much damage onto the backline. That's the assassination they needed. But Lenny able to find his own assassination off in the meanwhile, taking out Kit Rukin. Jungler down. They've got to deal with Fearcastis. He's got the smite, but he is melted by Rdy. There's Soul over to the side of Rdy. They're just going Baron.
Yeah, that's it. That should be a free Baron here for Rdy, and Mountain Soul is a big one. Look at the size of those shields right here. That will make a huge difference in these team fights. And as we can see, both these teams have been butting heads all games. We've been getting team fights left, right, and center. That might just be the death knell here for Venom Crest, or at least they made it very difficult for themselves to win this game from this position. This will be the second Baron of the game as well for Rdy. Looking like they're in the driver's seat for this game here, trying to extend their place atop the standings in the NLC.
Yeah, this will be a very, very crucial win for Rdy here. We'll put them at 7-2 if they can find this win. Gold lead only 2,000. Yes, they have Dragon Soul. Yes, they've got their second Baron of the game, so it feels like everything is in their favor right now. But we have seen some fantastic fights coming in from Venom Crest, and I mean, most fights in the later stages of this game have actually been very even between the two. I think the crucial thing, though, is Ruddy's target selection has been a little better. They've been able to deal with one of the damage dealers and then turn to a tank, where I think Venom Crest feel a little bit too set on killing Natter in this game, constantly investing multiple people to take him out. Last fight, he had the cleanse and the ult to be able to reposition. Actually, no, he has cleanse up, so he didn't even cleanse this fight. He was just untouched. And he went all in on Kit Rukin, who had the Zhonya's that bought a lot of time for the team. So, Rdy, they've also got tools to be able to survive any engage coming their way. As Nata with this shield will be very hard to poke out now. It's going to really, really slow down Venom Crest's ability to poke and prod Ruddy lower.
Venom Crest now just having to clear out these waves against the Baron buff. Gonna try and force an engage while Bill isn't with the rest of his team, but that will be harder to do. That Mountain Soul shield already absorbing a full shockwave from Fierce. Would have been a big deal, you know, getting that Kai'Sa down to like, you know, 60% health or so. Instead, she's full. She gets the shield straight back up by the time it comes to eating another shock blast. So yeah, this is now the poke win condition, so to speak, set up for these team fights. That's now difficult to do as well. The shock blast from Fierce just doesn't do anything. Just absolutely doesn't do anything right now. Ruddy gonna have the pick of the litter really for these lanes, slowly but surely choking out Venom Crest in their own base.
Well, here we are, 36 minutes. Ruddy are struggling a little bit to get that full poke in. The towers are going low. Baron has been somewhat effective, but they haven't actually able to crack the base with this Baron yet. Waves are not synced up as well, which is really working in Venom Crest's favor here. They're able to move to mid, clear the wave. Move to top, clear the wave. And really, really slowing the advance of Ruddy forwards. Nata will just eat that shock to the face from Lingard. And yeah, waves just weren't synced. I think this was unfortunately a little bit of a disappointing Baron here from Ruddy.
Yeah, I agree actually. That wasn't really too much happening there for Ruddy. Half health on a turret isn't, well, yeah, I guess mid's also about half. So not really good enough, to be honest here. Unfortunate reality for Ruddy is they might just have to look into bot side and get that inner turret instead. You know, it's something, but you'd hope to get a little bit more. But well defended there for Venom Crest. They know. They know that they're able to. They might not be able to poke down Ruddy anymore, but they can still pull the trigger. They can still engage, and Ruddy have to respect that. These team fights are not 3 wins for Ruddy anymore, right?
Yeah.
They never have been, to be honest, throughout the whole game. So they still have to put some respect on Venom Crest's name, and Venom Crest, they know that, and a good defense.
It's interesting to look at Nata's build. He went for the Bloodthirster as item number 4, and has now got a BF sword in the inventory as well. So I'm going to make the assumption there's no Zhonya's coming in for Nata, which ideally I think I would like to have had the Zhonya's here just so you have a safety net off that item. Also, obviously,
it might be a GA though, baby.
It's probably a GA coming in for Nata, which, you know, I kind of guess does an effectively similar thing, but you don't really get the stasis on your terms with a Guardian Angel. Also, a lot longer cooldown. But, you know, all in all, Nata feels that this is going to be the build, and with that soul, maybe he feels that he's got enough sustain, enough ability to kind of tank damage, but he doesn't need to pick up that Zhonya's off the back of it. But Ruddy, yeah, I mean, that was a 1,000 gold power play from the Baron for them, so they didn't really gain much ground with it. And I'll always cast my mind back to something that Jamada said to me a while ago, where like your first Baron, typically you're using to take all of the towers outside of the base, and then that second Baron is the one you use to crack open the base. Ruddy able to mostly use the first Baron in that effect, other than this tier 1 bot side.
Well, this is their second Nash now.
But their second Nash, yeah, they just weren't able to really achieve much with it. I mean, I think most of that gold just came from kills and the gold of killing Baron itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't a great defense here, but from Venom Crest's perspective, that's perfect. You're able to just hold on a little bit longer, and yeah, this poke is still doing some deeps right here. Alex is really struggling. Do Venom Crest fancy pulling the trigger? We'll have to start with that Maokai ulti. Yes, still trying to land those shock blasts. 20 seconds on Elder. Someone's going to have to do something.
Simply lost a little bit of HP there, but was able to use his W to break away from the Q from Kit Ruken.
What?
Corky damage is absolutely wild. Just melts through Simpy's health bar.
Yeah, yeah, but Warmox is kicking in and it's back to full HP again. This could be cheeky. I respect this a lot. Trying to get just like 1 or 2 people to kind of solo this Elder. It's dying very, very quickly. Can Venom Crest stop it?
They're going to try and get their way over. There it is. It's going to be secured. Simpy jumps in with the Magnet Storm, finds himself in danger, but they do get the lockdown from Theocastus' ultimate, but I don't think Simpy is going to be able to go far. Remounts onto the horse, but Kit Ruken's chasing forwards. Nata just trying to get in range, gets a whole heap of damage off onto Simpy. Simpy being slowed down, but Alaric finds himself in danger, goes away for the flash. Bill has got that unstoppable force, is waiting for an opportunity to fire out onto Lingard, but Alaric is going low. He's going to be able to get the lockdown, but Kit Rukin secures the kill. There's the knock up by 2. On to Lenny, on to Lingard. Lingard's able to put some space between him and everyone else, but Natter is on a killing spree, taking him down. No way Venom Crest are going to be able to defend against that. Down they go. Are they going to go for Baron, or are they going to just crack the base off the back of this?
They might keep trying to push, you know. That's a long death timer here. It's just Maokai and Azeri to defend. Rdy are looking to end the game.
Well, they got a wave to work with. Built doesn't have that ultimate available yet, so Lingard is going to be all on him. They're not baroned up waves, so you can clear through them. But Castis finds himself caught out in the damage. Lockdown. Elder will secure the kill there for the side of Alex, as Lingard now being run down onto his fountain by Alex. Can't move. Simpy comes in with a stun onto Kit Rukin. They do get the lockdown off, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to mean anything. The Nexus has been left exposed. Down goes another kill, and down goes Venom Crest. 8-2 to Rdy.
It was a pretty close game for a lot of that, wasn't it? We
Yeah.
thought to begin with, honestly, that Rdy would just be able to run away with that and take it. And to be perfectly honest, I feel like Venom Crest with a scarier team for most of that game. It was just little things around objectives. Specifically, I would say Venom Crest not respecting just how fast Rdy could take those plays, right? Kaiser, Corky, Brand. It happened first on the first Nash, and then on the Elder Dragon as well. Just a little bit of disrespect there for Venom Crest's side. Not understanding how fast it could go down, and then losing those objectives for free. It really cost them.
Yeah, so my major criticism of Rdy is I think we've only seen them outhands people. I haven't really seen them play a kind of cleaner game of League. But this time, I think, you know, we finally saw Rdy get challenged, and they couldn't just outhands another team. So we actually started to see what I've been wanting to see from Rdy was them play a little bit smarter, a little bit more macro focused. It definitely looked a little bit rusty on that front from them, and I think that's why that game took so long. But I'm glad to see that Rdy are capable of doing that. But I do think this is something they will step away from and say, okay, we now need to look at these areas, because they won that game through team fighting in the end. And yeah, they played some good team fights towards the end of that, but I'm sure that was a game where everybody on the Rdy camp was maybe a little bit nervous at points. So for me, my eyes would probably say, you know, Rdy won that game, but they have definitely learned a lot from this one. And they'll probably start to put a little bit more time into the macro game, because with playoffs coming up, with best of threes coming up, you know, you can't rely on just outhandsing people and getting the win that way, right?
I think Rdy, honestly, a lot of positive things. The fact that this game wasn't smooth sailing gave them an opportunity to learn more, I'd say, from this game, and I think they would have learned a lot. The fact that they were still able to pull out this win, where I you know, arguably I would say Venom Crest were, you know, poised to, you know, they're winning all the team fights basically, in which case Rdy, it's difficult to play games like that when you can't just like group up and fight, especially when you've got characters like Brand and Kaiser. You know, you're kind of built to do that, like Malphite as well, right? So yeah, they had to find a different way to win, and they did, which is great. So you learn lessons, you don't lose places in the standings, it's great. And from Venom Crest's side, you come up against the best team in the league, you absolutely go toe to toe with them. There was a very, very real possibility that you could win that game. And then you just look back at it and think, okay, so yes, we didn't win, but lots of good things to take away from there. And moving forward, you know, I'm very impressed with Venom Crest as to, you know, to name them as one of the best teams here as well in the NLC.
Well, it was a close game there from Rdy, but they were able to pull the win out. We're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then when we're back, we'll have our analyst desk to break that down, and then we'll be getting ready for game number 2, so we'll see you in a moment.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
It was shaky, but at the end of the day, Rdy, first place secured so far. And we keep saying that all the time. It was shaky, but Rdy at the end of the day, they win. And wasn't it interesting? Going back into the champion select, it almost looked like Venom Crest found gold.
Yeah, very much so. I think we alluded to Lingard potentially on the Zeri being able to actually get away from a lot of the engagement that I think Rdy was trying to put down. I think we saw that in a few fights. I harken back to the fight around mid lane where Simpy found one of the many incredible counter engages that he got that game, where Rdy simply couldn't get on top of the Zeri. And I think that this was a really great game for Venom Crest to actually show their quality in terms of the way that they play, in terms of the hands of these players. But then the really the best thing about it, I guess, from a Rdy perspective, right, is something that the casters were talking about, is that actually once the game did slow down a little bit, it wasn't perfect from Rdy, but it just felt like they had a bit more of an edge in terms of understanding where they could be on the map, and particularly when we're talking about objectives, just how quickly they can do an Elder.
Yeah, that was the big difference to me, right? Because the first initial fights, they were very good for Venom Crest. They played those very well, but things started slowly but surely falling to pieces when it came to setting up for their neutral objectives. That first Baron, they set up for that. Rdy responded really well, and despite you were talking about it, Milka in the Goom, Venom Crest were getting the best out of the situation they put themselves in. They simply put themselves in a situation where they had to go away from the Baron, and then all of a sudden they maybe didn't realize how quickly Rdy were able to just snatch it away, and that's a free Baron right there. And then, as you mentioned, around the Elder Drake, simply got poked a bit. It seemed like Venom just wanted to wait for his Warmokes to get him back to full before they set up for the objective again, but, you know, Rdy, they saw the window, they capitalized. Alex pretty much just single-handedly killed the Elder Drake, and those two neutral objectives were really the massive game changers in my opinion, because outside of that, I felt like Venom Crest had some very good team fights. They showed why they are one of the better teams in the league, but they had a clear stumbling block around the neutral objectives in this game.
That's what we keep seeing. Sometimes you look into compositions and you think, hey, they get the mid game, but once you get to the late game, the champion select gets a little bit different. Alex with the Corki, even Kitruken that didn't have the best beginning of the show, like at the last part, burning through those big objectives, it's a brand. What do you expect? It just disappears. It melts, and at the end of the day, it's ready yet again with another victory. Is that anything we can look at this team? Because they keep going for the bloody matches, they keep going for those bloody fights, but at the end of the day, they pull it off. Are they just limit testing at the beginning of the game, or is it Rdy?
I think it's.
I think it's a bit of both, right? I think that when you've got players like Rdy have got, particularly I'm looking at Alex, players like Built, and maybe not Kit Ruken as much, but definitely to a certain extent, there's still a rawness there. There's still a willingness to fight and put yourself in situations which are a bit more variable. I think that Rdy as an organisation have been quite vocal. That the way that they're playing is not necessarily the way they would like to play. And if we think back to last split, Rdy came in with this very, very bloody, very, very messy style that ultimately didn't serve them all that well. But when they started to turn things around and go on that miracle run, they were one of the slowest teams in the league in terms of their propensity to take a lot of these early fights and a lot of these skirmishes. And it felt like back then they relied a lot more on the fact that they understood how to play the map in mid-game, that they were better players in a mechanical sense, but they didn't feel obliged to flex that or try and show that off in the early stages. There was very much this cognizance and this idea of, okay, we are better than these guys because that's just the way that we think, but we don't need to show that until we're in a situation where we can execute a lot more cleanly. It still feels like Rdy have got these persistent issues where they're fighting when they don't need to, they're contesting when they don't need to, they're winning because they're a better team and they've got some of these ideas about how the macro game can work, but I think they are pretty far still from the ceiling that this team can achieve.
Yeah, I think those are very good points that you're making, and to just zoom out, I want to take this look at the league itself right now as well, because we are heading towards the end of the regular season. And I think with your point taken into account, yes, Rdy, they aren't the finished product yet, but they are still getting the wins on the board, and that is the sign of a team that will go far in this tournament, right? When you're not at your best and you're still getting the results, that is the difference between a good and a great team. And Rdy, they are consistently getting the victories. Playoffs is not too far away now, another 2 week, and I think it will be in the bag. And remember, playoffs is now a qualification to EMEA Masters. Obviously, you want the top 2 to get straight into the main part of the tournament, but that's the thing for me. Rdy, they aren't far from getting that, but if they want to have success at the tournament, they need to be great. They can't just be good. They need to clean out these flaws that they still have. And then I think we have a team that can actually have a good shot at, making the NLC proud. And hopefully they will do that if they end up qualifying. But they are the leaders of the league right now for a reason. And that's because they have the potential to be a very good team.
By now, I believe it would take a miracle for Rdy not to make playoffs. So I believe they're kind of secured. On the other side, let's jump into the teams. We were talking at the beginning of the show. Interestingly enough, they're going to be fighting each other, Light Side versus Natives. A team that is losing their Bright, and the other side that actually climbing. I gotta say, somehow, we're jumping into Champions League. That was fast. That's beautiful.
That's very
LLS
fast. Very
important
quickly,
for both teams. They need this. They're thirsty.
It is a crucial game for the playoff race, right? Light Side, they would have lost so much momentum losing 4 in a row if they lose this. To see them potentially come back and get playoffs seems very, very hard. And if Natives lose this, well, a 3-7 scoreline, getting playoffs from that position when it would require likely 6 or 7 wins, very unlikely as well. My quick takeaway from the draft here, I really like the ban on Volibear from Light Side. I think limiting hybrids away from that champion could be potentially crucial here, as I thought they had a very good game on it yesterday.
Yeah, and I think similarly, the Cassante ban away from Elijah, absolutely scouting that Natives needed to do. I've been impressed with Elijah over the course of the split, but if there is one champion that defines this player, it is the Cassante, and especially his ability to get aggressive and get kills on it within the laning phase. And I think this Rumble is an excellent takeaway too. We were talking in the pre-show about how Theoloris has improved massively on this champion. He's strong in the meta regardless, and so just pick him up.
Yeah, the Rumble pick makes great sense. Obviously, there are things that can counter. We saw Elijah yesterday just absolutely hammer build playing the Gwyn against the Rumble, so things like that are still on the cards. But for Natives, prioritizing some safe, strong picks. The Corgi, big Corgi enjoy here makes sense. Painful. I do believe he played it yesterday, if I recall correctly. Had a good game on it as well. Getting ball on something that has some engage in the rail, like that. He had a good game on the Alistar yesterday, so seems like they are sticking to the winning recipe from yesterday Natives here in many regards, as now though a big pick here seems to be coming through. Okay, so that's the Yone. That's spicy for Sumi. I thought the Tristana would have been the safer and the better pick, to be honest, but the Yone adds something different than them. Might just be what Light Side need.
Yeah, and what were we sort of asking from Light Side? We want to see a few more of those mages come down in the bot lane. If this is going towards Sumi, then we've got that AD threat. You need some magic damage to sort of complement it. I really like this from Light Side. The AD carries for Fruity Fresh whilst he's been performing fine on them. Haven't seemed to have worked within the wider team identity, but we're building something very, very special here. Very, very lovely. We've got the dive from the Nautilus, we've got the dive from the Yone, and you've got the red carpet of the Rumble being laid on top of them. It is going to be a horrible day to be a backliner if you're on the Natives team.
And we keep saying Sumi, but calm down. This is a team that likes to surprise us on Champion Select. I'm just saying. Skarner to the top side, supposedly as well, being picked. So you get the Corki, you get the Skarner, you're getting those priority picks, but there are other picks that can fight it. And in terms of jungle, so far, no signs, unless you want to bring that Scorpion into the jungle. Now into the bans on the second phase of bans. Another champion, not champion, but player I would like to highlight, it's Ball. I believe he has been amazing at the support role for Natives. He has enabled so much for this team. So I'm quite curious what he's going to bring out and who's going to be pairing with him. Like Space, what do you bring versus Food Refresh and Fast Leg? This is not an easy matchup for both bot lanes.
My key takeaway currently with the second ban phase is the jungle seems to be the big priority for both of these teams, and the thing is that just leaves open so many possibilities of what Fruity Fresh could potentially take into the bot lane here. So with this focus on the jungle pool, obviously it's getting trimmed quite heavily here, both Lilia and the Sejuani, now Maoka as well, taken off the table. So these junglers will be pressed into something different. Battle played the Vi yesterday, didn't quite work out, but that is something that could still be an option if you want the extra lockdown. But I'm very excited. The main thing with me is So many open options here for Fruity Fresh to pick up in the bot lane. I want to see what he cooks.
I just want to put it out there that maybe we've already seen the champion that Fruity Fresh is going to be playing locked in that Yone.
Thank you.
Because it's
be.
very early. It's very early to lock a Yone in the draft. Yes, you're seeing the Corki. That is a great matchup for the Yone, but there's still flex potential there. And if we're not going to be playing mages, why don't we just play sort of mid lane dive assassins? There's still that variability there. I'm a little bit worried for natives though, because where we've seen a lot of their strength is with hybrid on these bruisers like the Vi, but it's been with Theo Loris on something that can carry from the top side. Skarner is emphatically not that, but it still has a very, very strong laning phase and should be fine up against the Rumble.
My heart is saying take it, but I'm not sure it would be the best pick though.
Nah,
Lock
do it.
down
I'd love
from
it.
the Vi
I'd love it.
would be adding something. Yeah, I think it's probably the best of the choices you have left still with quite a deep champion. Put out the Poppy instead, so to kind of deny the engage that would be coming through. That's a pick that still, to me, makes a lot of sense, but that is also asking the question, where does things go?
It's amazing.
This could be a Poppy jungle for Bad Holdy. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Yeah.
So, you put that in the jungle, then obviously, we just need the answer now. What is bot lane for Fruity Fresh? If they did lock in the Aurelion Soul before, they're definitely still considering it, and they're buying that time. Instead, they lock in the Smolder.
His favorite champion, keep in mind.
Yeah, might be the favorite champion. I would have preferred the Aurelion Soul, to be honest. I feel like both of these can be locked down. I just want to say, though, I really, really like the Poppy here to try to stop the all-in that could potentially come through from natives.
Don't even.
Yeah,
I saw the Nyla. Don't even.
It's going to be the
Come on.
Kaiser. It's gonna be the
That
Kaiser.
champion is like so weird. Like no one ever plays her, but every time I see someone go up against it in solo queue, they just get absolutely smashed. Gonna be the Kaiser here to round it off for natives. So a little bit of a switch up in terms of their style. I think this is a draft where you are focusing on enabling painful. You're focusing on enabling space on these sort of shorter range, high damage carries. But for Lunvis Lightside, I mean, you've got like damage coming out of basically everywhere. The Rumble is going to be immense. You've got the Yone and the Smolder. Whilst it's maybe not the same sort of mage that we would have liked to see from Fruity Fresh, I think it's a playstyle that he's very, very adept at. With Smolder, it's not necessarily about always being in auto range all the time, maximizing your DPS. It's about being able to dart in and out of fights to a certain extent, getting your Qs off, using your E to sort of maneuver away from your opposition, and then provided that you reach 225 stacks, you just throw up a GG in all chat.
Yeah, 100%. So natives and LLS, natives looking to chase and catch up with Lightside. If they win this one, they'll be tied up on the standings. Lightside, they want to rekindle their light. It's time to show it inside of the rift, but in order to do that, we have to listen to Hiprain somehow. I don't know, it's complicated, but also Foxtrot is there, so it's going to be easy.
I don't know why he likes me.
It's crazy, but
You're so nice to him.
I
You're a
am
good
lovely
friend of
to him.
his.
I think that's why I get it. But it is crazy
makes
that we
sense.
got both Duckling and Middlecott on the cast, and I'm catching heat here when he's got like the two easiest people to shoot at next
They're
to him.
on
but-
cooldown, mate.
Yeah,
He's-
yeah.
he's,
To be fair, they've been getting beat down by him today, so
It's like
time-
Silas, you know.
it's
Each
time to share the
individual
love, eh?
person has their own cooldown. He's got to steal your ult
He just
today,
messaged
so.
me. Archer just messaged me saying, "I lived with you, Hiprain. We are family."
So that's why.
That's
Yeah.
why I'm getting heat. Yeah, so let's talk about this game. Let's talk about what we're expecting. I actually like both teams. I do think that Poppy is super big brain because it can't stop the Vial, but literally everything else, like the Kaiser, the Rel, the Skarner, like so much gets denied by the steadfast presence of the Poppy.
Yeah.
I just feel the snowball potential as well on Lightside is really bad. Like if Yone gets ahead, if Smolder gets ahead, like that game just feels so unplayable to play. And even if Smolder falls behind, he just hits that 225 mark, and suddenly it's just Smolder is just the most unreasonable ADC in the game. So I do worry a little bit for Lightside on this, but I don't think they got a bad team either. I think the Kaiser Corki damage is bonkers. We saw that in the last game. They got a lot of front line as well to stand in front of them and peel for them. So I'm interested to see how this game goes out, but I do feel that Lightside, in my honest opinion, are probably looking a little bit more favourable here. I think they've had a way better season as well. They got an extra 2 wins over Natives, who are 2-6 in the standings. So we'll have to see. Now we're getting onto the Rift for game number 2.
Well, natives are 3-6 technically because they won yesterday.
Oh.
No, that hasn't updated on Wikipedia. I know.
Oh man.
I know. You've been baited into that
Wikipedia
one,
did
but
me
yes.
dirty here. God damn it.
I know. I've struggled with this too. They beat Verdun yesterday, so yeah, not you know, Verdun's not exactly one of our top teams, but they are, I would say, a team on par with Lightside. Well, okay, they are a team on par with Lightside. They're both 4 and 5 in the standings. So they did it yesterday. They can do it again today. I do like the kind of crowd control that we're seeing here from natives. I think they've got some pretty squishy but slippery targets on the side of Lightside. So if you can answer that, you know, with the likes of Rel, with the Vi Ultimate, and the Aloris as well is going to have something to say about that too. It can open up some opportunities to really lock down these squishy, slippery targets and actually punish them. So see how that one gets executed. Specifically, my eyes are actually on Hybridge this game because I don't think it's the easiest to pilot when you're playing versus a Poppy. But your ultimate can have like some insane value. You know, you can go flying back with Smolder when he starts flapping away. You can go flying back with Yone when he snaps back to his shadow thingamajig. So yeah, some pretty cool stuff here. Some potential here from the Vi. I think the Vi is a great pick. Hybridge obviously loves it. It's his most played champion. And that's who I'm keeping my eyes on.
Alrighty, well, as we are on the early stages of the game, the question for me is, what are the junglers going to be doing? Both actually clearing their red side, so we'll be clearing away from one another, so no contest at the crabs. Does mean that Hybridge will be on the bottom side, though, when they're looking for their first ganks, unless they go for any kind of cheesy early shenanigans, but very hard to gank mid with Sumi pushed underway, under tower. So, yeah, I expect to see some potential action break out on the opposite sides of the map if Bartholdi and Hybridge find an opportunity to make a gank happen. Bartholdi could potentially do something mid just to get some alleviation of pain for Sumi here.
Yeah, he is taking a lot of damage, isn't he? He's got a door and shield because he knows it. You know, he knows he's going to need a little bit of help on that front. But it's just gross, isn't it? Painful's able to push really hard and then just get so much harass under tower there. But like you said, Bartholdi is going for something. It's not warded. Oh, it is now because he walked up to the chickens. They know he's there, but he's still going to get that mid gank.
Yeah, he's looking for Painful. He's able to get some damage off onto him. They're going to get a whole heap of damage. Painful, no mana. Sumi did have flash, but wasn't particularly feeling like a flash Q forward would have done enough. Don't completely disagree with him on that one. And that has brought back a lot of the pain issues that Sumi was having in this lane. Painful now out of mana, not really going to be able to do much as he's just shoved underneath the tower. He's actually dropping quite a few minions here as well off the back of it. So
he's got his teleport though. He'll be able to, yeah, he'll base here, get the TP back in. Probably won't miss any minions either, and this TP won't get interrupted. So be able to come back and get that tier most likely, and just do a bit of healing and stuff as well. So not too bad from his front. It looked pretty bad for Sumi, didn't it, after that like first 2 waves? But once the wave bounced back, it was all good here. I think Sumi's a player that's worth complimenting here for Lightside. Now, a team that has been, I suppose it's fair to say, relatively average here in the NLC. You know, 4 and 5.
Oh, they're coming around.
Yeah, I think. Oh, there's 3 of them. There's 3 people here.
Oh, they used everything. Painful had the flash. Oh, that's unlucky.
Tried to flash auto before Painful could get his flash off, which would have killed him, to be fair, but wasn't happening, and instead just trades flashes. But now look what Bartholdi's doing as well. He's invading the top side of Hybridge's jungle, knowing that Hybridge started top, so this will be available for him. And Bartholdi now will be able to pick up these Krugs, get that for free. Hybridge has no idea, so that would be quite a significant dent in Hybridge's farm here. I don't think Bartholdi will be able to get the chickens as well, and I don't think there's any top lane play either, but maybe I think he might be going for the chickens. We're getting some more fights in mid as well.
Oh, Sumi still has teleport though, so he's quite happy to be taking these trades because Painful can't really do much. He just has to either go for a recall or stay in lane with no HP. Bartholdi able to make that counter jungle go in his favor, get a whole bunch of wards down. Sumi goes off for a reset, gets back onto his bottom side, gets back into mid lane, and this top side from Bartholdi, his Grump and his Wolves are still level 1. They have not been cleared yet, so does need to go deal with them at some point and get them taken out so they can kind of reset and actually be of a little bit more value for him.
That is something that we see fairly often actually from Bartholdi, playing more of these kind of like team-focused picks. As gotta just walk away from this one. Hybrid's walking back in though. That's questionable. I think that play was worth turning around, but ball is in the area. Might jump Bartholdi.
Yeah, Bartholdi actually read something that was up there. Level 6 has been hit for Painful. We'll assume he hasn't quite hit his 6 yet. Flash comes out from Ball though as the hook from Fastleg comes through. Sumi still not level 6. Does look like Lightside are putting some attention potentially down towards this bottom side for the Dragon. 3D Fresh has been able to heavily shove in this this bot wave, and he's just been sitting chilling on the bottom side. He's got 35 stacks already. Sitting quite comfortable on the Dragon.
Well, hey.
As Elijah getting himself a little bit toasted. Fearloris does eat the harpoon though.
Why did that look so ridiculous? Just like spinning in a circle. I'm not sure what that was, but yeah. Nice. Elijah is going to be able to set up a freeze here in this top side. So, Theoloris, even though he's got teleport back, will miss maybe 1 or 2 minions here. Obviously, that teleport should, generally speaking, keep him safe. As Hybraj now. Yeah, I feel like Hybraj is playing very reactive right here to what, Bartholdi's been doing and the roams from Fast Legs as well. He himself isn't really... I kind of want to see him start his own fires, rather than playing the kind of firefighter role and putting them out. Like right now, Bartholdi is taking these grubs and Hybraj has only just started them. So, yeah, it's only going to take 2 grubs. Benefit of that is that you avoid the notification popping up that you've taken grubs. So they don't actually know where Bartholdi is, which will facilitate his invade here onto Hybraj's red.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take that one away, but Hybraj will be able to steal a red buff in return.
He should, but I don't think he's going to go for it.
Oh, he turned away. Oh no, top lane's in danger. The Impale comes down. Elijah breaks away. Fearloris flashes forward. First blood for him, but he is going down in response. Meanwhile, Painful getting heavily chunked out. Bull comes in just to cover. Painful, honestly, he's been struggling in this lane as natives rotating multiple people over towards the grubs. So see if they can go for this last one. They've seen that there's only one left up, and Bartholdi walking out of the red side jungle after taking the red buff. That is going to sting a little bit there for Hybraj because he hesitated on whether or not he should go for the invade. And ultimately, he should have.
I think, yeah, like I say, I just think he's not... I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. It's kind of like a killer instinct as far as like his decision-making goes to really just... I think he could be punishing Bartholdi here, right? And I actually spoke with Hybraj about NLC and stuff like that, and he mentioned about had a lot of positives to say about Kit Karukun, specifically Ruddy's jungler and why he's the best jungler hands down in Hybraj's opinion, as Space has just died bot lane, as you do. Was
that 1v1? That was 1v1.
No, I think
Fastlane doesn't have an assist.
Yeah, no, you're right. It was pure solo kill. Pure bot gap right there. Smolder, the intense scaling champion, Fruity Fresh's favorite champion, has brought down the Kai'Sa. Space has fallen, unfortunately for him. That will accelerate his scaling, so good stuff there for Lightside. I'll just real quick finish my point. Kit Karukun, really good jungler. The reason why is because he doesn't hesitate and his tempo is off the charts. He will invade, he will farm. He doesn't waste any time at all. Like you won't see him sit in the bush hovering, waiting, anything like that, right? All of his time that he spends, he's getting something done with it. Like he doesn't waste his time. And I think what we've seen from Hybraj this game is something not quite like that. Like I just want to see him maybe be a bit more efficient with his places on the map.
Well, I think your firefighter analogy is a very good one because he is just tidying up the mess across the map really, and there's not really too much you can do when you are second to the punch on ganks and any little plays that are going down. And Hybraj actually kind of wasting a bit of time here, waiting for an opportunity to see if he can jump on Fruity Fresh, but he's not going to be able to do that. They are chasing forwards, but Fruity, he's going to be able to make sure that Fastleg doesn't get in any danger, and that was a lot of time wasted there from Hybraj.
He's sitting in the bush, like he's going to go for this mid gank here though. Sumi could be in trouble.
Yeah, Sumi has got a bunch of damage off of the Painful, gets the ult out to safety. Hybraj not going to be able to find anything there. And Sumi will be able to collect this wave underneath his tower safely.
It's also, I think, a fair, rather than us, you know what, hold this thought just a little bit here. So now going to disengage fast. Segs is level 5 and Fruit Fresh is 8, by the way. There's a 3-level gap between the ADC and the support. Last thing I'll say about Hybrasion is, like, you know, his activities on the map is it's not specifically a him thing as well. It's more kind of like his team. You know, so for example, Space and Bull were in a position to invade bot sides. You know what? We'll hold that ball because here comes
Rum's been called in. Space has to ult safely away underneath his tower, but Bartholdi's coming in. They're getting a little bit more poke out from Fruity. He's got the globule. They come for the flash in. The Magnet Storm comes down. They're going to get the double kill onto Fruity. Down he goes. It matters not. The wave crashes. Double kill onto Fruity. And the kill goes to Bull, not Space.
Woof. Yeah, that bot lane is getting pretty strong already here. Fruity Fresh with 2 kills just in that one play itself. 3, 1, and 0. He's got a complete item. He's got tier 2 boots. He's pretty strong right now. He's fairly accelerated for a champion that scales as hard as Smolder does. To be winning lane, you know, 10 minutes into the game is a tough one. A tough one to swallow if you're natives. But a very, very good sign here for Lightside. And we've seen Fruity Fresh play Smolder before, and he's very good on this champion. We know he can pilot it. So giving him some kills, yeah, that's a questionable one here for natives.
Yeah, that is a pretty costly one. He's got the Essence Reaver and the Swifties finished up for him as well. So very, very accelerated at this point, as we are seeing a potential gank onto Painful. Painful loses a lot of HP. Beautiful block there for the steadfast presence from Bartholdi. And Hybraj cues forward, but isn't really going to get anything. Fruity closing in and getting Mum up as well, so we'll have that to work with as Bull dodging away. Just get a little stun off onto Sumi, but nothing really to write home about. And Painful actually cancelled his recall there, thinking he needs to make sure he stays around for yet another wave. Sumi jumping in. Bull gets some damage off onto him, but Sumi gets the Qs charged up. Bull launches away. It's just going to be Dragon number 2 over to the side of Lightside.
Natives considering making a play on the top side of the map. Elijah had roamed down to mid, so they're going to have to wait a little bit until he gets stuck under his tower again before Hybraj can really efficiently go for anything top here. He's thinking about going for the grubs, but also was thinking about collapsing on Elijah, and I think that hesitation may cost him. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure he's going to be able to get this one. You can see there's a whole big old goon squad coming topside. Hybraj has Smite. We had to get one, but he's out of there now. And I don't think one's really going to cut it as far as natives are concerned. That should be 5 for Lightside. 5 grubs plus that dragon there. Good objective control here so far in this game.
Yeah, this is huge here for Lightside, getting the dragon number 2 and getting the grubs. 5 of them in the pocket of Lightside is really going to accelerate them at this point. We're seeing, but Fruity heads back, gets himself the Kindle Gem. So building towards that Spirososian Nexus. I just missed how many marks they had there, unfortunately. I think it was 110, which is quite a lot already for 13 minutes in the game.
Yeah, he's big. he's scary. He hurts a lot. It's, yeah. The thing is, right, so if we want to look at the positives, on the flip side here, yes, Smolder is big, but natives do have some decent tools to deal with it. Specifically, you know, like a Vi ulti can really lock him down, and then you can just, like, dogpile bundle on top of him. And
but it's so hard to dogpile bundle even with the Vi. Like, the Vi can't get stopped by the steadfast presence, but literally every other tool can be. So how do you actually get onto Fruity? As long as Bartholdi stands on top of him, and then you just layer the CC up once it's over, it's going to be so hard for them. As Loris, losing a lot of HP here, is able to do a fair amount of work to the tower and take it down, but Sumi comes in, cleans up, and that is going to be a tower for a kill onto the Yone. His first of the game. Fruity getting a whole bunch of damage off onto natives, but they're keeping the pressure forwards onto Fruity Fresh. He's going to be able to step away to safety, grab himself these wards in this wave, and yeah, it's going to be all she wrote off the back of that one.
Natives were looking to make that play to match the fact that Lightside sent 3 top sides to try and get something on the bot side of the map, but it just wasn't able to happen there. A little bit behind the punch on that one, so to speak. Hybraj is going to be able to pick up his bot side jungle, not too much happening. But unfortunately for them, Lightside, yeah, able to do so much. The pressure from mid, pressure from top. It's going to be Herald as well. Like, they're picking up a lot of stuff right here at Lightside. There's no real answer from natives.
No, there isn't. I mean, the flash coming out there from Painful just to evade the Fate Sealed from Sumi. Lightside have a very, very strong grip hold on this game. They get themselves the Rift Herald as well. And with the 5 grubs, towers will just liquefy. It was great of Theoloris to be able to pick up that first tower blood, but ultimately, that is kind of a symptom of Elijah roaming and securing stuff for his team, where Theoloris has kind of just been playing on an island in topside. And he's pretty strong right now on this Skarner, but the problem is everyone else outside is also very, very capable. Sumi with that first kill under his belt going to be feeling very, very comfortable off the back of that one. Fruity 3-1 on the Smolder, closing in on the 225 check mark. The big power spike here for the Smolder. Sumi gets immediately jumped onto. Manic Storm comes out. He doesn't have the Fate Sealed. He doesn't have Flash. And down he goes. Space finds the kill. Bull just camping the perfect bush to deny.
Nicely done right there. We're going to get a kill onto the Kaiser. Excellent stuff. That's something that will, I'd say that's honestly, we're 60 minutes into the game, and I'd say that's probably Native's first decent proactive play. Like the rest of it has really just been responding to what Lightside's been doing. This mid tower will fall down as well. Definitely no saving this one, but can we contest? Can we get a little fight afterwards?
Oh, that's a big hook. Equalizer, Mum comes down. Painful's ignited. He's picked up. That's going to be the kill for Fastleg, but down goes another. Highbresh falls. Another kill into Fruity Fresh's pocket. Herald was taken out, so no more charges. Oh, that was rough there for the side of Natives.
Yeah, I do wonder what Painful and Highbresh were thinking in that situation, though. Trying to collapse to catch the evacuation of I think it was Bartoldi who was inside the Shelly, or maybe it was Fastleg. Yeah, okay, so even worse. Just the worst target to try and the gank coming out of that charge. I'm not sure what they were thinking. They're not. Yeah, I don't know. That was a little bit strange for me. And they get collapsed on, and that is 2 extra kills alongside that mid turret. For the first time this game, as kind of surprising as it might be for me to say this, Lightside actually have a gold lead. It's going to be around 500 gold for now, and looking to take the second dragon in the game as well.
Yeah, looks like they are going for this one under their belt. As you see Sumi jumping into the high price, gets a whole lot of damage off onto him. Blinks away to safety. Magnusor comes out, but there is going to be the steadfast presence. Sends one popping. Space, though, able to find the kill. Bartholdi in a lot of health. He's going low. Space trying to keep the damage up. Fastleg, can he zone and keep him alive? The flash comes out from Bartholdi. Fastleg misses the hook, but now he's the one under fire. Highbrash will start this Ocean Drake up. The Smolder's not here. The Impale comes down. Fastleg finds himself in danger. I don't think Fruity Fresh was looking at his map there. He was trying to take tower number 2, and his team were getting run down. So Natives actually walk away with a win here.
I think that was the call, to be honest. As soon as Sumi dies, Lightside are just like, yeah, no, this ain't happening. We're going to move away from this one. Good response from Natives. Yeah, he should be alright to just walk away from this one. Nope. Might be lying here, actually. Yeah, he had to flash. He's had to use his flash instead. Okay. So we get some good stuff around the map here as well. It feels like, yeah, again, though, this isn't a proactive play from Natives. It's just, it was Lightside pulling this trigger, right? It was Lightside who tried to get that pick onto bot side. It didn't work out for them, and Natives, they just respond to what Lightside are doing, and this time around it comes out on top for them. So perfect stuff for Natives. Getting that second dragon as well. Just, moving forward here for this game for Lightside. They're making some good plays, but they're not always doing it as a team. Fastlegged was not with Sumi or around the area really when that was happening. He was clearing vision. Fresh was pushing mid. These are good plays to make, but they need to make them as a team.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a series of big mistakes from Lightside. Very scattered play. Sumi all in, was able to zone Highbridge off, but he unfortunately had to go down there. We do find a hook though onto Bull. Bull's losing a lot of HP. Does get the stun off on the multiple people, but Mum comes down, getting a whole lot of damage. Fruity just keeping Bull low. He is getting toasted down. Bartholdi secures the kill. Fruity Fresh, 206 on the stacks. So about to get that last major buff. And then it's going to be very rough playing into this Smolder. He's got the Spirit Soji and he's got the Essence Reaver. Oh, it's going to be hard. It's going to be very hard to deal with him.
2 items is kind of scary, but look at Kaiser. Ice is more than caught up at this point. She's sitting at 2.5 items as well. So similar itemizations for both these characters. The question just becomes, okay, so which team is better at dealing with these ADCs? I think in the meta right now, you do see a lot of crowd control, especially coming through the support role and sometimes through jungle as well. And yeah, I think this is a...
Oh, space!
No, space!
He's in danger. They're going to give the kill over to Fruity. He gets him with the E. The shutdown comes in, but Theoloris chasing for Fruity, unable to get him. There's the stack upgrade onto Fruity Fresh. 2T5 on the Smolder. Space shutdown as well, and suddenly that jungle deficit that was shrinking still in favor of space, by the way. Oh no, still in favor of Fruity Fresh, but 500 gold. That was a big injection of cash just into Fruity Fresh's pocket.
That was a hella unforced error as well by Space. I'm not sure what he was doing out there, but goodness gracious, he didn't even have his flash available either. That just feels like the easiest kill ever to pick up there on a Kai'Sa, and to not only give a kill but a shutdown onto a Smolder. Certainly not what you want to do. And you can see it now. Fruity Fresh, 400 gold, shut down himself. 5-1 and 2, 220 CS, almost 1,000 gold up on Space. He is going to be the MVP and the one to beat.
Oh, they found themselves a lockdown. Ult committed. Bartholdi in danger. Pops the steadfast presence. Space can't ult in yet. Finds the perfect opportunity. Dunks the kill.
Do they try and Nash this maybe?
Oh, it's
You've got
so
a decent
hard.
Nash team. There's no jungler. You've got tanks as well.
Mum and Equalizer. I just think you get cooked inside.
Yeah,
the pit.
maybe you pull them in and turn or something. But I guess you use like Viol for turning. Yeah, they're gonna decide not to do that, which I think is fair enough. As you mentioned, there are a few reasons why that could have been a bad idea.
Oh, look at Bull's health bar. Yeah, there's no way you can Nash into that. Fruity's doing way too much work.
To be fair, I would agree with you. I think that would be a pretty bad idea. Like you say, Equalizer as well. But...
Oh, Sumi.
Okay.
He has to ult to get away.
Quite a big deal. It means they almost certainly won't be able to fight for Lightside now. This mid tower should finally fall down, but Elijah's in position. He's going to have the red carpet.
There's the combo! Equalizer into the mum. Elijah's got the damage onto Painful. Theoloris is pulled away from the tower. And that is Lightside just easily winning that team fight. Natives can do nothing but just stand on the outside and watch. And this Baron should be going over the Lightside off the back of that.
They didn't even get the turret. There's like 1 HP left. Yeah, Lightside, they'll be happy to be gifted that one, to be honest. This should be, as you mentioned, this Nash going down. Hybrid will not be able to get in position for it. He's charging up the Vault Breaker, but it won't be enough. Baron Nashor, 23 minutes into the game, in the pocket of Lightside. This mid tower, I think, just died. I think a minion took it down. It was, within sneezing range of death anyway, so... Finally, that mid tower has fallen, but yeah, Natives just overstepping there a little bit. Not quite what they wanted. Maybe they got a little bit, I don't know, like confident because they saw that there was no ult on Yone, but and they pick him out here. He still has no ulti. It's up now.
Yeah, he has got it. He's going to go for the Fate Seal to break away, but the slows are too much. Sumi, once again, finding himself caught out, loses a lot of HP. Helicopter. Not going to get popped. They're going to move away. One of my final lines.
I like it.
Good little hook here from Fastlake into the wall bang, into the Equalizer. Mum is called in as well. Highbresh goes down. Elijah's burn. Fruity untouched on the backline. Look at the damage he's doing. Natives are getting toasted. They go for Theoloris. He's going to try and get the damage onto Fruity. Fruity's going to survive. Secures himself the kill. Painful slowed by the dragon as Bartholdi. He knows where the kill is. He finds the kill. Fruity able to survive. And that is a light side. Absolute whitewash over Natives. They even will find Bull. Elijah will scare him off. Oh, suddenly Lightside have kind of turned it on.
4 versus 5 as well, and Lightside still win. That combo, the Rumble plus Mum combo from Smolder is insane. The Mumble combo. Disgusting stuff, honestly. Like it's destroying Natives, and it's not just that. It's like a pretty OP like AoE engaged combo, but then Smolder comes through and starts spitting on everyone, and that's doing AoE damage as well, because why not have an ADC that can just have permanent cleave damage? That's great. Fantastic. Love that. And suddenly everyone's just falling down. Like, he is so big right now. It's Fruity Fresh on this Smolder. You need to be able to save your engage tools for him specifically. Unfortunately, Natives used it for the pick on Yone, so they didn't have it available. And you see what happens when you can't just collapse on him and shut him down.
Well, looks like the tower should be under siege here from the side of light side. 5 grubs means towers get down real quick, and Fruity 3.5 items on to this Smolder. It's going to be incredibly hard to deal with. Sumi has been a little bit of a weak spot, but I also think that's kind of just Sumi being a victim of getting caught quite a lot. Unfortunately, as a Theoloris is going to lose a lot of HP there. Well, a little bit of HP, but the splash damage to space, pretty rough. Mumble comes down, though, and that is going to be the end of Elijah. But they get 2 in the return. Bartholdi eating a little bit of space damage there. You're going to see Theoloris also getting fruitied up. Now Bull being chased down by Sumi. He just follows him over the wall, clips him with the Steel Tempest. That's his brother's Q, actually, not the right one. But Bull is getting himself taken down. Sumi will secure himself a kill in return. In revenge, the Impale comes down, but Theoloris is being cooked. Fruity gets himself yet another kill. This dragon is a scary Spyro, this one.
Oh, absolutely scary. This is tough. I don't know what you do about this one now if you're Natives. To be honest, it might just be a little bit too late. Again, we see the Mumble combo, and it just tears through the side of Natives. There is nothing that they can do about that one. Light side poised to end the first half of the split here, 5-5, or close to the first half of the split, 5-5. It is just a few more inhibitors that stand in their way, a few more turrets, a few more moments. I'm not quite sure if Natives can do anything about it.
I think this is just going to be a reset, group bot, and close the game out kind of angle here for Lightside, although they are getting collapsed onto. They actually can't find an ability to reset. Bull gets immediately caught out. He is low already. Comes with the Magnet Storm. There's the Mumble immediately thrown down. Bull's going to go down, but Space does jump onto the backline. Lightside actually going very low here. Fruity is shut down. That's going to be Space. He secures the kill. Elijah, though, toasting through Painful's health bar. Theoloris, the last man standing. Bartholdi over the wall with the wall bang. Elijah gets a triple. Teleports into the top side, and that should be game.
They finally did it. They finally shut down Smolder and Fruity Fresh. But at what cost? It's going to cost them the game. It took them a while to solve, and when they finally did it, it wasn't enough. Elijah here on that Rumble. Still a ridiculously strong carry. 3 items of his own. Pushing down the Nexus turrets. Bull is alive, but he won't be able to stop this one from happening. Light side. They're going to round it out here. 5-5 over their first. No, do you know what? It's not over. The death time is not quite long enough. Bartholdi actually is going to die here.
He has no R. He gets some movement speed. Has that ultimate available. High Bresh misses the Q. Bartholdi's still being chased down. Are they really going for it? They're teleported in. They're going to throw everything for Bartholdi. He has himself the Steadfast Presence. Wall bangs the Corki. Throws the Buckler onto him as they're just keeping the damage. But Bartholdi is making a break for it. The hook comes in. Fast leg with a hero play. Sumi chasing forwards. They go in for the Vault Breaker. They miss everything, but Bartholdi's still going. Mum's called in. Painful goes down. They go for the chase, and Highbridge pays the price, losing his mid lane. And Lightside collapsing with the power of friendship. Highbridge goes down. Elijah gives Fruity the kill.
Gotta respect Natives a little bit for trying just a little something there, because if they get a kill on Bartholdi, maybe you can potentially try and get a Nash or something. I don't know, your base is open, it's going to be tough, but you could maybe potentially try. But at this point here, it's a 5 versus 3. Natives, they have a naked Nexus. They do have space available, but is it going to be enough? Somehow, I don't think so.
And there it is. Space instantly forced to Zonya. Theoloris losing a lot of HP, and Fruity will be going for his revenge. He gets the kill. Now they're chasing on for more. Theoloris trying to make his way out, but it's a double kill for the Dragon. Down goes the Nexus. 29 minutes, 29 kills. Lightside slaughter Natives in the last half of this game.
There are moments in that game when Natives, they could potentially do some bits there. But at the end of the day, honestly, all of the proactive plays belong to Lightside. Yeah. Some of them worked, some of them didn't, which is why Natives were able to stay in this game for as long as they did. But when they eventually pulled the trigger on those team fights, you saw it Fruity Fresh on that Smolder. He was far too big, and the Rumble plus Mum combo. What a sick combo. Like, we've seen quite a few Rumble combos before. Obviously, Rel, the Magnet Storm is a strong one too that we see. But yeah, that's another one that you just got just add it to the list. Insane amounts of
Rumble,
damage.
yeah, Rumble has so many combos. I like the Mumble. Hot Pot is as a personal favorite of mine, where you get the Jarvan Rumble and just put
That's
in the
good,
Hot Pot.
yeah.
I love
Hot
that one. He has so many cool little combos for team fights. That
My
was
favorite old time one is Curse of the Sad Bullet Time. Have you heard of that?
Yeah,
There's a Moon
that's-
plus Misfortune.
That's a good
like a
one.
season 3 one. I
That's a
still
good one.
remember that. I still remember that.
Yeah.
Classic.
Absolutely brutal game though there from the side of Light Side. Natives, I think they had a couple of moments in the early phases where I think it was Light Side making mistakes and Natives recognized it and were able to pull that trigger. But I just feel like once Light Side kind of reeled in those mistakes that they were making, Natives just felt like they couldn't get a foot in the door. The team fighting was so great that the target selection was amazing, and we saw, they invested everything. I mean, Space went all in for that kill and got the 1,000 gold shot down onto the Smolder, but it just it didn't matter because the rest of the team was still alive. Elijah was an absolute beast on the Rumble, and I'm pretty sure Fruzy's getting MVP off this game, but Elijah is honestly a close second for me. Like, he was doing a lot of work with his ultimate, really setting his team up. Just all in all, a really, really big game coming in from the side of Light Side, and a win they needed because that's one step closer to where they want to be at the end of the season.
Yeah, and the standings are all pretty close here as well. But enough of us nattering. Let's hear the other people natter it after our break. See you.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
The light is back at the end of the day, and natives, well, they should promise, but are you folks okay?
I think Duckling just made a rude gesture at me off camera.
No, I did this.
Not very. Oh,
Just
yeah,
like what you did.
Yeah. All right, we've got little Jude Bellingham here.
Little
with
Jude
the old hand
Bellingham.
gesture and all that.
Smolder,
Hitting it after
though,
they're getting the
yet
correct
again.
prediction.
Yeah, League of Legends.
Smolder, yeah, we need to go back to that one. Pretty Fresh getting back his identity, and we've noticed what he's capable of doing. As soon as he lands those specific champions that are good to him, like the difference it makes in the team playing around it. Even though at the beginning it felt like Skarner were just demolishing Rumble, it was not enough.
Well, I mean, it felt like it because that is exactly what was happening. It was another strong laning phase that we saw from Theo Loris being able to get that first blood. Yes, it ends up being traded over in the 1-for-1, but I think we saw some good here from Natives in terms of his specific ability to play, but honestly, this is exactly what we want from Lightside, right? It's the comfort picks is stuff they know that they can play. Not a mage this time for Fruity Fresh. We're still waiting for him to whack out the Hui again, but this is more of what we were hoping for. A big win for them as well, right? Now they're 5-5. They're sort of keeping themselves within touching distance of the playoffs, which is so important at this stage of the split. But for Natives, now 3-7, it's going to take a miracle for them to make it back.
This really was the game that would keep them in the race. Yes, they are not mathematically out, and I think they still need to go and believe that if they win every game, there is the chance, because otherwise then it's a bummer, right? But this was the banker. This was one that you couldn't fail at, and they did. They fell flat. They had glimmers where they looked good, but this Lightside roster looked better than we've seen it in quite a while. They managed to stop that losing streak, and now it's all about their victory here, because this can kickstart the momentum that can keep their hope of playoffs alive. So crucial win for them here. A devastating blow for them and the boys.
So if you want to talk with them, might as well jump into the interview. I mean, you flame a lot of people, so let's talk with another Danish person. So that actually... Now you're saying that. Okay, hey, Dan, welcome back. And we meet in an unfortunate situation yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any easier way to put it than it just sucks, right? Especially after yesterday, where I felt like we showed a really good game and we were very concise. And today, even though we felt comfortable with the composition and everything, right? I felt like we were just we did a bunch of like really silly mistakes and contested things we shouldn't, right? Like I think a prime example was the mid tower where they used the Herald, right? Like the tower's dead, and we're still trying to see if we can find something. So yeah, I think we ended up playing a bit too much into Lightside's win condition, pretty much, right? On top of basically enabling the smolder really early by just a couple of
double kill.
Yeah, it didn't
so
help.
As a coach, you're watching from the sidelines and you're watching everything demolished. You're like, no, we do better. We're better than this. We showcased that yesterday, and Duckling was highlighting something which is really important. The race is now a complicated one for natives. Obviously, there's hope, but what does it take now for you to get back in the race? Because I know it's a tough question. So
it's a bit hard. I think we have to pretty much win the next 4 games, or otherwise every result has to pretty much go in our favor, like insanely well, right? And I mean, even if we win the next 4, I don't think it's necessarily in our hands at this point, right? Simply due to how even the rest of the ladder is. So yeah, we kind of find ourselves again in this position where we're kind of 2 games behind now, to some extent, right? While 7 games doesn't guarantee us, it could still force us with a tiebreaker, right? So yeah, it's a bit of a hard blow, right? Especially considering the game yesterday and the fact that it's not like I mean, the schedule is easy, right? Because you guys talked about it yesterday. The league has been competitive and inconsistent, right? From everyone, I feel like some have just been less inconsistent than others, right? So
tell me something, because I was taking a peek at strength of schedule. That is my concern. You're playing Rdy, you're playing Venom Crest, and you're playing the MG. So you're actually playing versus all the teams that are looking at the top of the standings. How concerned are you? And is there any team that you feel like any sort of concerns? Although you have to fight versus Blue Whites next week on the first day. But of all these 4 teams, is there any team that you're like, this is going to be a tough one? We're going to bleed.
I mean, I think the primary one is probably Rdy, right? Like the first round when we played against Rdy kind of felt the same as this Lightside game did, where for one, our composition in that game was not very good, to put it blunt. But other than that, I think, I mean, we beat Venom Crest, right? One of our few wins were against Venom Crest, and the match against DMG as well was super close. So I still feel confident against those teams, and I know that the guys also still, they still really want this. They don't want to go out like this. So it sucks that we couldn't pull out a win in a game like this, where we felt good about how our approach was to it. simply due to just messing up too much during the game, right?
Hey, it's gonna be a tough one, but hey, damn, we know
other than
you.
that, it's, I think the crucial one is gonna be Ruddy, most likely.
Yeah. Let's see how it lands. Best of luck, then. It's always a pleasure to talk to you, and I wish you the best until the end of the split.
Thanks.
It's rough, man. It's obviously rough, and I really like this coach. Like I really like this coach. Yesterday he made an out draft in the game we saw yesterday. Like he's really good, and now schedule is complicated. But at the end of the day, it's what we've been saying. If you want to win, you can't miss these games. You're not allowed. You're not allowed.
Yeah, I think, you know, as you're speaking to Demp and his character, I think he's been a coach who, throughout his career, has had a pretty decent amount of success, to be honest. He's obviously been in the Danish scene for many years. He helped natives when they first started out as an organization playing in the Danish scene and led them to some quite successful splits, right? He helped them win Division 2 a few times as well. That natives roster that was unstoppable. That then, I want to say, the roster he built with natives back then went on to the, I think, EBL. They qualified back-to-back for EMEA Masters. And Job, one of the talents he helped find and develop on natives, I think he's now playing for Madline, Koi's Academy, or what was then Ebai's team. I can't remember which organization it is currently, but I mean, he's helped develop some good talents. He's one of the most proven coaches we have in our region. I thought if there was anyone who was going to be able to do this in the NLC, to take these unproven talent, it would be them. He's a coach who I genuinely rate very highly, but this time it just hasn't really worked out. And I mean, hopefully, I hope we see him and many of the players still next year in our league. And yeah, I'm very excited to see what he does next, because he's a coach who I have huge faith in that can do good stuff in our
And you know
region.
what? It's really interesting to see like a Danish individual in esports like actually be such a good light into the scene.
I'm trying to be
Why are you
positive here, man.
smiling?
Don't stop
No,
flaming.
I'm saying the same. I'm just saying. I went to Denmark once. I was working there, and them showcased Copenhagen. Like he brought me to meet the city. I'm just letting you know that was so nice. You try to steal tickets from me. So talking with the other team, we need to talk with Lightside. Rico is waiting for us.
Yeah, hello. How's it going?
Hello, how you doing? Wow, that's a good smile after this game.
Yeah, I mean,
What are you
this
nervous?
game went. I mean, a bit like our weaknesses right now, as in the Ruddy game, the early game. I mean, I'm pretty confident that we played quite well towards the later stage in the Ruddy game, and this game was also really good. Early game went quite well, no problems. We started scaling in bot. We had started the freeze in mid. We had reinforced the freeze with support and jungle. Our top lane got pushed and got moved, and reinforced made the game stable. And from there, like, pretty happy. Like,
I really wanted to get this interview yesterday because it looked like LLS was losing their identity, the weird picks and the AP bot. You brought in the Zeddy yesterday. I'm like, Aurelian Soul is open. What is happening? What are you doing to my boy Fruity Fresh? So my question to you is, do you think you guys needed to shake things up a little bit, or what's happened? I want to understand.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff. Like, I don't think we lost on champion picks at all. Like, maybe we can do more weird stuff, maybe we don't. Like, I don't think it matters that much. It depends on how we play, right? If we play good, we win. If we play bad, we lose. It's not like LPL top 5 teams, so even higher than where draft actually matters. I mean, draft does matter to some extent, but we just have to play good. And if we play good, we win. And for the fruity part, I mean, there are a lot of champions that we haven't picked even yet that we have also refined. And like individual sessions for specific champions, I'm not gonna mention them yet, obviously right now, because, well, yeah. And I mean, yeah.
So another question to you is, LLS, we had the segment at the beginning of the show where we highlighted the fact that somehow you're losing steam. Do you feel the same? We're reaching to a point where you're not allowed to lose any sort of games, and the top of the standings are getting a little bit separated. So the top pack is separating themselves. If you miss, you actually miss playoffs.
I mean, from the start, like, I want to just do the best we can. Like, but from, let's say, just blame accept, the tier list we put us at the very bottom, and we already outperformed, so this is good. But obviously,
I
we want to go playoffs if we can. I mean, like, that's good, right? We're happy.
Yes, that's.
And I mean, we every game we play God of Legends, League of Legends, we won, or maybe most of them we won. Every game we play bad, we lost. So we work on that. We know what we need to work on, and yeah, we had like some break last week before, so it's like a bit rough. Obviously, then the team gets taken out. A lot of players were not available. I wasn't available for a while, and yeah. That's how it goes.
I like the view. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe bad. Let's say it this way on broadcast. I understand. Rico,
I mean,
congratulations on the victory. Tell me.
I mean, we just go game by game, and eventually we'll see. Like if we win, yeah, that's how we go. Before we cut the
That's how you
entry,
go.
please rename my tournament account around with the first lowercase letter and not an uppercase. That would be amazing.
Just passing that to the producers. Thank you so much, Rico, for this interview. I wish you
Have
the
a great
best.
time. See ya.
There you go. I like these good spirits. Are you okay, Duckling?
Yeah, I'm okay. I was, enjoying the interview. I think you're good at it. But,
That was
you're
fresh.
leaving me in a very cold.
Yeah, no, you just had this sort of like little like rest in
Yeah.
B face. I think they believe. I
See-
believe they call it.
See,
Bro.
then it gets personal, right? Because obviously, when I'm not looking at you guys, I'm not smiling because you guys make me happy. So I do have a bit of a resting bee face.
Just like picking Smolder made us all happy. That's why he took the
Yeah.
MVP. Fruity Fresh with the MVP on this game for Lightside versus Natives. Specifically the game we highlighted. That's a smile.
I
You know?
will say, right? This is a general trend that I'm witnessing in sports. But people who are bald are absolute masterpieces at tactics and crafting different stuff, right? We're seeing a lot of coaches pop up in Europe around football who are bald, who cook up delicious strategies. Fruity Fresh is cooking up delicious gameplay due to the beauty of a bald face. Of a bald head, yeah. It's just a point I've thought about. Like, look, if you start thinking about it,
Like,
bald
okay,
people who
great.
can
Like,
it's good analysis.
Duckling, are we like trying to instill some copium? Like, how thin is it getting up there, bro? Like, are you wearing a wig or
There's
something?
a
Like,
reason
what's
I'm
going
not-
on?
It has reached the point that when I go to the barber, I make it very clear he needs to hide what is some very a bit of a receding hairline up here. So
Ooh, now embrace it, bro. Embrace it.
no,
bro.
I'm
You're
not
for it.
embracing
Shame
shit,
it.
man.
Oh, there you go. Moving on to the next game. It's going to be Verdant versus Nord.
Banger.
Okay, I like to highlight the bot lane. We need to do it. Yoka joining in as well. This is an interesting one versus Dopamine, but my concern is Shihan versus Nile. I think Shihan is, just slowly digging himself. Like he needs to pull himself back, and Nile is Nile. Like, how can you talk about Nile?
Yeah, and I think the real difference that we can see between these two players is sort of highlighted by their experience to a certain extent. Nila has been playing League of Legends at this level for a very long time. Shihan is still relatively new to the scene, and so I don't actually think there's much separating these two players in terms of raw mechanical skill, right? But the decision making, I think, is where Nila has a clear edge over Shihan. When I look at Shihan, we still see a lot of these mistakes, a lot of these over-aggressive maneuvers that he doesn't need to make, which end up punishing not just himself, but things around the rest of the map for Verdant. So, again, we are looking here for Verdant, for them to sort of try and control the game a little bit more, and for, if we're focusing on Shihan specifically, to try and control his laning phase a little bit more. He is absolutely good enough of a player to take it toe-to-toe with Nilla. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't lose the game in the process.
He needs to be bold, I guess. That's what we got from that segment. Jumping into the champion select as Rumble is going to be removed, the tree on the other side, but this is the Ivern time. I found it interesting. Ivern didn't get a lot of attention today, not even on bans, not even picks, and yesterday it was banned every single game. So, interesting how the meta just shifted in one day. Tristana, Quarky available. Tell me, Duckling.
I really want to highlight the Tristana ban. It's a very, very good ban. We saw the performance that Hunt had on it yesterday. That is the Hunt that I saw when I watched him down in the EPL. This aggressive solo killing, taking a lead and running away with it Hunt. And he had a phenomenal Tristana game. So I was about to mention it, that this needs to be banned or picked up early on. The Syra ban though, I love to see that as well. Hate Syra as a champion, but she's extremely strong in the meta. In that jungle, Doberman played it.
Nidalee is open. I would just like to highlight that one because Yoka is alive. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but Yoka was almost a one-trick pony with Nidalee. He's really aggressive. I'm just saying.
The question is though, is this the time to put it out, right? Because obviously you have your pocket.
Yesterday it was
maybe
banned.
this is the time to whip it out, but at the moment this is also a crucial game for playoffs, right? Because If you're Nord, you lose this, all of a sudden you're in the contention of being one of the teams that might miss out on playoffs. Win this, you've got that breathing room coming into the neck or the last few weeks. So crucial game here for both teams as Verdun, just like last game, we're fighting to keep their playoffs hopes alive because we are towards the tail end of the season. These wins matter a whole lot in keeping your hopes alive. And first pick Leona certainly interesting as yet again Corgi first picked on the red side for the third time in a row here, very likely as Hunt locks it in with a Tristana ban.
Yeah, and I think two names that we haven't really mentioned too much in this pre-show, probably the two best players on these rosters if we're talking about what we've seen from them so far this split. X-Drop and Ecstasy, the two AD carries. I think Ecstasy has had the benefit of potentially stronger pieces around him, but he is absolutely putting a name for himself as one of the best AD carries in the region. And it feels like every single time I watch Verdant, X-Drop is doing stuff that I don't expect him to be able to do. This guy has been immense, and that's why I think the Ezreal ban is so crucial from Nord, because this is a guy that can basically 1v5 on the pick if he's given space. Again, we're seeing a Rel locked in very, very early. This has been another thing that we've been seeing throughout the day because of the reliable counter engage that she can provide against someone like Leona. And it's getting a bit spicier here for Verdant. Carry jungle for Dopamine is something that has worked well for them in the past, and Syndra, whilst we don't see her massive amounts at the moment, is one of Harbo's most comfortable picks. And I think if you've got a player like Harbo, picking him on comfort is a very good idea.
And now that the matchup is known, Yotka feels confident enough to whip out the Nidalee. Certainly exciting to say the least. This first pick phase has certainly delivered some hype. And as we move into the second ban phase, both teams are in a very similar position. Jungle, support, and mid lane is all locked in. So top and AD carries to be trimmed. I think maybe for Verdant, you'd like to focus on the top lane to make sure you get a decent matchup, because theoretically speaking, you are up against the counter pick here if they want to. So yeah, trimming that pool for Verdant seems like a good goal here, in my opinion.
To a certain extent, though, I look at Nilla as a sort of player that is just happy to lock in on. And even if Shihan wants to play a carry into him, he could just absorb a lot of the pressure that he's going to put out, not fall down, and then be more useful in teamfights, especially when you've already got an additional carry champion in the Nidalee coming out of the jungle. This does mean, though, that I feel like Nord have got a potentially quite weak mid 2v2 here. Nidalee, Corki, neither one providing much setup for the other. They're just going to be dropping a load of damage, so maybe we do end up seeing the Corki flexed into the bottom lane. And the Jax ban, very, very big for Nord here. I think whilst Shihan's signature champion is the Darius, the champion that he's had the most success on throughout his NLC career is definitely this Jax. Not only a champion that can skirmish well, but is also able to provide massive amounts of value in the late game in terms of split pushing and in teamfights as well.
This is interesting because you take away the Jax, so you're kind of setting up the top lane. I like the Yorn angle, but you can actually go for the Renekton. Nidalee Renekton is a really scary duo, and Nile with Renekton, oh, that would be devastating. So I'm just bringing the opportunity that they have, and I don't know if they want to reveal it right now, or if they're going for the AD carry, because there was a lot of
likely taking the AD carry here, right? Kaiser's left open, Sarah's left open, champions that we've seen a lot throughout the day. This, I believe, would be the third time in a row that we see Corgi Kaiser paired together, if it is the lock-in here, Just by the books, look at the AD carry span, look what's left available. This is definitely the strongest in the meta. Sari is a possibility now for X-Drop, not that I would say I would be a fan of it. But let's see if there's anything different up his sleeve here.
I think you can go for the Ornn in Shihan, because it's also something that it can negate that stun if it appears on the top side. Apparently he's looking at the Aatrox, fancying that pick. It's also a strong duelist if he wants to versus Nila to accept the challenge. Challenge accepted.
And I think it just builds into this theme that Verdant have really, really got with their composition, where it's so based on getting the first kill in a team fight. And I think that considering that Nord haven't really drafted anything particularly tanky for themselves, they seem very well positioned to do that. I mean, you look at Syndra blowing someone up, that's getting Viega will reset, you're getting an Aatrox reset off that, and you've got enough pick in your composition to be able to get that. Wow. I really, really like what Verdant have actually pieced for themselves. You've got this super insanely aggressive four-person core, and then X-Drop on the Smolder, someone that you know is going to be reliably dealing damage in teamfights on probably the most insanely disgusting teamfight AD carry provided he's scaled up. Nord, they're still looking for so much stuff in this composition. You need a tank, you need some engage, you need some way to set up for this Nidalee and this Corki. I'm worried a little bit about the lock-ins which we've got here, about the draft which has been drafted. Yes, Joker is amazing on this Nidalee, but if you don't get snowballing on this champion, it could be very, very rough for you.
I want to see this 2v2 up at the top lane because, as you said, Ashram, the Ornn would have been able to negate the stun initially and maybe make a way out after with the E. I think the Aatrox a bit squishier, and if things go wrong up in this top side, it could go very wrong because then Nidalee and Joker could just repeat the ganks, repeat the process, get more kills. Shihan, a lot of pressure on his shoulders, in my opinion, here to not fall behind and not allow Nidalee and Joker to just snowball the game. So very much looking forward to his performance here. He has to have a big game in a crucial game as well for Verdant's playoff chances.
Verdant looking for that middle of the pack. If they get this victory, this will put them in a really good position, although Nord can secure themselves at the top 4, and that would be almost playoffs. We still have a few weeks ahead of us, but don't worry about that. We're just jumping into this game. High stakes, but high costs as well. Toss it to Hiprain and Foxtrot. How are you doing, Hiprain? I love you so much.
Thank you.
Said with enthusiasm.
I love you too, Archer. Yeah, sorry, blushing a little bit there. Getting ready to go into this game number 3. Me and you had a couple of things we were talking about off air while we were watching that. I'm not keen on the Nidalee. You're not either. Now, obviously, the Nidalee Renekton, very strong combo, but I find Nidalee too selfish as a jungler. You're kind of putting the game on you and how well you play as that Nidalee, where I feel at the moment you kind of want a jungler who plays for the team and can kind of offer utility to the team, but like Nidalee's only utility is she one-shots someone or she gives a small heal to the ADC, and that is it. That is all the Nidalee does. So,
yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's a difficult champion to pilot, Nidalee, and for me, I don't think it speaks, to the 5-head 10,000 IQ drafting that we're seeing here from Nord. I think it more speaks to, okay, this is what Yoka's comfortable on. Right, and this is what he wants to bring to the table, and perhaps take a little bit of control, even in the lane phase, with this Nidalee, which is a very proactive pick. It's very much like you've got to do things, you've got to look for plays, you've got to be aggressive, and kind of take the ball by the horns a little bit here for Nord, and give them a little sense of direction, perhaps. And the fact that Nidalee has picked that Renekton, as you mentioned, Renekton Nidalee it's a combo that was a thing in 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it's still good for those reasons that it was good way back when. It's just like those two champions, I guess Nidalee specifically, is a little bit old as far as professional meta goes. But yeah, so we should see a lot of eyes on Joker, because for him to be useful this game, he has to really pop off early. It really does have to come down to that, what he's able to provide early, because he will lack when it comes down the line. He will lack his usefulness, and just with a little bit of an asterisk here, when you take a look at the lineup on the other side from Verdant, Aatrox, Viego, Syndra, Smolder, they're pretty squishy champions, right? So these spears will still be impactful as the game goes on, regardless of whether or not Nidalee's able to get particularly fed. They're quite a squishy team comp.
Yeah, they are. Calm Sky avoiding and evading the W from Romeo. Spells a little bit of roughness there. Well, doesn't really. Just means no one goes down. No summoners used, and a little bit of vision is placed down, but there is vision and response by Dopamine there, able to place down on the red buff a ward, so they'll know where Yoka is. And I am interested to see what Yoka's gonna do, because I honestly like to see them just full clear topside and head to their to Shihan and just try and get an early kill going. But with the fact that they're going to be clearing from this red side, they're not clearing up, so the early gank on the Renekton would have to come after the red buff is done.
If Shihan dies to a level 3 play topside, then there will be a few question marks, I would say, to that, because it's Nidalee or Renekton. You have a target on your back this game. You absolutely know it, right? And you should be able to predict what's going to happen. You even have a ward down on Nidalee's red buff, right? You know where she's starting. You know what she's up to. And as such, you should not be able to let her get into the game by getting an early snowball off, right? So sometimes you can, often measure Nidalee's success not in the kills that she has, but by the strength of her lanes, right? Because she should be making a lot of good plays early to do that. And also, on top of that, something I didn't really talk about too much, but is still very relevant, is what she's able to do to the Viego. Because this is a matchup that Nidalee certainly can put a bit of pressure on as a champion that is, looking to fight, looking to be a bit aggressive, looking to be more of a carry-focused champion, and isn't just like an AFK farming, tanky, whatever style champ that it doesn't really matter if Nidalee punishes. You can see she's already looking for it here with an invade.
Yeah, they know that Dopamine's on this side of the map. He has now picked up his smite. Spear came close there from Yoka, but in comes Romeo just to play interrupt, an annoyance for Dopamine. He doesn't have that smite available. Ecstasy even comes over. Beautiful little crash there by Nord, and ultimately Yoka's going to be able to pick this one up, deny the camp, head away. And that's just going to be Nord getting himself a little bit of an advantage off there. Slowing down Dopamine a little bit more, who his next camp that is up is his Krugs. There's nothing on the top side of Yoka's jungle to take, so he's just going to have to take the L and walk all the way over and slows his pace down. And speaking of pace that was slowed down, Sheehan, knowing that Yoka was starting on that top side, had to play super safe and let Nilly crash the wave into him. Nilly has been able to get himself a marginal CS lead, although Sheehan did catch most of the wave that crashed. But it is that little kind of like, where is the Nidalee? And he only can play aggressive the moment the Nidalee went for that play bot side, and suddenly he's able to kind of get a bit of a grip back in his lane. Nilly just doing his best to avoid and evade Sheehan's Qs here and eating too much of that extra damage. He's maybe looking for a light trade, but just playing the zoning game on Sheehan, who's kind of unfortunately just going to have to play a little bit more scared just due to the fact that he doesn't know where the Nidalee is anymore.
And here's something that's really interesting now, right? Look at Dopamine's pathing. His topside jungle's respawned and he recalled and bombed it down bot. Right? He has a sneaky suspicion that something's happening here because Verdant's wave was pushing. Maybe he thought Joker was going to be around and look for a play. But there's certainly no proactive play to be made here for Dopamine. So this is more like protecting Verdant's bot lane.
He's losing his camps.
But yeah, dude, this is a big investment for Dopamine right here. Like Nidalee is in his top side. He's stopping that from happening. There's nothing respawning bot side for Dopamine, either on his side or on Nidalee's side, because Nidalee just took this. This is coming at a big cost, and I'm surprised he's doing this, especially on a champion like Viego that wants to farm.
Oh, it's so sad. He checked for the grump, and it wasn't there.
Yeah, this is a tough one here for Dopamine. He's, not too happy at the end of the day there.
He's now down 10 to 12 CS to Joker, but I guess the things you kind of got to go off is, what has Joker actually achieved other than putting the Viego behind so far? Not a massive amount. Obviously, Dragon, it has only just spawned. The Grubs have only just spawned. It's only 5 minutes in the game. So far, it's mostly been kind of a counter jungling game and a game of kind of denial from Dopamine to slow down his advancement through the game. Joker now has his full jungle pretty much to clear. Can grab that. Is actually heading over towards the Dragon off the back of this one. Picked up the pen boots immediately as well, so it's going to kind of accelerate their damage off the back of that. And Nord, as soon as they get themselves set up for this Dragon, Ecstasy and Romeo get control of the lane, shove it out, make it very hard for them to come in for the contest on the Dragon. And Dopamine's doing his best to kind of grab whatever camps he can, but I don't think he's even interested in checking out the Dragon because he's just want to scrap together whatever jungle camps he can.
That's what he's doing. He's salvaging something here by taking these Krugs. To be fair, I think he might be able to scout out this Dragon before it goes down, but when you've got lane pro in both your mid and your bot, Dragon is really just, it's free. And that's what we're seeing here. Nord will be able to pick this one up. A-OK. Dopamine took Krugs. He's now going to be recalling. But again, he's behind the pace here. He's lacking the tempo in this one because you ideally want to be in a position where Dopamine's taking the grubs while this Dragon is going down. But this isn't necessarily on Dopamine himself, although like what he did earlier certainly put himself behind the donkey here a tad. It's more like, what, you don't have any lanes that are in a good spot for you to exist in the river, right? You can't do it right now, right? Hunt is pushing really hard and slapping Harbour about as well. Nile is pushing really hard. Bot lane's pushing
Romeo.
really hard. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for Dopamine right here.
Romeo knows this is going down. Joker, making his way over. One grab picked up for Dopamine. It's rough for him right now. He's definitely in Struggleville, but you know, you are looking at a Renekton who's gonna fall off realistically. You know, isn't gonna be able to kind of offer as much as an Aatrox will later on into the game. Nidalee, you know, I wouldn't say Nidalee falls off at all, but you know, does kind of want to snowball on this champion, and so far it's snowballing via objectives more than physical gold. They've only got a 200 gold lead over their opponent, but they are about to full clear their top side. And level-wise, only just hit level 6 onto Dopamine, where Joker's been level 6 for a little bit longer. So just kind of upping their damage a little bit more. And interested to see where the action's really going to break out, because at the moment it feels like Dopamine's so far behind that Verdant aren't even interested in taking any scraps or any engages of any sort. They'd rather just play the waiting game, get some gold, get some time onto X drop on this Smolder, forgot the name of the champion there for a second, is obviously going to have so much time where, you know, once they come online, once they hit those 225 stacks, they're just going to be so scaled, it's going to be very hard to actually take fights. A lot of squishy targets, which is perfect for the Smolder.
Like he's just saying, we've already seen a Smolder pop off once today, not too long ago on Fruit Fresh. Really able to bring the pain down for the light side in our last game. There's see if we can do something similar here for X drop. Joker though, always keep my eye on him, because you know, whenever you see Nidalee, it's kind of just what you have to do. 10 CS advantage, 0-0-0 isn't really enough to justify this Nidalee being picked. You'd like to have seen Dopamine be put even further behind, and I feel like Dopamine has made himself a pretty decent victim to get bullied.
Yeah.
But I don't think Joker's really taken full advantage of it. Like, there were times when Joker, for example, he invaded and took Gromp, but not Wolves as well. But here comes the engage. Calm Sky, though. Oof. Whiffs on the Solar Flare. Romeo just jumping away with this W. And again, wasted time here for Dopamine.
I feel like if this was like a Brand or a Lilia, I'd be a lot more worried for Verdant right now. Like, Brand and Lilia are going to offer so much more in the later fights and when the game goes on. But right now, it's, you know, you are playing with a Nidalee who is, yes, up, but is a 300 gold lead up. They're a little bit up in the experience factor as well. Looking for a play here onto X drop. Mum gets called in. Ecstasy tanking these tower shots. Actually, it's Romeo tanking the tower shots. And X drop is able to survive. Oh. First blood does get picked up there for Ecstasy as Joker's able to break away. Romeo also very low HP, but Calm Sky losing so much health. Does look like Nord will be able to pick this plate up, and Calm Sky still has that Zenith Blade. They may actually just go for the redive. Zenith Blade goes wide. They've got the Q, they've got the W. They're waiting it out. That's going to be the W down. Instantly coming in for the stun. That's going to be Ecstasy repositioning underneath the tower. Nord give the execute over as well. That was what I've been wanting to see out of this Nidalee.
Yeah, but it's so illegal, isn't it? Here comes Dopamine. He's picked up his first kill. Can he get more?
I think Joker's in a whole world of heat. They're going for executes, but I think X-Drop should just be able to get this one. Down he goes. Dopamine finds the kill. Double kill for Dopamine.
Right, considering that dive lasted about 3 minutes, I'm surprised it didn't go worse for Nord right there. They really did come out relatively unscathed from that one. So, yeah, fortunate execution there for Nord. It was a little bit, like I said, a bit illegal for them to get away with that for so long. Dopamine able to pick up a little bit on the backside there, including that kill onto Corki mid. So he's got himself, 2 kills on here now.
Corki roamed bot lane to kind of cover the escape and died.
Yeah, I think it must have been, but how did you just walk away from
Oh no, that is the end of days for Hunt. Dopamine's in the game. Like, he was denied heavily early, but he is very comfortably in the game. Got the Kraken Slayer. I mean, Joker, I don't know what his game plan's going to be right now. Does get a lot of damage off of Tukansky with the spear. That's the Hextech Alternator kind of paying in dividends for him, but...
This is Lishbane first time, I think, from what
Yeah.
I think that's they've changed the build path recently for a lot of the AP items, but I'm not sure if Alternator's actually in it though. I might be completely
Yeah,
making
it's
that up,
Alternator,
but-
Sheen, and
Is it that and Sheen?
Ether
Yeah,
Wisp. Yeah.
yeah. So the Ether Wisp. Yeah, so but that to me is like holy moly, that's even more risky now because Lich Bane obviously as an item, you know, you get full effectiveness out of it when you're jumping in. You know, when you're getting your takedown, Sheen hits off, and that relies you have to be in the fray. You have to be in the thick of things. And bloody hell, that is not something I'd want to do versus Leona, you know, Syndra, and all these kind of champions as well. So really playing into that kind of like assassin style, solo queue style Nidalee. A lot of
Coming
pressure
in.
for him to execute.
Magnet Storm gets thrown down. They do get the lockdown onto X-Drop. He
Ooh.
is obliterated. They are going to find
Yeah.
themselves a turnaround. 1-for-1, but ADC for support. And the kill goes on to Calm Sky.
It's good.
Very
Yeah.
good.
Good play there for Nord. Good execution. As much as we've put this Nidalee under a microscope, that's the kind of play that you want to do. That's the kind of thing that Nidalee's good at doing. She has a lot of damage. It's difficult to execute it. You know, that's one of the biggest criticisms of Nidalee is that it's easy for you to, like, you know, whiff a spear. Someone flashes your spear and suddenly you're not a champion for a while anymore. All you can do is heal, etc. But when it works, it works. And you saw it there with Joker able to get that dive off.
I just think Dopamine's played this game very well. As much as he was put behind, he has been able to really have an impact in this game. And considering everything, I just... massive props over to Dopamine in this game, but we expected it to kind of be Nilly getting a lot of the love from his team, but actually he's kind of just been put on the island here on this Renekton, and instead they played towards the bot side and played towards a major scaling champion for them in Ecstasy on the Kai'Sa. So it has actually worked out, the Joker pick, and yes, we were critical,
So far.
but
So
I have
far,
to
but this
admit,
is it. We're 14 minutes into the game, Jake, and it's like, to be perfectly honest, my biggest criticisms of this pick wouldn't have manifested until we get like 20-25 minutes in, you know?
True.
So I think that's still worth keeping our eyes on, definitely. But I would, you know, I think to your credit, what you're saying is it's working right now. You know, it is working. They're getting success with it, and that's good. That's exactly what Nordic were trying to do with this Nidalee pick.
They did give up 4 grubs, but they've been able to secure 2 for themselves. They've been able to secure 2 dragons as well. It is an Infernal Soul, which if I had a Nidalee on my team, that's probably one of the best case scenario souls to be able to pick up. You're going to be very happy with that one. Hextech would also be nice just for the slow coming from the spear, but ultimately... Oh! Yeah, X-Drop loses a fair amount of health. Has to mum the wave. And they actually do get some damage off on to the Crocodile. But he's able to break away now. Dopamine's actually done a lot of damage to Romeo. Spear goes wide here from Joker. Joker will be able to switch into Cougar form, jump the wall, and just get a little bit of damage off onto Dopamine and move away. Sheehan, is he going to be able to find the jump onto Hunt? Hunt 0-2 on the Corki. Hasn't really hit a major power spike yet. Needs to get that Triforce online to really kind of start doing the Corki damage that you're used to. And Sheehan going to be able to comfortably clear the wave away. Nearly also able to survive the pressure that was put onto them.
What's great about having a tier item as your power spike is that you kind of hit a 2-item power spike at the same time. Yeah, so you get like 2 items at the same time. Does that make sense? So I'll say, for example, if you went like, you know, Essence Reaver into Infinity Edge or something like that, that's like, okay, you get 1 item, then you got to wait and you get your 2nd item. When it's a tier, because the spike is with it charging, it's like you finish Triforce, and then you only have to spend a little bit of extra gold to get the Man Immune, and then boom, because it's all charged up, that's a huge spike already, right? So it kind of means that it takes a while to get to your first spike, but when you do hit that first spike, it's like twice as strong as other champions. So yeah, like Corki right now is a little bit meh, to be honest, as far as his strength goes, but this thing is going to quickly turn into something crazy here.
It's trade offer. You receive 2 items. I receive you being 400 gold down at an early game.
Yeah, you being a minion for 20 minutes. Exactly. Precisely that. That's what I'm trying to say. Very well eloquently put there, Jake. So yeah, so basically Corki, right now, not a big deal, but soon will be a very big deal.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do a lot of damage. Dopamine's getting invaded. Is able to finally upgrade his smite and finish that off for himself. Joker only a little bit ahead. Last time I checked, they were both on 4 stacks on their items, so credit was credit due. Dopamine caught back up. He did also just catch a spear, so loses half his health, and classic Nidalee gaming here, really. Very hard. Dragon spawning up. Obviously, Nord going to be eager to get their hands onto this one. Nilly, Execution is calling Eclipse in their pocket. Teleport available to them. Verdant want to go in for this one, but with Dopamine eating a couple of spears here and there, it does make it harder to contest the Dragon when the Nidalee is just poking you out over and over again. Tower goes down to Hunt as well off the back of that one, so he's just catching the wave, and I think Nord might be okay with just giving this Dragon over. Or are they?
Yeah, this is it. This is why I'm just waiting to see. I don't think they want to.
No, they're coming in.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Here we go. It's going to be a
Hunt's
contest.
on the flank. They're going to throw everything down. Mum gets called in immediately, and Romeo goes down. They trade out 1-for-1. Calm Sky losing a lot of HP. Flashes away, but Nilly's onto the backline. Hunt being pinned in place by Sheehan as he's trying to dodge and dive and duck away, but Hunt secures the kill. Dragon low. Joker going to be able to secure that one. And Ecstasy chasing X-Drop down. The barrier is going to save his life. Can he land the W? I don't think he can. He's going for someone else. Down goes Harbo.
Honestly, really well played there for Nords. And a lot of credit to Joker was landing. Yeah, you can't do that anymore.
Weird looking chicken.
Way. Yeah, that, honestly, you used to be able to do this. You used to be able to chuck Shelly over the wall, but actually since she's changed to this form of Shelly where you can ride her, you actually just can't do that, which is sad, but yeah, not a thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter, gets 2 charges. Good team fight for Nord. Question marks about the Nidalee is always what I'm going to be looking at in these team fights because we've set it up to, you know, be an important factor of this game. But she was great. She landed like 2 or 3 spears. She get a spear, jump in, assassinate, walk back out again. Just exactly what you want from a Nidalee. A huge threat, huge pressure, and part of that comes from not a lot of good tools to deal with her, and having squishy members in on Verdant's side, right? Like imagine if this Viego was like the Poppy that we saw last game, right? Like Nidalee would do much less damage because he's tankier, and Nidalee would be so afraid to jump in because of the steadfast presence that she wouldn't ever really be useful. So that's not the case this game at all, and she's able to run riot. It just comes down to execution, and so far 5 out of 5 stars here for Joker. Done very well.
I'm also very happy to see this build coming out from Ecstasy because we saw Rdy go a different build on their Kai'Sa in game number 1. Hunt able to break away. Can he get caught? Yes, he can. Doesn't have the flash. Does a whole heap of damage into Dopamine. Wow. Oh, that was a little bit scary.
Yeah, so much damage there. He hasn't even finished that man immune yet either, so that's gonna continue to be scary.
Wait, are they gonna 20-minute Baron?
I mean, that's a delayed recall as well on Dopamine. I don't think they're gonna do it. I'd be surprised. I would be surprised.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's moving away.
Yeah, they're just gonna send her.
They also don't have teleport on Nilly, which I think is probably the key factor here for them. I think if Nilly had teleport, they would have down to be at least try it. But I think, yeah, without teleport on their Crocodile, that could have gone a little pear-shaped. But yeah, just going back to it, I much prefer this Kai'Sa build. I think you have a lot more kind of safety in the build. The damage is crazy high as well. I think the main thing as well is, especially when you got a Nidalee here, the poke potential, because you're going to be able to cycle the W a lot more regularly. The W is also just going to hit like a truck off this build as well. So I think the potential for this build is a little bit higher. I do understand why in that last game, well, in the first game we saw that particular Kai'Sa build from Rdy, and if anything, it just speaks to the versatility of Kai'Sa, because she has so many different variants of her build you can go, and I wouldn't say any are particularly wrong. I just prefer the Gwynzoos into Nash's, into Wit's End, or...
Yeah, I think for what it's worth as well, like this gives you a little bit more magic damage in your build too. So when you've got, you know, like walking mid and stuff, and your only other magic damage is a Nidalee, then I think it's cool for you to invest a little bit more into magic damage from your build as Kai'Sa. But no, I agree. It's a strong build. You can see like Ecstasy is crazy strong. And Middlecourt even said this on the desk too. So very nice foreshadowing by him. Like a bit of a spoiler alert. I didn't realize he had access to the script. But he said that Ecstasy was, you know, one of our best ADCs here in the NLC, and has been proving it time and time again. And look at this game, 400 gold bounty, 3-1 and 2. He's making a name for himself once again, really just solidifying himself. I have to say, I agree with Middlecourt. think Ecstasy here has been a shining point for Nord. And Romeo needs to get a lot of credit for that too, because I think he's a fantastic support. He was brilliant last year, or last split, sorry, and he's continuing to do so here.
I think Romeo has played this game very, very well, constantly on the map, and it's one of those things where I think, especially if you're playing like an engaged support, your KDA does not always reflect how well you've played. Although Dopamine does have, 5 or 6 kill participation, so has been having a lot of impact for the team, and actually same for Ecstasy as well, both 5 out of 6 on the kill participation. Really, really nice to see though. Romeo has been setting up the plays, moving around, and just being a complete brick wall for Nord, which is what they need, because you've got a Renekton. He's not kind of your strict tank. He will be able to frontline for you, but that's not really what he's all about. There's a dragon spawning up in 15 seconds, and Nord are going to be wanting to be looking for that. Dopamine. Oh my
there's
word.
3 of them. 1, 2, 3 with a hat-trick pokes.
And that might be Soul. That actually just straight up might be Soul. He's gone to go do his Krugs to get some lifesteal and some health back.
Yeah.
But Nord are going to be able to start this one up real quick as Sheehan's actually making his way over. Spear goes a little bit wide. So does the W there. The Prey Seeker doesn't quite hit. Hunt has to break away. Isn't pulled in by the Infernal Chains. And Dopamine has been able to heal up somewhat off the back of this one, but another spear comes in. Karmsky gets hit. They actually do get out to Hunt. Hunt flashes away. They call Mum down. In jumps the Kaiser. Ecstasy. Low HP, but doing some work. Hunt's already got one. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Hunt goes down. That's going to be another kill picked up for Verdant, and that's going to be Joker going in for the lockdown. But the orbs, everything goes wrong for the side of Nord, but their health bars are too low to keep this one going. Can Ecstasy secure the dragon, or can he secure the fight for his team? Low HP on Verdant. Maybe the assassination is available to him. Catches the W into Calm Sky. Loses a lot of health onto him. Got another W in the kit. Calm Sky's low. The bird, the traps.
The Niddly trap.
No!
Oh, goodness gracious. Calm Sky, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. But Ecstasy with some good rockets right there. 2 of them in a row. Oh, mate, that was unfortunate. That's what I'm going to say about it. But what a great
Round
team
2.
fight for Verdant. Like, holy moly, they actually managed to pull that one out. I was doubtful coming into it. I thought Nord was actually going to be able to use that as, that was it. That was the soul. And to be honest, at this point, it might just be because Karmsky has just respawned, right? This is now essentially a 4v5 with your main front line dead. You do not have the engage. Both of them is going to have to go for the steal, but it's too late.
Yeah, they had the inside track. That staggered kill worked for Nord way better than you kind of would have expected it to there. And Soul now picked up on the Nord. 24 minutes in the game. They get the Infernal Soul. They've got a very strong Kaiser. They've got a lot of long-range poke as well.
Yeah, that's
that
it,
Infernal Soul is going to absolutely clap when it hits.
Yeah,
Hunt actually getting caught out here by Sheehan, but he has got himself his jungler in the area, and now Sheehan with the ult on the World Ender, caught out by the smite. They're getting some healing down. They don't have the anti-heal to really handle him. They're getting him at arm's length, though, and Hunt is able to secure the kill. Nord, lovely little pickup for them off the back of that.
I really liked the point that you just made there, the poke, right? This is something which I think, at least for me, I've undervalued this team comp, was just the poke potential, right? Niddly Spears, Corky Rockets, Kaiser W's, especially since she's itemizing into more of an AP focused build. It's so much damage from the poke when you lack a lot of tanky members on the other side. Who can eat the poke? No one can. No one wants to, at least. And so you see situations where Dopamine's being forced to face check, and then he ate like 2, 1 rocket and a Niddly Spear, and he was down like 40% health. And then a Kaiser W came in from downtown, and he was down to like 10%. It's just gross. It's really, really hideous stuff. And now you're adding an Infernal Soul on top of that.
I think they got the perfect soul for what they're rocking, right? Like, you couldn't have asked for a better soul right now. And when these W's from Ecstasy start to hit, it is going to hurt. He's got the AP in his pocket with that Nash's Tooth. Probably building Zhonya's as the foreflight, and that's typical for a Kaiser at this level. And there you go. W lands onto Dopamine. Does a little bit of damage just to poke it out, but that's the next one of the Calm Scare. And they can just continue to do that. Spear connects. Lockdown comes in. Magnet Storm connects as well. Calm Sky's lost way too much HP. Scatter the Weak does land onto Ecstasy, who cleanses away. Calm Sky able to escape with his life, though. Here comes another Prey Seeker going a little bit wide. Not going to quite hit the mark. Ecstasy didn't pull the trigger on the Killer Instinct there. I respect the hustle. I think it could have been a mistake if he did. They just continue to poke out, continue to whittle away at Verdant's health bars.
But at the end of the day, even though Verdant's health bars are very low, only one person died there in that exchange, and that was Romeo on Nord. So, still an advantage overall for Verdant. They are going to start this one up here. I don't think they'll do it. They're just trying to be sneaky, but they've been spread out.
Sheehan! He's in danger. The Killer Instinct connects. CS will go away immediately. We do see Joker go in for the lockdown. They instantly blow up Joker, though, finding the turnaround. Hunt goes down next. 2 kills for the side of Verdant. They're just going for Baron off the back of that.
Nord, what are you doing? It's way too much at this point. They were trying to sneak it away, I think, but Romeo wasn't around and they had to get out of that one. They turned on Sheehan instead of just running away. Instead of
This
just
is going to be hard.
like, yeah, this is it though. 3 versus 4. Don't have the smite if you're Nord either.
You don't have the Magnet Storm either. Baron going to 2,000 HP. Nearly jumps in. Dopamine's forced out of the pit. He comes back in. Able to secure it, but what cost? Going down. 1 kill picked up for Nilly. Calm Sky going very low here. Ecstasy's playing on the flank. He's going to now engage into the fight. Goes in too late. Does trade out, but Ecstasy just a little bit too hesitant.
Well, I mean, he was to begin with, and then right at the end, he jumps into the pit with 3 people alive. Yeah, that feels like a... Yeah, that's a bit of a head scratcher, I think.
Bro, if that was my ADC, they're getting spam missing pings right now. What? Like, the team engage, he waits until they finish, until they're all dead, to then jump in. It's like, you got to go down with the team or just pull it and let them die. That was a real fumble there from Ecstasy, to be honest.
Yeah, well, yeah, regardless of what happened at the beginning of that fight, you don't run 1v3 into a Baron pit. When the Baron's dead as well, yeah. Bit questionable on that one, but still, great turnaround again from Verdant. These guys were looking like they were done. It was dusted, right? This 24-minute Dragon Soul, the Infernal Soul for Nord, just spelled GG for Verdant, to be frank. But they managed to find a good little skirmish. They managed to then find another good skirmish, and then a third one. And suddenly, 5 minutes later, it's Verdant who are in the driver's seat. They've got the gold lead now. They're honestly looking pretty scary at this point. Nord really have done an impressive job of throwing this one away so far. Not to write off the game entirely and say that
I like you saying Nord have done an impressive job of throwing it.
I mean,
Verdant have done a good job reading it. I mean, let's be real. You are correct.
It's A and B, mate. Honestly, it's a little of both. To be honest, a little of both.
She ain't taking quite a lot of poke there. I'm doing a bit of work, but Harbo, honestly, the scatter of the weeks coming in from this guy have been really impactful. A lot of work being done. They used the mum there. 40 seconds until Elder should be up in time. That's got a lot of cooldown reduction in this build, and that cannon slowly but surely whittling away at the tower. W's keep coming in from Ecstasy, but that's all he can really do is just long range poke it down, and another wave is going to be crashing in real soon. Reset there from Hunt is going to become back fresh with the rapid fire cannon in their pocket. And Verdant trying to see if they can contest this. Spear from Joker doesn't quite make the connection. And Elder 16 seconds off. Nord looking for something. Nilly on a flank here on the Crocodile. They need to catch Harbo or X-Drop if Nord want a chance of winning this fight. They've got that Elder, they've got that poke. Joker getting flanked though is going to have to just reposition away. Still, the poke is continuing. They are slowly whittling away at Verdant's health bar at a long range, and that is the crucial thing that is costing Verdant here. Elder's going to get started up. Dopamine in the other side of the map. Calm Sky still continuing to take some poke. They're going to throw down the W from Calm Sky. Nilly's getting engaged onto. He is breaking away, but X-Drop gets poked out again. A lot of damage coming in from Nord. Can the steal come in? Can the hero play happen? Smite secured. Elder on the side of Nord. This should be their moment. Calm Sky goes down. Double kill though, picked up for X-Drop. Ecstasy, he has no team. He has no front line. Comes in for some damage. Dopamine's going low. Ecstasy turns it somehow, but only Hunt has Elder.
Just one person alive, like you said here for Nord. My goodness, when you get an Infernal Soul and an Elder Dragon and you go for the team fight and you almost get wiped. My goodness, Verdant with their team fights here are just really running the rift at this point. Like you mentioned before, Harbo with his Scatter the Weeks, Drop with his damage as well. Like, it's an insane combination. Look at the mid and ADC from the green team. 500 gold bounty, 7, 1, and 9. 700 gold bounty, 6, 2, and 10. These guys are really tough to deal with at this point. And the team fight from Nord is just simply faltering.
Smolder is such a ridiculous champion, but in response to that, Nord don't actually have a solid answer. Romeo is the hardest CC they've got on their team, other than a potential Nilly flank. How do you actually get X-Drop? You have to get Romeo to lock him down, and he's Smolder. He's going to play nowhere near Romeo. So somehow this damage has to come out onto him, and then they have to find the pick. It's so hard for Nord to find that answer. Hunt slowly working towards that Infinity Edge, which will be a pretty big spike for him off the back of it. But I do worry. XC's actually going for the Death Cap and not the Zhonya's as well, so kind of avoiding and evading some of that kind of survivability, but is going to opt into a lot more damage from having that Death Cap finished up. And there it is now in the inventory. I'd like to see a last item Death Cap. Not Death Cap, Zhonya's.
Well, so I think it's a smart adaptation here, though, for Nord. They seem to understand that these team fights just aren't working, right? It's not a thing right now. So, yeah, Zhonya's is great for team fights. It's far superior than Death Cap in these, grouped up fights. But I think Nord know they have to, it's the Prey Seekers that are going to win in the team fight, right? The Prey Seekers that happen 30 seconds, 1 minute before the fight even starts. Those are what really matter. And the Death Cap is better for that, right? So basically, Nord now building a little bit more for the poke and trying to win a team fight through that. As we'll see if they can land all these skill shots. It's a lot to dodge if you are Verdant, but so far they've been doing a solid job making that happen.
Well, Baron's going to be spawning up. Nilly did get a good grip hold on that bot wave and was able to shove the tower in, but gonna have a slow push away from them as well. So Nord don't really have to worry too much about the lane state outside of Baron, outside of mid, but Verdant immediately starting the Baron up on spawn. They know this is going on, and Verdant know the best thing they can do is not play an extended long game. They want to be avoiding the poke, avoiding the damage, but Joker, can he come in for the steal? Can he come in for the miracle? He's gonna go! He did it! He even gets over the wall to safety! Sheehan's keeping the pressure up onto him, but I don't think he's gonna be able to get in range. A lot of damage comes out. Nord playing that beautifully. X-Drop's breaking away. Here is Romeo. This is what we wanted to see. They come in for the instant backdrop. The shutdown. The kill. They trade out 1-for-1 so far. They're scattered. They're grouped. Verdant getting themselves in a lot of health bars, though. Trying to put some damage onto the side of Nord. The health bars are blinking. Nord finds the crucial pick, but it does come at the cost of Ecstasy's life. Joker! This is MVP performance from them. That steal was game-saving.
And they're not just going to get the Baron and a decent team fight, but that is 2 towers mid plus an inhibitor, which will set them up nicely for this Elder Dragon dance in 2 minutes' time. Yeah, that trade, though, of Ecstasy for X-Drop, absolutely worth it. When X-Drop's worth as much gold as he is, like, brilliant stuff. And your prayers have been answered, Jake. That is going to be a Zhonya's last item.
Oh, no,
for the
dopamine.
Kaiser. Yeah, gotta be careful still. Although maybe Nord have overstepped here.
Yeah, they're looking for Romeo. Ecstasy still not alive, but dopamine is so low. Hunt's on the run. The scanner lands onto multiple people, but no one's peeling Hunt. In comes Nilly. Hunt, can he survive? No, Sheehan secures the kill. Calm Sky's going low, but Joker's on the wrong side of the rift. Getting called out by the scatter, able to break away. Mum's called in. Joker still on the run. Verdant on the hunt for Joker, the person who can steal the Elder from them. They're keeping the pressure up. Joker still running away. I don't think Romeo's going to be able to save the day here. He tries to get the kill onto X-Drop. X-Drop gets the kill onto him. What a heavy cost was paid. Hunt and Joker go down.
For what? And what did they even get out of it? I think Nord just overstaying there, trying to find the pick. Unfortunately, I mean, Elder Dragon spawning in 50 seconds, right? You got 40 seconds on Joker's death timer. That is 10 seconds for Joker to be in the area, so you know, if you're a Nord fan, fingers crossed that's enough time. But you have to consider as well, any objective play isn't just killing the objective, it's the setup for the objective. And that 10 seconds isn't going to be enough to buy, you know, for Nord to be able to set up for this Elder. So now you're seeing it here, right? Verdant have all this time while Joker's dead to set up, to get vision deep in this bot side jungle, to sweep the vision away from Nord. And now Nord are going to be face checking into Fog of War. Ecstasy though, attacking
Just going for Sheehan. Gonna go for the side lane. He's got all the damage they need to finish it up. The tower goes down. They've got Baron. They're gonna trade Elder for an inhibitor. Potentially the end of the game. Two people have to recall. Hunt and Joker in the area. Elder going very, very low. Sorry, Elder being started up. The inhibitor's in already. And Nord, they're just pressuring up onto this tower. They can't overextend. They can't go for more. Calm Sky looking for Ecstasy. Hunt and Joker have forced them off the Elder. This is Nord getting everything. Verdant just being pulled around the map. Nord!
Wow.
Beautiful.
That is a masterclass. That is a masterclass of how you pour victory from the jaws of defeat. How on earth did they just get away with that? That is insane. Finding the call to go topside with your ADC, with the rest of your team when Elder Dragon is spawning. That takes guts by itself. But to... oh my goodness, they actually just have Verdant around their little finger. And this game was completely slipping away from Verdant. This was all Nord, right? It was all Nord up until about 5 minutes. You know what? It was all Nord up until whenever that was. A minute ago. Or Verdant, sorry. Like, that's ridiculous stuff right there for them to pull that one out. Now they have Dragon Soul. They have Elder with it. And crucially, this time around, unlike the last time they got Elder, they actually have a 5-member strong. Plus the poke. Oh my goodness.
Oh, X drop. They get a little bit of additional burn from the Gift of the Elder as well, but they just got to wait for the wave, sync it up. No Baron to assist with this push. But Nord going to be feeling comfortable. Someone has to go deal with these supers that are both crashing in mid and top at the same time. X drop's going to be the one sent over to do that. Nord can open up onto this tower a little bit here. Down it goes. Looking for the stun coming in from Dopamine. Mum gets called just to clear the wave, but the tower going so low. Calm Sky losing a lot of HP. They're just going to full commit, take the tower down. That's another inhibitor, but should fall to Nord. With this Elder Dragon, it's just so hard to push forward. Inhibitor goes down. That's 3 lanes pushing in their favor. Mid-inhib respawns in the next minute, so this may just be a recall angle here for Nord. Spend the gold, get some pots if you don't have any, and look for the final push. But they've still got Elder for 40 seconds, so Nord may be feeling comfortable to stick around and see if they can find that pick.
You want to make the most of that Elder Dragon while it's up. All that's left now is the Nexus and the Nexus turrets. Very hard for you to siege that. With Baron spawning too as well, maybe Nord just decide to cut the invade off here into the enemy base and instead set up for that big purple worm spawning soon. But Nord are still thinking about something. You know, one good spear, maybe a couple of Kaiser W's, and suddenly you can pull the trigger and you can fight. They do realize now that's maybe a risky endeavor, and instead get away.
I do think the mid-inhib was on their mind, and they were like, let's try and take that, but thinking they'd overstayed their welcome. Just going to see what they can get here, and it is very intense. Baron spawning up, Verdant looking to contest, but the supers pouring in through the bot side. These next waves are both double super waves as well on bot and top, because all 3 inhibs were down. After that, it is single supers, but it is going to be a hard ask here. They need to crack that mid-inhib if they want to have maximum pressure, but I don't think Nord are really going to have the opportunity to do that without Baron.
Exactly, I agree. But maybe they found the picks here onto Verdant.
They're looking for Dopamine. They get the lockdown onto him. He is gone. That's Baron.
That's it.
Instant Baron.
What is that Syndra TP? Did you see that?
No.
TP from bot inhib to top inhib.
Oh, well, that was a mistake. Baron's getting started up. Baron's getting finished up. They're all just going to clear the wall. I don't think Ecstasy can actually recall. X-Drop's doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, what the hell? He's 1v5ing here. He's got to be careful. I think he knows that the flashes were blown from Nord. Kill Dopamine, but... And of course, because he's a new champion, he also flies the wall, so that's fine too. The ADC, his auto attacks, they're all AoE and he can fly over walls. Fantastic. Brilliant. Love that.
Silly champion. There is a deep hatred in my heart for Spyro the Dragon. Not the real one, this one.
This one.
Look
No,
at him.
I agree. I agree, honestly. I've had some tough games. Like, obviously, you know I'm a jungle player, and it's like, yeah, this is a guy that scales really hard, so you try and shut him down early, but it's just so damn slippery. It's like tough to shut down. It's really frustrating.
I just a little bit of League of Legends PTSD. I swear every time I play versus a Smolder, we'll be like 8k up, and if we don't close the game because solo queue always goes longer than it needs to, the Smolder will just win the game for the enemy team, even if he's 0-10. Anyway, that's
Let's see if he
over.
can win this one. Yeah, 42 minutes on the clock now. He's certainly trying his best. He's got a lot of damage. He's also sold his boots as well for a 6th damage item.
Oh my
This could be
word.
the team fight. This could be the moment.
The QSS is absolutely huge. Let's see if it pays off. Instantly, they trade out. Romeo gets the kill. That's 2 for the side of Nord. Hunt survives the healing. The Nidalee. We said it would happen, and it did. Edge drop goes down. Harbo is the only one left standing. The inhib will fall. Verdant will be quick to follow their inhibitor as the towers are getting taken. Harbo, can he make a hero play happen? He cannot. Hunt takes him down. Nexus falls. 42 minutes on the clock. Nord get the win. 23 kills either side.
What a game, Jake. Holy moly. That was so back and forth right there. And some of the most impressive macro that I think we've seen, at least today. I thought that was a ridiculous game. Loved that.
Yeah.
And so much damage as well. It's so nice when, you know, the team comps aren't just built to like protect, you know, your ADC bot side, and you have loads of damage coming through from the rest of the map as well. Like, that was a really entertaining game. And to be honest, both teams deserve to win it. I thought they both did some really good plays. But at the end of the day, you know, big credit to Nord for staying strong and seeing that one through. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy.
Yeah. I think just a massive credit to Joker. Me and you were pretty critical of the Nidalee pick, and he
We were
made
skeptical,
it work.
and I think we should have been. We were fair to be skeptical.
Yes,
He did well. He
did absolutely fantastic. That steal on the Baron honestly changed the entire tide of the game. I just think the whole team played really, really well, and it was definitely the most fun game we've had today, because I think Verdant were also playing their absolute hearts out in that game. That was so tight between both teams. It was just an absolutely edgy seat game. Had so much fun watching that one. I think we should probably throw ourselves to a break, and then when we're back after that, we'll have DMG versus Blue White. But also, I guess the desk going to talk a little bit about that game. We'll see you in a moment.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
do apologize for the delay, but we had to upgrade the desk. All of a sudden, we get Fox Drop instead of Middlecott. It's odd, but there you go. It's a Fox Drop. How are you feeling?
Good. I don't know how much help I can be for analyzing that previous game because I didn't watch it.
You didn't watch the game. I just had
No,
to mute
I
you on
wasn't- I
Discord
wasn't
because
here.
that was complicated.
I was busy, yeah.
But tell me
No.
something, like, it was such an interesting comeback from Nord, but the beginning of the game was not what we expected. I mean, the Nidalee was supposed to be a powerhouse at the beginning of the game, and it was kind of more on the mid game.
Go on, Duckling, you can take this.
Yeah.
I want to hear what you have to say about the Nidalee specifically. I had my criticisms of the Nidalee pick during the cast, but I kind of want to hear what you were thinking about it.
Yeah, we sat and discussed it just like you guys did on the cast in terms of, is it gonna do well in the late game? Because there was the window early on where all the lanes of Nord were doing really well and they weren't really able to capitalize and get the Nidalee ahead. And then, we started for quite a while actually not being too satisfied with the pick. But in the end, I think Yoka made it work very well. Obviously, I think mainly considering being relevant for 20 minutes and somehow win the game with a phenomenal steal, Yoka there. That Baron steal was absolutely crucial in getting Nord back into the game. And a tendency that I've seen throughout the day is the team that will win the game is maybe not the team that's best at team fighting, but the team that is best at playing the map. And that was what Nord was in this game. The last map move, few map movements, especially the move where they decided to go for Shihan in the top lane, get the 2 towers, get the inhibitor, force Verdant to recall, and then get the Elder. A move like that is what won them the game, to be honest. That was a brilliant map move where they tactically just outminded Nord, or outsmarted Nord, and that is, yeah, that was impressive. And the one thing I didn't want to say about the last fight is, when Verdant won the fight, it's when they got the 1 kill and got the resets. Nord adapted to that throughout the game, and they started playing really safe and instantly pulling back as soon as Verdant tried to one-shot someone.
Yeah, I do believe it was an interesting yes. It was a good comeback from Nord, but is this a team that can stay in the top of the standings and making these sort of game plays? I'm not saying they played bad, obviously. Also, Verdant is an amazing team, and X-Drop keeps showing up every single time. But there are a few hints that there are still some, plots in the armor. Let's call it this way. And I got the information that we can talk with Romeo, and this is why I'm lagging a little bit, because I want to bring that up with Romeo. So let's also do interview to understand how this game went. It was a long one. You must be sweating. You must be tired as well. How are you feeling, Romeo? I don't see the usual smile on your face anymore.
Nah, I mean, I'm getting used to winning, so that's why I'm not smiling. Kind of the norm, but I mean, that game was definitely very exhausting. I think we played really well lanes. We were all ahead, as you said, and we didn't really manage to accelerate how we wanted, apart from getting stacking Drakes, which we did correctly. But yeah, I think with how we were playing our lanes, we should have gotten way more out of the jungle pick. Yeah, we just picked up Yoka last week, so we haven't had much time to play with him yet. But I'm sure in the coming weeks it'll look much more cleaner.
Because I'm going to bring up something for you as a player that plays League of Legends for a long time and a professional one at that. You got the Infernal Drake, the Infernal Soul, you have Cork in Italy, but you're the one being pushed in the base. This kind of doesn't make sense to you, does it? There's something that went wrong within that game. Obviously, you got the win. Obviously, you guys played well, and that is a deserving win. But you see what I'm getting into, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think we played fights really poorly. We didn't really identify how to play them until it was kind of too late, because Smolder was I don't know how many stacks he had at the end of the game, probably 400 plus. Syndra was also really fed. It was hard for me to find engages. We had to be very patient, which is typically not my strong suit. Yeah, so we kind of needed to force them to engage on us and then kite back. Whereas for the first 25 minutes, I'd say we were I was actively looking to pull the trigger. So yeah, I think we just misidentified how we were supposed to play team fights in the early parts of the game. And then when we did, it was a bit too late, but we managed to slow down the game and just out macro them. I think that's why we won this game. Better rotations.
So let's ignore the gloom part of the conversation and bring into the light. Who made the call of, hey, they might get Elder, so let's beat up Shihan, let's just demolish him on tier 2 turret, push into the Nexus, either they recall or we win? Who made that call? That was genius. If that's you, I'm buying you like a lunch, an entire lunch.
As much as I want to take the credit for that call, I think Nila made the call. Because I was opening topside with we were opening mid with Ecstasy. We saw that they already had like bot side control, so we were like, there's a like a small timing, 25 seconds until Elder, where we can make a play on top if he's not respecting. And yeah, like Kai'Sa's ult range when she's level 16 plus is insane. Like, so yeah, I have to give props to Nila because that call probably won us the game.
That was amazing. Now looking into the strengths of schedule and the faces you still have to beat if you want to make top of the standings. Concerned about any of those matches, since you still have Yoka, like the tryout of Yoka, you're still on that honeymoon phase and you still have to adapt to him. So tell me.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, we're playing next week. We're playing DMG and Lightside and Venom Crest. I mean, I'm excited for the rematch against Venom Crest because last time we played, we actually didn't really play the game. It was quite a boring performance and like poor performance on our part. So I'm looking forward to playing against them as well. And then last week we're playing Rdy and Blue Whites, and yeah, Rdy game. Well, we played with our coach on jungle, who's like a fucking emerald peaker. Sorry, my bad. He's an emerald peaker. Props to Sturgis for stepping in, but yeah, I think small jungle gap in that game, so looking forward to the rematch on that one as well.
Love it. Hey, thank you so much for the interview. And smile, man. I know you're exhausted, but keep smiling. That's something so really good to see on the interviews. There you go. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
Romeo, have a blessed one. Congratulations on the W, and let's see what happens at the end of the split. Have a lovely one.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Exhausting as well. That should be exhausting. Like, these games can take a toll on you, even if it's a best of one.
Yeah, especially a game like that. Bloody hell. I was just watching it. You had to play the thing. Jeez.
You had to deal with hip brain as well. I mean, that
was great.
I mean, I have Duckling, so yeah, you know, I got the bad side of the coin.
I love all of our talent here on the NLC.
Thank you.
Best broadcast in esports.
You're gonna be like that.
Yeah. And my Cash App is in my Discord bio.
Don't worry.
Last game of the day. We're tuning into the last one. It's going to be DMG, a team looking for the top, versus Blue Whites, a team still searching for their first victory. This is a mountain of its own for Blue Whites. For DMG, you might take it granted, but Blue Whites have been improving as we go.
Yeah, to add to this, right? We are at this point of the split where when we have these games, yes, you look at it and say, I mean, 9 times out of 10, DMG win, they continue their hunt for their player spot, and things are gonna go all according to plan. But for Blue Whites and for DMG, there is much tension, right? Blue Whites, they are chasing their first win, but for DMG, this is a game that you cannot lose, because imagine what it will do to your playoff chances losing to the team that hasn't won a game, so the nerves will be high here. And at one point, it just feels like inevitable that Blue Whites will get that victory. If it is this game, who knows as we head into the draft, and DMG looking to target ban out a few of the Blue White members.
Ringer is out, Quest is in. Keep that in mind. The Zyra just taking that target practice on Quest, the new members. So they made some adaptations, custom Quest and all that. MKR still an amazing player. He didn't play the last time, if I'm not mistaken. So that's important. The full team is now available. Stable bans from Blue Whites. The other side, we talked about the target. So we're going to leave a lot of them open. They just demolished this entire champion pool. I mean, come on.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's see though. First pick here. We've seen a lot of different first picks today. I think that started something we haven't seen a lot of today, which yesterday had a lot of success in the league. So would make sense that that gets locked in first on. Now the question is, would we see yet another Kogi first pick on the red side? Initially the hover for Bucci is something Kasante, which would make sense. We all know what Bucci can do on these tanks, who can also deal a bit of damage. Had a good game yesterday as well on the Scion. But yeah, I mean, Kogi is open. We've seen it 3 times already. First pick red side. Wouldn't surprise me if that comes through in the slightest either. Then the main question would really be what would be the other pick. And I mean, they go to the Rumble. Okay, so they turn to the Rumble. I'm still waiting to see if that Corki comes in though, because I think it's just an obvious pick here.
The only downside to the Corki right here is that Tristana is often picked as a counter to Corki, right? But Corki, what I think is great about Corki is he's a good flex pick, you know. So it doesn't have to go into mid, which is assumingly where Tristana is going to go and have a difficult lane phase. Narmex can play it, which he already has done. You know, both Skate Rock and Narmex have played this Corki this split, so it is something that DMG are happy to flex, and I do agree with you, Duckling. Like, I think he's just so good that he deserves to be picked anyway. Like, Tristana doesn't solve Corki. She's just like something you can run into him into an otherwise disgusting champion. So makes a lot of sense there. With an AD mid, you want an AP jungler.
Then 3 of Quest champions out, and still he gets to get one of his pocket picks there. That is the Cathis. So, gonna hold on here, but maybe this is the key to Blue White's needs, right? Pick some pocket picks and maybe try and surprise DMG a bit.
Yeah, 100%.
Let's see
Great
what
strat, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So now you have so you have 2 AD. You have a lot of damage on your roster already, right? Which kind of leads Blue White to a simpler second pick phase here. Some tanks, some frontline, some engage would be good here, because otherwise you're left with a very disoriented composition in my opinion. But you've got 3 strong damage soldiers now at the very least. For DMG, the question then is, do you want to go for your jungler here now that you have the opportunity before the pool will likely be trimmed further? You know you're going up against the Captors, maybe look for something to try and counter that, but instead the Kaiser left open, so the carries have really been prioritized here. Not many tanks, not many engage. Both these compositions needing that bread and butter around them to really make them shine. So expecting to see a lot of good utility, a lot of good frontline engage banned out here in the second ban phase, just like the Leona.
Yep, Nautilus as well, you'd imagine, would probably be on the chopping block as well. Quite popular support nowadays, and very good at doing exactly as you said, Duckman. I think honestly, whenever you've got a really squishy team comp, which so far is what we're looking at, right? We're staring down 3 squishies on each side. The value of Carter specifically kind of goes through the roof, right? Because like when you press R and the enemy team are all squishies, half their health gone straight up, just like that, you know. And so it's so tough to play against there, and that could be something for DMG that they have to be cautious of moving forwards here. And just as you say, the Duckling, the tanks are going to get taken out here. The owner on Sejuani mentioned that what's his face was still knocking about the Nautilus, but you know, Rel is another option as well that we've seen a lot of today. I would not be surprised if Blue Whites take away the Rel here, because I really don't think you want to give Rel Rumble over to DMG. That is a pretty notorious combination, but it is going to be left open. Let's see if DMG opts into it.
I think that there's still a lot of good tools available, right? That is obviously not going to be one of the AD carries that Namek is hovering. I think the Red is a very good choice, as you say. Cassante, not really an option for the side of DMG, but maybe Blue Whites want to pick that up instead if they want to go for something as well that has some CC, has some tankiness. Surely they don't lock this in, right? No, of course they changed the Maokai left open as well. One of the few tank junglers remaining here in terms of after what Blue Whites have banned out. Obviously makes sense for Blue White to trim that pool with their own jungler already secured. So Rel still on the cast. They could just look to pick it away here and stop DMG from getting the Rumble Rel combo as you discussed. Foxtrot, but instead seems like they might be going in a different direction, looking for some other sources of engage. The sack could be that.
Yeah, we've seen some support Zac. It is going to be slapped down, so whether that's top or support, one of the two here. Veloxa has played Zac top lane, so it's probably more likely to be that option. But as you mentioned, there's some engage going on there in a team that otherwise doesn't have any engage. I'm not really sold if this is a center lock-in. Like, I don't really think that's a particularly good idea, to be perfectly honest with you, but
no, that's okay.
Yeah,
that's two very strong.
Yeah, there it is. And is it real? Is it real for this last pick, or does DMG decide to go somewhere else?
The thing is, right, you could go for, but obviously the Nautilus matchup isn't the most ideal. I still think really something you could just slam down here. It will do fine. When you've banned Viliona yourself, I think it's probably still the most optimal choice. Instead, though, Snappy going towards the early start. That's another sort of engage.
It cuts Zac really hard, you know.
Yeah,
that's
that's true. Yeah, very good just anti-go button if DMG want to play on the back foot or want to maybe try and stop what Blue Whites are doing. Yeah, I think not many surprises there though in the second pick phase. They've rounded out the compositions both really nicely. I like what Blue Whites have done, to be honest. They've tried to surprise DMG a bit, but they did that yesterday as well. It didn't really work out, but maybe this is the what can work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the lone Blue Whites believer in the predictions today. But I look at this draft and I'm like, Christ. What have I done? No, I think DMG, you know, when you just look at it, man, look at those picks. They're just so strong picks in the meta, aren't they? Like, it's strong. They're a strong team. They're one of the best teams we have here as well. And I think the pressure certainly, I mean, it always has been, but it certainly will be after the draft.
Let's see what happens as soon as we jump into the rear. Foxtrot, get out of here. Go join Hip Pride. I'll see you soon. Duckling, we're just going to be watching, and this is going to be an interesting one. So don't skip a bit. Keep watching. Toss it to the castles.
To go into the final game of the day, I'm interested by this one because I feel kind of going back to the champ select. I actually couldn't hear a word you were saying, by the way, Foxy. So I don't know what you said during that champ select. I have no idea what you're going on. I'm not sold on the Alistar, if I'm honest with you. It fills the role of having someone who can follow up with the engage, because both teams drafted heavily into damage and not engage early, and then looked to kind of pick what was left open for them on the engage front. But I just feel like the Rel was such a no-brainer. That was kind of my thoughts the whole time. I was like, they got Rumble, just pick the Rel. The Rel Rumble is so big.
I was talking about Rel. A bit there. I thought it would be a good slapdown. I think one of the benefits to mention for Alistar was almost like an anti-engage thing as well, right? So Zac jumps in, you can headbutt Zac away, and I also think there's like a sort of a semblance of like synergy against the Karthus, right? Because Karthus will always jump into you, always walk towards you, and then he does a bunch of damage, he dies, and he's still doing a bunch of damage in the middle of the fight, right? So if you can actually just headbutt Karthus out of the fight as well, that's cool too. But yeah, that's I think it would have just been a slam dunk, easy peasy pick to go with the Rel. I'm curious, you know, I'm kind of just speculating as to why Alistar was the pick instead. But it is what it is at this point here, and Blue Whites now 0-9 is their record so far. Not the greatest of records, to be honest, through your first 9 games, and maybe this is lucky number 10 against DMG, who have, on the other hand,
been on
very
fire.
Impressive here. Yeah. Very good
They
team.
did lose yesterday, though.
They
to
did.
be fair.
They did.
Did they lose them again?
Nord. It was Nord's first 2-0, I think.
That's kind of fair, to be fair. Like, Nord were
another good team. Yeah.
Yeah, they lost to a very good team. Right, well, let's see how this game goes out. Just have a look at the junglers' positions. Both junglers are going to be on their top side of the map, so we'll be heading over. Bucci, it's been a bit of a pain for Veloxia on that Zac top lane. You see, like we were saying, heavily lacking in engage, so the Zac is going to fulfill that role. My problem with the Zac is he's quite long range in his engage, and the two carries, the two people you want to be getting, Skate Rock and Namex, hyper mobile. They're going to have time to react to it. Like, Namex has the invisibility, has the dash, the speed from that. They also have the shield and the ult. Very easy for Namex to reposition. There is an argument that, yeah, maybe you'll be burning through Namex's ult to dodge and engage, so they can't dive into the back line like a Kai'Sa wants to typically be doing. But beyond that, yeah, I do worry that Zac may struggle a little bit on picking up on those lot, but will be a complete nuisance if they do catch the engage. If Namex doesn't have E or dash or flash or anything available and is hit by a Zac, I mean, Zac's one of those tanks who just does an absolutely crazy amount of damage.
He does, yeah. He's a very high damage. As far as tanks go, he does a lot. Although I feel like we say that about a lot of champions nowadays, Jake. Frustratingly so.
Tanks do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they do. But yeah, as far as it goes, Zac is a lot. I to be honest, like, as much as, yeah, it can be difficult. It can be difficult to get that engaged on Zac, and that might be a problem in these team fights as the game goes on, for sure. But I have a lot of faith, honestly, in Blue White's bot lane, to be perfectly frank. Like, I feel like MKR has done some really good stuff. Like, especially considering this is a team that's, you know, like 0-9. They get like first blood like 10% of their games. You know, first blood tower is 11% of their games or something stupid like that. It's basically, you know, these guys struggle. You know,
Yeah.
Blue White struggle. They yeah, I don't actually want to list off their stats. It's probably a bit too much at this point. But MKR has always looked like a threat. He's oftentimes, even in lane phase, gotten himself ahead. You know, had like 2 or 3 kills in the lane phase, and it just falls apart a little bit when it gets out of that, because as a team, Blue Whites can struggle. But I think MKR really is someone that we should be giving a lot of credit to and hyping him up a little bit. Because on a team, especially that is struggling, he is someone that shines. And on the Ezreal, kind of has a lot of the tools to, by himself, take care of himself, play at range, that kind of thing. We've got a gank for Maokai here, though. Gets could be in trouble.
Oh, he gets in danger, gets himself headbutted back. The Pulverize is coming in. Namex is losing a lot of damage on the back, though. They've got the sapling, they've got the damage. They should just give the kill to the Kai'Sa. One more auto. The flash is very, very sad. First blood goes over to Namex.
Yeah, that's not it. That's not it, that flash right there, unfortunately. I mean, it was... He saw the opportunity there. He saw the opportunity because DMG were hesitating because they wanted to give that kill over to Namex. And maybe he was like, oh crap, they're giving me a line here, I can walk away. But yeah, a bit unfortunate at the end of it here. But on the plus side for Blue Whites, I am just as a disclaimer, I'm going to be Blue Whites' favourite this game because I have put my points on them.
You're a
the
moron.
underdog, and we love underdog stories like Shake. Yeah, so on the plus side, MKR didn't die, so he gets to stay at home and
Skater up.
those minions. So.
He's got the Valkyrie. He's just making sure Quest gets that.
Yeah.
Not really too much more he's going to be able to do. Skater has Flash, has Valkyrie. Very hard to pick the Corki off. Also, with the sustain from the Fleet Footwork, we'll just be able to heal up a lot. So Custom not really going to be able to find much. There it is, the Valkyrie out. And I mean, he burnt mana.
It's honestly, it's not terrible because yeah, well, okay, it's going to reset, doesn't matter. But generally speaking, there is kind of in my opinion, a bit of a misconception about ganks where you have to get like a kill or someone else is not successful, right? But sometimes just showing up, like you can blow mana, you can blow cooldowns, you can give, even if you're just like alleviating some pressure. What the hell
Oh my word. They just flashed onto Aegis. They know that there's
What's
no
he
support
doing?
by Bitsy. Gonna get the lockdown with the Twisted Advance. Namex keeping more damage on. And this is gonna just be a very accelerated Kai'Sa. 2 kills over to Namex. Is actually building towards the Kraken Slayer build as well, if you look at the items. I can never remember the name of that item.
Rectix or Rectrix, one of those two.
Retrix, that's right,
Yeah,
yes.
It's the move speed one. Does it build into Kraken Slayer? I don't.
Yes,
All I do with it is Yumu's and opportunity.
Retrix, Half-Bound Axe, and I can't remember the third part. Because it's not a crit type anymore.
No, it's not. You're right. I'm gonna look
Is
up
it
for you.
Recurve? It might be Recurve.
Yes. I'm sorry he gets, but that was whack. That was a whack ass play right there. I'm not quite sure I agree with that. He got the wards, but I don't know.
That is some premium copium, that is, mate.
It is Recurve bonus, the last one. Yeah. 2 kills now for Kai'Sa, 5 minutes into the game. Little bit not great here, but if you take a look at the CS differences here on the map as well, Quest is farming up a storm. We're 7 minutes into the game. You know, he's 60 CS in. He's going to pick up these grubs as well, which is beautiful. So he himself getting pretty strong. Now this wave is pushing very hard for Blue Whites. They don't have any vision.
Oh, they're looking to get Aegis once again. He gets himself Arcane smashed back, and the damage is there. Namex secures the kill. I don't think this Requiem's going to do enough, although Bucci flashed onto. Quest finds the kill.
Okay, win condition unlocked here. Karthus. He's got his first kill. He's got some items out here as well, and he's got a nice little jungle path for him to play around too here. Good stuff right now for Blue White's top side of the map. Bucci falling down, having no teleport either. This is an Ignite Rumble. All in on that burn damage. That death means quite a lot right here, and a great pickup there for Quest.
Yeah, lovely little pickup for him. But the problem is his bot lane is on fire. Namex is super accelerated. 3 kills on the Kai'Sa. Has a CS lead as well. Shoving this wave in. Going to reset off the back of this. And this is going to be a big old spend here for Namex off the back of this one. And yeah, it's definitely a scary one as Blue Whites are trying to hold the wave. But I don't really think they're going to be able to be honest. Although DMG, they take the bait. True Shot Barrage dodged out by Namex, and they do stop DMG from resetting. So the item advantage and the gold advantage that Namex hasn't actually been spent right now because MKR, relatively fresh off a base, has the tier, has the phage as well. So, you know, while there's a lot of gold on Namex, that gold needs to be spent to really convert that into a power advantage. They do finally don't even crash this wave either, so they just have to call it a snubby. Dodges away on the anchor, and I think they're just going to have to call it there.
That's good though. This is really good stuff for Blue White. Still able to deny little bits here from Namex. Precisely as you say, Namex and Snarby not able to force the issue.
Oh my word!
Their costume is.
They got Valkyrie. I think they do. They're getting some damage off. They're just getting a little bit more. Dodges both the rocket and the phosphorus bomb.
Yeah,
that was, by the way, that was a trade where Skate Rock ate I think it was either a 3 or 5 stack of the explosive charge, and he still lost it.
Yeah,
he still lost that fight.
Corky,
crazy champion at the moment, to be honest. As now Egets is getting locked down. Bitsy actually throws down the Twisted Advance. Custom's able to dodge away, but he gets MVP for DMG this game.
Who Egets?
Yeah.
It's not started out so well right here. On the plus side, when things start out very poorly, it means that there's always room for redemption. So that's cool. We'll be hopefully looking towards that. And as a Nautilus, as a support, it's, you know, if there's anyone on your team you want to be 0-4-0, it is your tanky support. So there's something there at least. But Bitsin now trying to go topside, has caught out Veluxa. Might be able to blow his passive for Bucci to crash this wave.
Yeah, they got the equalizer as well. It's not going to take much to pick him up. Oh, he gets harpooned mid-air. Skaterod takes out Custom in the meanwhile in the mid lane, and I think that Zac is toasted. Bucci secures the kill.
Right,
Quest is coming over. Can he make a miracle happen? The equalizer was used by DMG. Wall of Pain comes out. The harpoon to answer. Namex, fresh back with a Kraken Slayer, goes 4-0 in the bot lane. We are not even at 11 minutes, and it is 7 kills over to DMG, and Quest may be going down for number 8 as in comes Bitsy. In comes the teleport though. Quest being torched, going down to Bucci. The Wall of Pain's done its work. They're going to get the ultimate from Quest off. Right, Kieran, thank you. Get that off, and down he goes. He gets a double.
Yeah, the burn from Leandri's. I don't know if this actually happened or not, but I wonder if by dying, he then bought Leandri's as his ult was going through. I'm not sure if you can shop in Carter's passive, actually.
No, you can't. You have to be proper dead.
Dead. I thought so. Okay. But I do, either way, 2 kills is decent there, considering, you know, we blow the TP for Veluxa, but it's fine. You know, 2 kills there. We've already established Bucci has no teleport. So when you die in topside, and the you know, there's someone there to push the wave, crash the wave, you will actually lose quite a lot. So there's good stuff for Blue Whites here to kind of try and salvage something a bit. You know, the fact that this Karthus is getting strong, is getting fed. You look at the side of DMG here. You know, there are quite a lot of squishy people, right? And a Requiem, if, you know, Karthus ulti to start a fight, and once he has like 2-3 items, easily half HPs, the Kaiser, the Corki, right? And from there, maybe Blue Whites have an angle.
Although I do worry that Namex will probably just buy Zhonya's at some point in this game, especially when you've got a shutdown like this on your head. Zhonya's may come in at some point, provided they haven't been picked up before, so
also got Barrier, which
it's going to be big. Barrier as well, and Skate Rock and Custom just going toe to toe. Skate Rock did miss a couple of spells there. As Namex going to move over, make sure this dragon gets secured by the team. That's going to be dragon number 2 for DMG. 6 grubs to Blue Whites, though. Something I did not even notice going on in this game. Quest is... He's been a busy little beaver, been able to pick those up. And Custom, once again, taking a trade versus Skate Rot. Skate Rot is absolutely annihilating him. They're forced Custom to use the ultimate. Requiem's not up for another probably minute, really, for Skate Rot, so he should be able to break away from this one. The Wall of Pain comes out. Valkyrie dodges away from the Q, and Snarby's keeping the pressure up onto MKR. MKR is able to dodge away and not get caught out. This bot lane is seriously on fire. DMG very, very far ahead down here.
Everything is on fire right now. You look at all these lanes. Every time we zoom on the lanes, someone's getting beat down. Here comes Custom.
Yeah, he's coming in. They don't have Bitsy's ultimate. They do get the damage onto MKR. He jumps into the backline to break away. The knockup lands onto multiple people. Namex, low HP, still got the flash, has to use it. The barrier has been used as well. Custom's putting some damage out. This could be that shutdown. He's able to break away, and somehow they get away with it. The equalizer onto Quest. He's burning. They find the shutdown. The Tristana is there to answer out as MKR's chasing onto Snarby. MKR, can he find the kill? Bitsy's keeping the pressure up. There's the double kill onto Bitsy, though, as MKR fires back.
Exactly, as you say, MKR now picks up some kills. Costum as well, got that shutdown for the Kaiser. All in all, they're not a terrible play for Blue Whites, considering the situation they found themselves in, getting farmed in between turrets. They come out with that, with some kills, with the shutdown as well. Very good stuff. Well, looks like him, may have just found the window for Bucci.
Yeah, I don't know though. Bucci's losing a lot of HP. Has to use the shield, the scrap shield, the flash. Veluxius finishes him up with a double kill. Beautiful. Oh, a little bit of a fumble here from DMG, to be honest. They were massively far ahead, and a couple of misplays here and there starting to cost them pretty heavily.
Yeah, this is it though as well. Like, Zach being far behind, not a huge issue. Nautilus being far behind, similarly, not a huge issue. The carries on Blue White, however, you know, this is where you've got to keep your eyes open. And yes, Namex has been bigger, and Skaterot has given himself a fairly significant lead in that mid lane as well. But as far as goal total goes, the shutdown in Costum's pocket was a huge issue. You know, it's really, really good for him. MKR as well was able to pick up a kill back there as well. The actual difference is not too huge at this point, and there's still turrets for Blue Whites to pick up, especially with this Herald being slapped down as well.
2 turrets traded for 1, but the Herald obviously can result in another tower. Namex getting a lot of work done onto this bot lane tower. Remember, these worth 700 gold as well, so it's going to be able to do a lot with that one. As Oop.
You know what's funny? That actually looked like, you know, when you surrender a game and the match...
Yeah, it shoots off.
I was expecting the other direction, but still, I was like, whoa, I don't think you can do that, can you? No, we're all good. We're all good. DMG, though, knocking down an inner turret at 15 minutes. Woof! That is a bit further down the lane than you would like a bot lane to be at this point in the game. Veluxo is holding steady here. Quest is maybe thinking about it, but I think he's being mind controlled by the chickens. Does Veluxo want to do this? I'm not convinced he does.
Yeah, well, the Requiem is coming down. The equalizer is laid there by Bucci. The scrap shield's not available yet. There it is. Does get it off, but Veluxia should be able to keep the chase up. And Bucci, if he can break away from one, he's not going to be able to break away from the other. They are chasing on. Bucci's still able to get away from it, but bot lane, the tower goes down. Able to force them out, and Bucci's still alive. Wait, he might execute here.
I think it is going to be the execute.
No, he shielded.
Yeah, I mean, we got the XP for the kill, but well played by Bucci there. Really well played. Didn't have to blow summoners either, right? That was purely just walking away. Yeah, just nicely done. Nicely done.
That's a little painful.
I was the same as you there, Jake. I was like, if he can run away from Zach, well, he'll die to Arthas. But no, he just 180'd it and breaking Blue White's ankle.
I think that scrap shield as well from him was very kind of instinctive. He was like, oh, I can shield the second shot and I won't die. And then realized, oh, I'm dying regardless. So I may as well make sure it's an execute. Luckily, he dodged the Q of Veluxia, so he was able to deny. Here we are, 16 minutes in the game. Gold lead, very significant here for DMG right now. And Bitsy finding himself in a fight versus Quest. Bitsy has actually gone tank. He's even got the locket, which is
that's anti-Carthus,
really rough, actually. It's a mountain soul, and there's lockets available. I don't know. If I was Quest right now, I'd be a little bit infuriated.
Yeah, it is tough, right? Locket is one of the best answers into Carthus, right? Just an AoE shield. You see the Requiem come down, you slap Locket up, and it blocks like half of the entire Carthus ulti, if not more. So, really, really good transition there, I would say, for Bitsu, and I think it's nice as well because you often see a lot of Maokai's go into Leandries first, and then they start buying tanky, but he recognizes he doesn't need to do that this game, right? His team has more than enough damage. Magic damage will be a lot from Rumble top lane as well, so he doesn't have to do that.
No.
Uh-oh, what have you read?
It's the Corki bug.
What's the Corki bug?
When the game pauses and Corki is in MIDI animation, the sound continues to play.
I'm
So
not gonna lie,
in
I have
our
my
ears
sound
right now.
so low that I
Oh,
can't hear
okay.
anything anyway.
I'm a sound for cues guy, so I've just got Corky E spraying in my ear.
Yeah, I hear it. I hear it.
That is.
Maybe we can add an equally annoying sound to cancel it out. Can we get duckling on the cast? No, I'm sorry. You know what? I'm one of the only people who does not take the mick out of duckling on this broadcast. So I do apologise for that one, duckling. If you hear
You
that.
say one of the only.
Okay, the only.
The only person
The
who
only.
doesn't mock him.
I like duckling, and I saw.
He's alright.
I saw it.
He's alright. I don't know what the pause is. Hopefully we'll get an update on that fairly soon, and we can get back into the game as soon as possible. But yeah, I mean, this feels very hard for Blue Whites. You got a Fed Carthus, absolutely. Sorry, Duckling just heard me, so I'm just getting mocked for it. Yeah, I just, your window of opportunity is a big Carthusar, but it's Mountain Soul, so you're gonna have to shield from that. They've got Locket, so you're gonna have to shield from that. You've also got obviously just the flat resistances from the Mountain Drakes as well. Kaiser's most likely gonna build a Zhonya's at some point this game as well, so you got that to contest with. There's a lot of tanks as well. I mean, keep in mind, Corky, while he's not tanky, obviously gets HP from his Trinity Force, so that plus all the resistances should be enough to keep him alive. Same with the Rumble. There's a bit of health in his build, just some flat health items. So, I mean, I worry that Quest, yes, is pretty strong, and he has got a 50 CS lead on top of Bitsy. How do you come back from this, especially when Bucci's putting you on the cooker, taking him down, but they are going to jump in onto him. They've got the Requiem as well. Bucci pays the ultimate price. Quest gets his revenge.
There it is. Bucci tried to go for it. Quest able to pick up a kill at the backside, so not too bad again. Getting some more gold into his pocket. Yeah, I mean, you've listed it though, Jake. Unfortunately, this is quite a good anti-Carthus team, whether it's tanky items, whether it's shields like Rumble W, whether it's Locket, it's Mountain Soul. Everything seems to be playing against this Carthus wing condition, doesn't it? So, yeah, turn your attentions to the two ADCs in this game to also do a bit of the heavy lifting. But look at Skaterot CS, right? Plus Namex, like 19 minutes.
Oh my word!
CS. Yeah, it's a
Champion is silly in how much damage he does. As looks like they are going to chase onto Skaterot. Skaterot has to flash away, dodges the Q. Quest is a pretty good beta, to be honest.
He is
a master of his craft, one would say.
One might say in this certain ways. Yes, indeed. It's the second time in 30 seconds he's been able to do that. So you have to be careful with your DMG. You don't fall for that trap too often, because I mean, yeah, you're doing pretty well, but I mean, 4,000 gold at 20 minutes. I've seen bigger gold leads, Jake. You know, I've seen more significant comebacks in my time, and we'll see if Blue Whites have it in them to do the same. But essentially, yeah, you still have to respect Blue Whites if you're DMG. You could certainly throw this one away, and it was Skater, right, who was caught out just there. He's got himself a 300 bounty. That's not something you want to give.
No.
Blue Whites.
Interesting as well, just looking at the build paths we're seeing in this game. Skaterot is opting for a BF sword third, so I'm assuming that's going to be the Infinity Edge as their third item. We've seen a variance of things for Corkies. Most Corkies today, I think we've had a Corki in every game. They've all third itemed a rapid fire cannon, which is obviously not as much flat damage, but it does give you that lovely little bit of range as he gets himself barbecued.
Every single time, isn't it? It just makes you want to say it. It does.
It's honestly the amount of willpower it takes from me to not say it every time. Especially when he is always getting himself caught.
Yeah, things are happening to him a lot. You always want to say it. This is why, you know, no one from the south of England should commentate on Blue White just because of his name.
Yeah. That Requiem actually stopped Baron.
Yeah, it's some pretty good stuff. Still a decent amount of damage.
You get that magic resistance shred from it, so I guess that was kind of like a major factor. As
True. Yeah.
Namex has just called it and just gone straight for that top wave. Going to push in the wave over there. The rest of the team are actually resetting, so that is going to have to be Namex cooling it off that one as Custom and MKR. I mean, these are two very fast tower takers. Sheen user who has a buff to
6
towers.
grubs.
They both melt through that. That tower's going down. That's a well, what's it called? Bounty claim for them.
Good stuff for Blue Whites right there. I'm really leveraging the fact finally they have 6 grubs as well. Those both respawns taken away from Quest earlier on during the lane phase, so getting that to their advantage. Very nice. Some extra gold in the pocket. Now only just over 2,000 gold lead here for DMG. It does feel like this game though is so much in DMG's control, but that, you know, the gold difference would suggest otherwise. You know, but it does kind of speak to the fact that there is still hope in this game for Blue Whites, and DMG will have to be respectful. They certainly don't want to give over any shutdowns or anything like that.
Skerot's about to, well, I say about to, has now finished his Mirror Mana, so that's all sorted out for him. Able to get that one off. It's actually kind of just a bit of a tangent about Mirror Mana. I always struggled with Mana Mune and Mirror Mana, and then I remember hearing Vedius on cast once say it's because it's got more mana. That's when you know it's finished.
I understand.
Well, it's more mana, so it's the Mirror Mana.
Oh, Mirror Mana.
Yeah,
Oh, you got
you
it
get
confused. Which one round? Which
I
was
used
Mana
to,
Mune,
but
which
don't
was
worry.
Mirror Mana?
Don't worry, mate. It's fine. It's whatever.
Sorry.
The point's done.
That's cool. No, but I like that. That's nice. Another Requiem here to try and sway
Start
things
a
by the
fight.
fight.
Oh,
There he
Custom's getting cooked by the Equalizer. They're putting a lot of damage in, but Namex is actually relatively untouched. The True Shot Barrage gets the kill onto Bitsy. Doing so much work.
Oh.
Custom flushes. They're going to get him. Bucci goes down.
And the
Dragon secured by Blue Whites, and DMG struggling a little bit off the back of that one. Namex on the run. They're actually keeping the chase onto him. Hook comes out from Egitz. He's going to be looking for this one. I don't know if he's going to be able to get it. Skaterot's doing some work to MKR. Comes in with the Valkyrie. The shield comes through.
Oh.
And he trades out 1-for-1 there.
That's a good little response, though, from Skaterot to salvage a kill from that situation. Blue Whites didn't want to give that kill over, but still, it's worth it. At the end of the day, it's definitely worth it. You're behind, so anytime you trade, that's great, but especially when your target has a bounty. More gold into the pocket of Quest. And we spent some time saying, yeah, Quest, that's great. Oh, actually, maybe it's not great because DMG can deal with Karthus really well. But he's still able to find the way to make it happen. And these ults coming through are very significant still, right? And at this point in the game, he doesn't really have a lot of damage, right? Especially when you go for this Malignance build, right? Because it's more about CDR than actual damage.
He doesn't have it this time, though.
Here we go.
No Requiem available to Quest, and this is going to be one dead Baron, although Quest is making his way over. Baron secured, and DMG taxiing out. Custom coming in, but the Arcane Smash slows them down. Look for Veluxia. Massive Equalizer onto Custom on the back line, and suddenly Veluxia finds himself without a team. He gets himself taken down. Easy pick up there. MKR's chasing on. Bitsy comes in with the flash. The Arcane Smash. Quest will fall. A double kill for Namex. MKR getting jumped onto. The Requiem comes down, and that should send them packing. Bitsy breaks away from the Malignance burn on the floor with an E. And DMG able to reposition beautifully off that one. Those Requiems hurt, though. They really hurt.
They hurt. With any hope that we got from that last dragon, very quickly DMG responds with a great play of their own to take that Baron. That's not the first time we've seen Baron rushed away today. Teams really with that killer instinct able to make it happen. And I'm a bit disappointed. I think it was thoroughly unnecessary to keep chasing after the Baron is dead. I think even though you did just win a team fight, I don't think you're, in that position where you just jump forward and just run at the enemy team. Like, I don't think you win fights quite like that at this point. So, yeah, really didn't need to give all that over to DMG. You lose the Baron, yeah, that sucks, but just, let it happen and you kind of move on and try and take something somewhere else on the map instead.
Well, it looks like it is just going to be a matter of getting those waves sorted out. Like we said earlier, the first Baron typically used to take all of the towers outside of the base. The second Baron is when you want to crack the base with it. But they are very accelerated right now. Gold lead is 5,000 over to the side of DMG. So realistically, they may actually just be able to crack at least one base tower with this. Namex doing some serious damage. It's actually the Terminus build like we saw from Rdy in the last game. I actually got the Vamp Sector as well. I really feel like I'd like a Zonya's coming in from him, but think the game plan is... Doesn't matter about that one. Snubby jumps in. They get everything down beautifully.
Great
Equalizer by Bucci. Custom has to flash away. The tower goes down, and DMG can keep the pressure up. Egis loses half of his health. This is going to be the mid inhibitor tower going down, followed by that inhib as well. You can actually see Quest has moved over to the top side to catch that wave and shove it away, but he may find himself in a little bit of danger as Skate Rot hunting him down. The Wall of Pain's there. Quest doesn't have the mana, so even if he did want to Requiem here, he's not going to be able to do it. We'll get some mana back when he goes down, but that's him picked up.
Will he do it?
DMG, I don't think it's worth it. They're also
Rage,
healthy.
I love a good old Rage Requiem for Karthus. Anytime he died, just doom, slap it down. Nah, he has more control and patience than I do. I think that was quite smart though, as you pulled out. I take that minion wave, stop DMG from getting 2 inhibitors there as well. Yeah, it's tough though right now, isn't it? DMG, that gold lead continues to climb. 7,000 roughly now is the difference. And just look at the items, it kind of explains itself, right? 3, almost 4 items for Skate Rot for Corki in mid, where it's 2.5 for Tristana as well. Essentially a whole item down across the board here. And I think that might even just be a Death's Dance, generally speaking. I think it might be a Death's Dance for Corki, which is a strange item to get on him, but I think against someone like Karthus, you know, it or the burst damage.
The only other item I can think of is a Bork, but I don't think Bork's particularly good for Corki. As MKR, I think you're assassinated, mate. Oh my! Oh yeah, he's on. The shield that burns. There it is. They're able to get the kill. Equalizer coming down. Namex actually ults in, secures himself a killing spree, and that is Veluxia doing a lot of work to Namex in that ultimate, but he's able to flash the wall and break away. Quest goes down. Double kill picked up. Veluxia jumps over the wall. Snubby's keeping the pressure up onto him, but it looks like Veluxia is going to be able to break away from this one. Mountain Soul going to get secured by Skate Rot for the team. I think DMG are probably just going to put a wrap on it here.
I think they're going to try to. It's early on-ish in the game. These death timers might be too long, but I mean, it's an Ezreal. Not exactly the best at wave clearing regardless. Yeah, there goes Costum. And with it, any hopes of defending this game. Blue-Whites, for some time, looked like they had that Karthus getting online and being able to make a play happen. And had a good team fight around the Dragon. Unfortunately, that was really all it had in this game. And DMG showing us why they are one of the better teams in the NLC.
Just dotting the I's and crossing the T's, giving a massive buff to Namex's KDA that game. Huge performance coming in from the side of DMG. And Blue-White probably left scratching their head a little bit at this point. 0-10 in the league. Relegation's looking like something they're going to be having to face at some point soon, because unfortunately it's not been a good season from them at all.
Yeah, Blue-Whites have really struggled here. I mean, it's a tough situation they found themselves in, even coming into the league, right? Having to replace a team, and it's tough. It's tough. You know, hopefully they can just keep learning lessons from these games and stuff. Like, they have made a few roster changes moving forward as well. You know, Quest and Costum coming in at different points during the split, and I think, you know, in this game, even though it was pretty one-sided and quite brutal and violent at times, there were things that you can work on.
Yeah,
it gets, I think, maybe keeping that death score a little lower, and things to do.
Bot lane snowballed very heavily off Namex, and it was, unfortunately, I don't want to point fingers, I think Egis kept getting himself caught, kept making, you know, positional mistakes, and they kind of just ran away with it off the back of that one. So it's a bit of a sad one. It was a little bit rough, but, you know, I think Blue-Whites, there's still I think my biggest issue is that I keep seeing elements of greatness from them. Like, I see these little things where I'm like, oh, they're actually not that bad of a team, but just something isn't falling, and I like something isn't clicking together. And obviously this game, I think, was probably one of their poorer performances. I've seen so many pretty decent games from them, so, you know, I'm ever hopeful that they won't end completely winless by the end of the season, but they are running out of time fairly rapidly. Anyway, we're going to throw ourselves to a quick break, and then we're back. We'll have the analyst test to break the day down, so we'll see you in a moment.
Break it down, Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
DMG to get himself an important win, and there you go. Not biased at all, Duckling. Not a shred of evidence.
Nah,
You're biased.
If I am to be brutally honest, right? DMG got the win. That was crucial. It keeps their playoff hopes alive. Make sure they still sit atop the best teams in the league. But for Blue Whites, they're continually making improvements. Like, this game slowly but surely getting better, and I have no doubt that they will get a win in the last 4 games. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. I thought Crest looked decent on the casters. I thought they showed signs of life. So there were moments where even in like 5v5 teamfights when they should be far enough behind to not really win, they were actually winning some fights, keeping the hope alive. They are taking steps in the right direction. They just haven't gotten that win on the board, and it kind of sucks.
I just, can you say it again? You bet they're gonna get a victory till the end of the split. You said like with such confidence.
I thought the same. Honestly, I thought the same, but I'm actually going to go against what you said there, Duck. I think that game was tragic. Like, I was Blue White's biased #1 fan of this game, because I'm the only one who voted for them, and I will continue to vote for them at certain points where I genuinely think they can win, right? Which I thought maybe this one wasn't great against DMG, but still, right? But the problem I found with that game was obviously, I don't know. I won't. He gets. I'll just leave it at that, bot lane. But then outside of that, right? Costum in the 1v1 No, picking Tristana first, pick into Corki, knowing that Corki's up, because it's good into Corki, right? And you're down like 50 CS, pretty much in a 1v1. Top lane, like, Zac into Rumble, it's a difficult lane for Zac, but still, you picked it into Rumble. And, no, he was still down like 30, 40 CS as well. I don't think it was great. Like, you never have, like, any point of pressure. And, yeah, you're not meant to win these lanes. I'm not looking for them to, like, do really good stuff. But you know what I mean? Where it just looks like you are outclassed. You know, you just look like you're outclassed and you don't have that foundation to build anything on. That's just how it looked for me in that game. And I would like to see... I still have faith, because I agree with you, Duckling. They will win a game for the end of the split. I think that's still true, but a lot needs to change.
But you said you think. Duckling said like he's sure. Like
Yeah,
you're
I
sure
wouldn't be
they're gonna get a they're gonna get a win. Duckling, look at me in the eyes and are you sure they're gonna get a win?
Yes, they are gonna get a win.
So
they
you
are.
would be willing to bet all your prediction points?
No, I'm
There
not
you go.
doing
He's
that.
not sure. Let's toss it to the interview with Romu's waiting for us. No, Romu, no, Bucci's waiting for us on the interview. The top player. We had an interview. Oh, look at that.
There it
Romeo.
is.
I'm a bit disappointed. I'm Bucci, not Romeo. Alright,
Why
it's fine.
disappointed though? Okay. Now we're chilling.
No,
You're
it's
chilling with that W? That was a performance, but was that the performance you were looking for?
we won the game. I might have hinted a couple of times, you know. But we won the game. We destroyed their necks.
Is that the end damage graphic? Are you looking at the graphic at the end of game graphic?
Yeah. You're trying to read my
can you
glasses?
tell me, like,
Wait.
Yeah, I want to know who had the most damage.
Yeah, we know who has the most damage, of course.
No, but how was top line? Was it you? Was it you?
I have the most damage in the game, of course.
I want to see the graphic.
Wait. Nah. Can we do this?
Man, we're actually doing this. We're hackers. We're hackers, dude.
No. Am I doing it?
No, show me the graphic. That you can actually show the graphic. You don't need the numbers. Like, show the graphic. You can go on stats
it's over. Like, I failed this one.
You got it.
I tried, my bad.
Bucci, you told me like you would be the best top player and all that on the interview. I'm taking this as a chill interview, and you still have a few games ahead of you. Who do you think you're gonna lose against? 4 games until the end of the split. Who do you think you're going to lose against?
Nobody, but yeah, I don't know, like we need to win against Nord. It's so like mental. I'm 0-4 against Nord. Cannot beat Nille.
So you think you're gonna win versus Nille? And you told me on the interview you just can't win versus Nord.
Yeah, I mean we gotta do it in playoffs. I don't know, like meet me in finals or something. Like, you know, wait. Actually, I need to do a complete revenge arc, right? I beat them in upper bracket like finals, and then like finals. You know what I mean? So like I get more wins in total. Like, let's say double 3-0, 6 and 4 then, and then I'm positive win rate against Nille.
I mean, makes sense. Yeah, if you win like 3-0, you get a plus. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. So tell me something. If you do that, I'll buy you lunch.
Oh my days. Okay, we're doing it. But like, you know, this is also like Nord gotta do their part. What?
But if you lose, Bucci, you have to pay lunch to Duckling.
But he's Danish, bro.
What?
I know.
Like, he's Danish, I'm Swede. Like, how can I do that? There's no way, bro.
It's okay to pay to the Portuguese guy, but for the Danish one, we cut it off. I like it. So I have a question from Foxdrop. Okay, so when you get your Prime back, will you sub to Foxdrop yet again?
When I get my Prime back, I don't have no Prime. Wait.
You don't have like the sub Prime? You don't have it?
No, I don't use that. Like, that's way too.
So you're not gonna sub to? Yeah, you don't sub for Fox. Is that it?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I got that information, Fox. Sorry. I just wanted to break it to you. So tell me, aside from Nille, any other top laner that you're like willing to fight, that you really want to fight against? I mean, you still have Build, for instance. Like you have to fight
I
Rdy.
mean, Bill said some harsh words, bro. Like he was like,
He
"I'm
did.
coming for you." Like I'm sitting here, you know, I've been outside the entire day. I've been looking for him, but I don't know. Like he's not looking for me. I don't know. Like I'm not gonna give him an address on stream, but like if you want to, I can give you the address and we'll find each other.
I love that. So
Of
before
course,
that
Joke, of course,
matchup,
Joke.
DMG versus Rdy. Tell me like who's gonna win lane? I don't care about the game. I want to know lane.
Well, I'm winning lane against Bill. Like you know, he's not even beaten me on lane when he played Ribbon.
Oh, that's a rough one. Oh, that's a rough one.
Yeah,
I like it.
It's the harsh truth.
It's a harsh truth, man. Well, thank you for the interview, Bucci. Congratulations on another W, and I'll see you soon, man.
Thank you for the interview.
That was kind of disappointing. Why would he flame Demo like that? That's
No
no
reason
reason
to
to do
Denmark.
that.
He
I thought
flamed
me
you.
and I thought me and Bucci had a good bond just due to a shout love of DMG, but apparently that's not the case. And I get why Bill hasn't showed up to Bucci's house, because who would want to go to Sweden? It's a shithole.
Wow, that went south really fast.
Yeah, that really hurt. I thought me and Bucci were friends, but apparently it was all lies.
I guess it was. That shirt is not even official, apparently. So
What it
with
is?
this in mind,
It's got my name on the back.
it does have your name. But you know what names you can have on your fantasy league? Any player whatsoever. Just join on the social media. Head on to the fantasy league website and join that one. You can get a lot of prizes if you join the fantasy league. I'm just letting you know. You can get a keyboard, you can get a headset, and you can actually get Middlecott's mouse signed by him. He said it, it's clipped, so it's true, it's official. We got word from our the top branch of the league, and they said, yeah, it is real. So that's official. If you win, you'll get Middlecott's mouse. I don't know why you would say that, but
I just want to add, I am now rank 13. I'm almost in the top 10 of our fantasy league. Yeah, I am. I'm making up the ranks. Maybe I will be winning Middlecott's mouse. If I do, I'll sign it, and then I will personally deliver it to who else would have gotten third place. You know, that's,
please do it.
That's the
Please. Please, I want to see that. I'm rooting for you.
Double
Douglas.
signed mouse. I mean, probably they're just gonna scratch Middlecott's signature up, because who would want that? But mine will likely add at least a quid to the value.
Fox, he makes it so complicated, doesn't it? He makes it so complicated. We try our best, but
Can we? Right, I have a replacement for the desk. We put.
oh
Damn.
yes! Well, he's gone. You saw Duckling. He saw Duckling. Was like, no, I'm out. I'm out of this, because yet again Duckling gets a perfect day on predictions. Apparently, this is what. Yeah, he keeps saying that.
Come on, Denmark! For helvete.
I
So
got
come
close.
top
I got
again.
close.
You
I
were.
was
yeah.
only one off. Wait, we're trying to reach 0, right?
But you put 5 points on native. That was a bold choice. I thought this game was very tough.
Yeah, listen,
Hard to predict.
I DM'd Hi Brad for some coaching, and he was like, "Yeah, if you put points on me." So
The thing is, like,
I was
if
like, "Yeah."
if I am to be serious for just at least like 10 seconds, I thought genuinely that game was the hardest to predict of the day.
Yeah,
I initially put a point on natives. And then I remember that the light side pretty much always go 1-1, and then I put a point on them. But that was a really tough game, a crucial game as well for playoffs. Natives' chances to make playoffs now look slim, but light side, you know, they've gotten their hope back, they've gotten their faith, momentum. If they can keep the snowball rolling, you know, maybe it will roll all the way into playoffs. And you know, remember, top 4 is EMEA master spot now.
Exactly.
And
that
I
is the
also
big
just
one. Tell
say,
me.
I'm gonna call out everyone here. You bunch of wimps, cowards, putting slamming max points on DMG. Come off it.
Look,
What a bunch.
I will say, Foxtrap, I've been on the DMG hype train since the beginning. You can't call me a risk. I
Yeah,
like
okay.
you.
You have their shirt, so you know what? I actually kind of believe you on that.
It's
one.
not even official.
But that's
okay?
like,
It is, what do you mean, man? It got hand delivered by one of their players to me as well. Like, this is
Show us the
DMG.
leaderboard. Show us the leaderboard. Let's make Duckling happy.
I'm not even
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
I
not even
told
on the
you.
left side.
I had
why have
one
I got
goal.
a little red
Why?
arrow by my name? Why am I the only one with? Am I the only one who lost points today? Is that
Yeah,
what that
you
is?
yes.
Look,
Because I'm
how,
like, yeah, okay, bro.
how do I not get put on the left side? I have one more perfect day than the guest. That should mean that should be the tiebreaker. I should be on the left side of the bracket. That
Let
is
me tell you
crazy.
something.
I will not stand for this. I want
The
100%
guest
compensation.
keeps changing, so it's a lot of people, like more than one individual. So you bet on one day, and another day, another person comes in with another belief. So it's really hard to make it work. And somehow they have the same points as you, the same amount of points. So obviously they get the upper, and they stay on the left. So you don't deserve that.
That's crazy. Crazy.
Be better than the guest. Be better than someone who's not even here every single day.
I'm going
It's
to say
crazy.
out of this.
It's crazy you're saying that, but because Foxtrot at the moment, he's getting no flag for having 10 points. I have 4 times the point of Foxtrot. He's an analyst.
Why,
I'm just a
so
playback.
mad? Why are you so mad?
I'm not mad. I'm just joking, buddy.
I'm doing great. I'm exactly
Yeah, of
where I wanted
course.
to be at this point. I'm about to hit my power.
You're in
spike,
your
mate.
element. You're about to hit that 0-10 Yasuo
wait.
power
The
spike.
Yasuo power
Yeah,
spike.
legit. My 0-10 power spike. It's coming through, boys. It's coming through.
So,
You ready?
aside from predictions leaderboard, let's see the leaderboard for the league itself, the standings. How are we standing? Rdy in first place with 8-2, followed by Nord DMG, still tied up for the second place. Venom Crest a little bit further behind. LLS now isolated. The right side of the bracket finally gets isolated. So LLS, Verdant Natives, and Blue Whites reaching double digits in losses. So they don't have a lot of time to reach their first victory that Duckling believes in so much, but he's now willing to bet his points.
No, I never said that. But I do want to say, though, it is very tight, right? Nord and DMG, yes, they have the odds in their favor now, getting their 7 wins off the split. But I feel like next week we'll have some crucial matchup, right? We have Venom Crest playing DMG, for example. We have Lightside as well playing Nord. These types of games that will all of a sudden push these teams so much closer to each other. They are very, very deciding. We had some of them today as well. Natives, Lightside, for example. Verdant chances have been hurt, but yeah, as we can see the upcoming schedule, so many deciding games. And I feel like someone like Verdant, for example, yes, their playoff odds are now rough after their loss today, but they can still do it. But they need to beat both DMG and Rdy, so backs against the wall for them in particular. And yeah, I think we're coming into the deciding week. After next week, I think we have a very good picture of who will make playoffs and who won't.
Yeah. It's the end of week 5, Foxtrot. You did cast and desk at the same time, so tell me.
Multi-talent, mate.
Parting words.
Parting words. Jeez, you put me on the spot. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna make a bold prediction.
Okay.
One of the teams who's so it's top 4 make playoffs, right?
Yeah, and the EMEA Masters.
Yeah, and so you got Ruddy's in first, and then 2 7-win teams. Okay, the Venom Crest is the 4th win team at 6-4, right? The 4th place team, sorry, 6-4. Lightside's 5-5, and Verdant's 4-6. I believe that's how it is.
That is correct.
These are the 3 teams I'm looking at to make that like. What I like. Good old producer, you look at that, listening to us. You listen to us more than we do. We listen to each other. I reckon, Verdant's making playoffs. Verdant's going to slam that 4th place spot down. That's it. That's my thoughts. That's my bold prediction. It's doomed for everyone else. I don't think Nord or DMG will drop out. Rdy, I think, has got that 1st place on lock. But Verdant are going to make some kind of insane comeback. And they'll take our last spot in playoffs.
That's fair. That's a fair
I'm great
one.
at predicting, so.
Well, and just like that,
We all know it's
your
gonna
bold
happen.
statement is no longer valuable. Just like that. 2 seconds. Duckling, tell me.
Yeah. I like the idea that Foxtrot had there. Make one bold take. I've already made one saying that Blue Whites will win a game. But if I am to make a bold claim, it is that Verdant won't make playoffs, but they will win one of their games next week against DMG or Rdy. So they will keep their hopes alive, but in the end they will come short. I mean, I'm making a bold prediction saying that they will beat either DMG or Rdy, who are, I will say, the 2 best teams in the league at the moment.
I'd agree.
Okay, that's a good statement. Okay, for once.
What's your bold statement, Archer?
Yeah, Archer. Now it's your turn. Come on,
put you
show
on
us
the
something.
My bold statement is that Duckling won't be biased.
Low-hanging fruit,
Next.
mate. Taking the piss out of Duckling.
Taking the mic there. I'm sitting at DMG jersey, buddy. Come on, you gotta have something different.
Yeah, my bold statement is that you're not going to be biased towards the team.
Wow, that is a bold
that's a
statement.
bold
to be fair.
You're testing me then. You're testing me.
I mean, I
Shane
am every
Middlecott's
single
not here.
day.
He could say anything. With his hair, everything's a bold statement.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Wrap it up! Thank you so much for watching. This was week 5 for everyone. Until then, keep climbing. Oh my lord, that's a Magi's 25 stacks for you, man.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice, and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.